A deadly crash at a New York City airport on the ground. I'm Dave Anthony. An Air Canada Express jet flying in from Montreal collided with a fire truck right after landing at LaGuardia a little before midnight.
Sadly, the two pilots are confirmed deceased.
Port Authority Executive Director Catherine Garcia says 41 others in the flight were taken to hospitals. 2 on the truck were also hurt.
That Air Canada Express plane on the tarmac with its nose completely torn off. And nearby, there appears to be the overturned, damaged Port Authority fire truck.
Fox's CB Cotton at LaGuardia. That truck appears to have had clearance to cross the runway, then was told to stop just as the plane approached. LaGuardia is closed now. No flights coming or going till at least 2 p.m. Eastern, adding to the air travel issues at many airports with long security lines, with TSA agents being unpaid because Homeland Security is unfunded. Some aren't showing up, and now the Trump administration plans to send immigration agents to help. Fox's Gernal Scott has more.
Border czar Tom Homan said on Fox News Sunday, ICE can help keep order when travelers wrongly access checkpoints.
An ICE agent can maintain those exits, and that allows a TSA officer to go back to screening to move people through quicker.
Democratic Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut on NBC's Meet the Press said his party is willing to reopen TSA, but Republicans say no. As he sees it,
they want to hold TSA hostage so that they can continue getting Democrats to fund the illegality happening at ICE.
The clock keeps ticking on a new ultimatum for Iran to allow oil shipping in a waterway.
President Trump over the weekend laying out a new deadline for the Iranians to open the Strait of Hormuz. That deadline does expire tonight, and there are questions about whether or not the United States and Israel will strike the Iranian power grid.
Fox's Trey Yingst in Tel Aviv. Iran warns if the U.S. does hit power plants, they'll retaliate and target electrical facilities in the Middle East and desalination plants needed for drinking water in the region. America's listening to Fox News.
I didn't switch to Pure Talk just because I wanted to save 50% off the same 5G service I'd been paying twice as much for. I switched because I like the idea of being in business with a wireless company that supports our veterans in a meaningful way. Pure Talk also creates American jobs every day by keeping their entire operation in this country. I appreciate that. If you feel the same, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. This hour is presented by Subaru of Gwinnett. You'll love the difference. The Morning Xtra, only on Extra 106.3.
Morning, y'all. The whole team is back together for the first time in, at least since last Wednesday. So it's been a day or two, but we're glad that you're here, and we appreciate you spending time with us on the Morning Xtra. Tug and Los until 10. Boy, howdy. I know this dude to my left is like world travel. I don't know how you've done, because he just went through all the cities that they've been through in the last month.
And
you,
tired.
You can see it too, man. You know, you just see somebody when you look and be like, God, man, you just look like you could use a nap.
Got home at 1 o'clock last night. Probably got to bed right around 1:30. It was so bad, my 15-year-old, she jumps on her computer, and I'm like, you need to go to bed. It's 1:30.
What are you doing?
She's like, well, I've missed so much school in the last week. And they have.
Yeah.
I mean, because of us getting in late previous week, it's been 5 days in the last 2 weeks. And so, New Orleans, Orlando, St. Louis, Minneapolis, and now we're done until the summer. So as far as travel other places.
Yeah. So mine wasn't quite as bad. I went to Charleston and then back to Augusta and then home late last night. Just watching some good baseball, and it's always fun to see my youngin', and because now I never see him. Literally see him at the ball field, and then
you spend more time watching him on
exactly
cameras.
Right. Dude, it's exactly
how they're doing.
100%. So, I as rough as those travel schedules are, man, they're so much fun, and I know y'all had a ball.
We had a blast. The girls went 6-1, still missed the bid. Lost in the quarterfinals, had to get to the semifinals, but it was awesome. They were great. The parents were great. Everything was everything we've talked about, and we'll get into more about Minneapolis.
Oof.
But as far as the tournament and how they put everything together, it was a great time.
Yeah. How was the airport situation? Because that's been obviously the
first and foremost the story around the country,
without a doubt.
Most notably,
specifically Atlanta,
with CNN setting up their cameras and everyone talking about it. We had the similar scenario that other people have had. We got up Thursday morning at, I think we were about 3:45 in the morning, just to be ultra safe, and we were on an 8:45 flight. We made it a point to get to Hartsfield-Jackson Airport 3 hours ahead of time. So we pull in 5:45. We go. We get all of our information. We get our bags over to the baggage handlers. And now what you've seen, those images of having to set up are all around the carousels. That was starting for us at 5:30, 5:45 in the morning. Now we were fortunate. We were kind of directed to no, go over here. Okay, that's kind of so. We ended up cutting off about 30 minutes of the line we were supposed to be in. I wasn't trying to cut the line.
No, they just told you what to do.
We just told, go stand over here.
Here's what you do.
But everyone from the carousel line then starts backfilling behind us. And every board tells you about the estimated time. And at 5:45 in the morning, it said 90 minutes. And so it was legitimately, we were there for about an hour and a half. And still, we got to our gate with about an hour and a half to spare.
Okay, that's good.
But for all the talk about how it's stretching out to 5 hours, 3 hours, I believe it, because it was a legitimate hour and a half when we were there at 5 o'clock in the morning.
I saw it up to 153 minutes. That's the longest that I saw, and obviously I wasn't at an airport. This is just me reading, and you know, a lot of people were like, "Hey, if you want, maybe you should give your senators a call." And have posted numbers like Reverend Warnock at 202-244-3643 or Senator Ossoff at 202-224-3521 in case you wanted to give them a holler and let them know what you think about it.
In my opinion, and this is now from being in that airport. Now, I will tell you, when we were in St. Louis, not a problem. Through security in 10 minutes. In Minneapolis, through security, 5 or 10 minutes. No problem at all. It feels like Hartsfield-Jackson is being used as an example for political purposes because while we were in line, it wasn't like there was a lack of manpower. It was more of, let's organize it in this way.
Meaning the TSA employees? Is that what you're thinking?
I'm thinking that if you want to create problems for people, that then get them paid, and that's, let's face it. I mean, if I was a TSA agent, I'm looking for where's my paycheck.
Yeah, because
and my only way to do this is how can I make this harder on the American people? But when we were in line and we went through that process, the regular amount of people that were there to process people and to push you through the line, they were all there.
That's interesting because the number late last week was 36% of people were calling out at Atlanta Airport specifically. But yeah, man, the volume of people too when you compare that
to every other
to St. Louis or Minneapolis.
Right. It's going to be a wild amount more. And for those of you,
seems like it also gives you an opportunity with that many people.
You would think, because when we went to St. Louis and we flew out at 1:30 in the afternoon, we got through the line in about 15 minutes. It was that quick. But the morning rush, that morning business travelers, everyone going where they're supposed to be going, that seems to be exacerbated right now in the interest of politics, in my opinion, from being there now a couple different times in the past week.
Yeah, I don't know who would take the bull by the horns on that one. And
but seeing that now.
Yeah, but somebody has figured. And here's the other thing. Elon Musk is like, I'll pay him. I'll just pay him. And I don't know if American law allows him to do that, but I love the fact that he's like, I'll just do it. I'm
the richest man in the world.
Exactly. I'll just pay it myself. Boy, wouldn't that be something if the people used to be keying Teslas are now going, oh, well, thank you for paying us.
And Mayor Dickens made it a point last night, if you were asleep or you were watching something else, he did confirm that you will have ICE and you will have federal support at the Atlanta airport as of this morning. Now, that became a giant talking point on all the Sunday shows.
Oh, my heavens.
That's going to be intimidating. And
people are going to be murdered.
Dangerous. First off, I've been through enough TSA lines in the past month. There's a reason why TSA is kind of a starter job in the federal government. All right? It's not that difficult. So when you bring up with Tom Homan about, well, are they trained to what are they trained to look at an ID?
Yeah, right.
Come on.
How hard can it possibly be?
How hard can it possibly be? Now, that's different from the screeners that are looking for explosives or any sort of issue, and I believe those probably people have different level of training. But the person who looks at your ID and your boarding pass, not that difficult.
Take off your hat, please, sir.
Is that you?
Is that you? Yep. Looks like you.
How many times do you want to ask my 15-year-old what her name is and how old she is?
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
Not really that hard of math. We're not trying to do the Rubik's Cube here.
That's right. But, I mean, if we need to, we'll get somebody in here that can. You know, we'll get those ICE agents.
Can they check your ID? I think they've been doing this professionally for the better part of at least the last 2 years of this administration.
And there is something to be said because the deportation front, while I think it's still happening, it's certainly not been in the news whatsoever. This actually puts ICE right back square in the news, and I don't know this is a political play, probably a little bit, because if you're like, if you're Donald Trump, you're like, okay, ICE airport, wonder if I put them there, we get them back in the news, and then when they start complaining about, open up the government, then they won't even be there. This is a problem of your own causing.
This argument has gotten convoluted, and it's been intentionally done so by the left, because this is very simple. If you have the Republican Party that wants to make concessions in terms of where ICE can operate, namely polling centers, we've played the audio, that's all they're concerned about. Hey, better not have ICE near polling centers. If they got that concession, we'd have the government open tomorrow. But I'm right there with you. I'm not going to cave to these people who won't fund DHS and who have now turned it, when I say convoluted, they've turned it into, well, the Republicans won't fund this. Or this is about defunding ICE. Listen, ICE is funded through
2029.
2029.
Yeah. Stop with
this
all
is
that.
not about ICE and its money.
Everybody knows it.
The left knows it, yet they're trying to change the lyrics of the song.
Yeah, but I think the American people know it. I think everybody at this point. How can you not know it?
I think Norm and Norma.
You think they missed it?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe.
For sitting with a lot of parents.
Oh, see, yeah, that's a good point.
For them they knew the lines were long. They did not understand the mechanics of all of it, which I tried in a very simple way to just kind of explain what the argument has been and what is going on without trying to
be political,
show my colors on what I think about this stuff. And by the time I did explain it to a couple of the parents, they're looking around going, so this is all over, they won't pay them?
Yeah.
So that you'll keep these other people from going to whatever it is, schools and churches for ICE and polling center. They only care about polling. They only care about whether or not you degrade the possibility of having illegals vote.
That's right. It boils down to that.
Yes, you have these lines because the Democrats want to ensure that illegals can take part in your political process.
And change the outcomes of elections and the dynamic and the landscape of your country.
Because if it's no big deal in either way, then what's the big deal?
Why would they not budge? Well,
why would they be concerned?
Everybody knows the answer.
I mean,
anybody listen to this show knows the answer.
We've had fun playing the audio because it's always been thrown. If we don't have to worry about illegals voting, well, then why is this such a big deal to you guys?
Yeah, because it is.
Because it's a big deal.
But, the thing that worries me, too, a little bit is that, with ICE focused at the airports, that means they're not doing what we need them to be doing, which is deportations. And look, that's been quiet lately. It's almost, and I'm not saying it's not happening, but I've not seen a lot of it happening either. Because if it were happening in any sort of major way, the Democrats would obviously be raising Cain about it. So that's the thing, man. I do wish that DHS would get funded just so we could get ICE back operating in the right place.
And I will start by telling you this, for somebody who was all around the downtown Minneapolis area all weekend long, better part of 4 days, not one protest.
Yeah.
Not one thing in the news, not one thing we saw, not one, for as big as they tried to make it out to be, not one, because they have moved on. It's a loser of a topic. So now it's turned into, what about bombing Iran?
Yeah, I know, right?
It's on to the next thing.
Yeah, and anything, or Cuba with Code Pink flying down to Cuba, staying in 5-star hotels while they tell people to live in squander. And they paint murals on walls telling you how great Cuban communism is. They got no power. They got no oil. They got no energy. They got nothing. Poor people have nothing. And you got Code Pink staying in 5-star resorts telling you, oh, this is the next thing. Make sure you stand up for Cuba. Let's make sure that the blockade is broken, the U.S. blockade.
That's another one of those stories over the weekend that just got, because anything that looks bad, it ends up, we got to sweep this under the rug.
Yeah.
We got to bury these sorts of stories. Especially, I think at this point, Code Pink, now that we've gone through the Me Too era, which, I mean, believe all women.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll see.
Yeah.
I think that has gone the way of the dodo. I mean, this is just now what it's become.
I never thought or paid much attention to them, and they continue to make fools of themselves. Does anybody on planet Earth believe that Cuba is in good shape? That communist rule has been good for the island of Cuba?
Ask Cubans.
Ask Cubans, because they would tell you no.
What is the joke that we have talked about on the show a number of times?
Dude.
People build boats out of trash to get away from communism.
Right, exactly.
It's so good that they're willing to make boats out of trash.
Garbage boats to try to get away. And which side did they run to when the wall came down? I mean, it's always obvious to me. The question always answers itself, and I expect that it will remain that way.
It was a bummer when we came around to Friday, Saturday, when we saw the news of the recent passing of what we've lost.
Yeah, one time Chuck Norris told a woman to calm down, and she did.
That was one of my favorites. The amount
That's
of
so great.
So I started having this thought process and this discussion with some of the guys, because you're around some of the guys on the team, and you start throwing around like how big certain things were for us. Like when Carl Weathers passed, we're like, oh man, that's Apollo.
Yeah,
man, that's a big deal.
That's huge.
I think the biggest one is whenever Arnold goes, because that's like our action star.
Yeah, that'll be big time.
Because Chuck Norris became just this icon of fun comedy. But it wasn't like Chuck Norris was...
He didn't even participate in it.
He wasn't like he was making movies anymore. Like in the 90s was Walker, Texas Ranger.
Yeah,
but
right. Yeah, that was it. That was
kicking
the last.
Everybody. But it wasn't like they were making like Delta Force 4.
Yeah.
Like he was in the Expendables as part of all the other action stars.
Yeah.
But yeah, losing Chuck at 86, and everyone then, the joke that was making its way around the convention center amongst the Georgia family was, well, Georgia played so poorly on the court in their basketball game that it killed Chuck Norris.
Oh, wow. That's so good.
That joke got around quite a bit.
Dude, that was so embarrassing.
That was rough.
That was rough. Although, geez, man, there's been a lot of upsets. Florida got upset.
Florida's out.
Iowa. Kentucky's out. Duke barely got by Siena. That was
the opening match.
Yeah. Goodness. So everybody's brackets beat all to pieces. And to be honest, I've been moving so much. I filled out 2 or maybe 3, depends. It was all for kids' ball teams donating there. I think we did one as a family, just to do it, just for bragging rights, and then we did another for a ball team. But I had it ain't going to go good. It never goes good. Nobody's ever going to get it right. But I feel like this year it's been so wrong. Like I've not even picked mine up because I know everybody that I picked is already out.
As I talk about Norm and Norma.
Yeah.
Yeah, airport lines, important. And what's going to happen, important. Man, when it came to like the parental group, because we're isolated all together, families from California, families from Florida, our family. everyone was just talking about their bracket and Chuck Norris.
Yeah, that's right.
So when we say, do you think that that's resonating? Do you think that that's working? Do you think the American people understand? People understood two things over the weekend. How's my bracket? And Chuck Norris is dead.
That's right. Things have got to change.
That's where we are at.
Chuck Norris didn't die. He left early to defeat death.
That's right.
That's right. Bryce, you're exactly right. God, Chuck Norris was... Those Chuck Norris jokes, remember how big that was? Just that alone. There were so many Chuck Norris jokes, and you're right, because he wasn't even really in the lexicon anymore. It was just something that blew up because he was so big back then.
The one that made me laugh that I reposted.
Okay.
It had, when you sign up for like Gmail and you create an account, and Google tells you create a strong password.
Yeah.
Somebody had a password is Chuck Norris. Confirm Chuck Norris. It's a strong password.
Strong password.
I was like,
nobody's breaking that one. Nobody's breaking that one. God, love it. There's nothing better than
create a strong password. Chuck Norris.
Chuck Norris.
Going home to glory.
If you've got good Chuck Norris jokes this morning,
we'll take them all.
404-741-1230. I want every one of them. I want to have one in the beginning and the end of every break or every hour. As many as we can possibly get. Voters approve of the strikes on Iran is the discussion we'll have next on Xtra 106.3.
Xtra 106.3 is getting ready for the 2026 midterms. And on the ballot, it's freedom versus communism. The choice is clear, and your vote matters more than ever. The future of our community and our country hangs in the balance, and the conservative voice of Atlanta will continue to fight the good fight right up to the election. Xtra 106.3 and the Xtra app.
So you got into an argument. Things got heated. Then a fight broke out, and it landed you in jail. Now what? You need a second chance bail bonds. They can get you or your loved one out of jail quickly, in most cases, in a few hours. So make the right call. A second chance bail bonds. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call 404-BAIL-OUT. That's 404-BAIL-OUT or online at atlbail.com.
Thousands of veterans across Georgia are missing out on the benefits they've earned through their service. The Warrior Alliance is changing that by connecting veterans and their families to life-changing resources and support. Tune into the Warrior Alliance Network, our podcast and radio show dedicated to helping veterans succeed after service. Join us every Saturday at 11 a.m. on 106.3 to hear inspiring veteran stories, discover free programs, and learn about career opportunities available to you. Subscribe to the Warrior Alliance YouTube channel today.
I'm 8th generation watermelon farmer and NASCAR driver Ross Chastain. And one thing's for sure, racing with professional drivers requires me to use my melon. So if you've had a drink after a long day at work or celebrated a little too much, always surrender those keys to a sober designated driver. Because you should never mix drinking with any kind of driving, and that's using your melon.
Sponsored by the Governor's Office of Highway Safety.
I'm Rick Jackson. My dad abandoned us. My mom was an alcoholic, so I left the projects. Shoe shining, ticket scalping, vacuum sales. I found purpose in work and built a $3 billion business. Like President Trump, I don't owe anybody anything. And like you, I'm sick of career politicians. I'm running for governor to lead America in criminal deportations, to cut income taxes in half, freeze our insane property taxes, reform the system so that anyone who can work will work, and not just sit around binge watching Netflix and eating Cheetos. I'll let law enforcement do their job. And if you're caught helping a child change their sex, you're going to jail. I'm Rick Jackson, and I'll get these done. Paid for by Jackson for Governor, Inc.
You'll receive tax credits on some home improvements that you made last year. I'm Hillary Barsky with your Fox Business Tax Tip coming up.
This is Ainsley Earhart. Thank you for joining me for the 52-episode podcast series, The Life of Jesus.
A listening experience that will provide hope, comfort, and understanding of the greatest story ever told. Listen and follow now at foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you listen to podcasts.
The rules have changed regarding home improvements involving energy devices. CPA and attorney Alan J. Strauss.
If you made a qualified energy-saving improvement during 2025, you may be entitled to a credit against your tax liability. Those credits projected to last through 2032, but the new tax bill shortened that lifespan to 2025.
Non-energy related improvements may serve to decrease the gain that you'll have to pay taxes on when you eventually sell your house. Hillary Barsky, Fox News.
Bullet points.
I'm Eben Brown. A new gun control measure advances in Vermont's state legislature, and this is based on whether or not someone is mentally ill. The bill barely passed a committee vote along party lines among Vermont state lawmakers. Known as H606, the prospective law would bar anyone currently under a court order for outpatient mental health treatment from not just buying new guns, but from owning a firearm at all. This was the sticking point for the Republicans in the minority. The Republicans on that committee were willing to go along with the bill's other provisions, which includes making firearms theft a felony, but Democrats would not move an inch on this one thing. Republicans in Vermont's legislature say this isn't hospitalized persons who are mentally unwell, but people well enough to live on their own outside of an institution, and that they shouldn't have their self-defense capabilities impacted. And those are your bullet points. I'm Eben Brown, Fox News.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
It's Monday, March 23rd, and here are your headlines. Georgia's Court of Appeals is siding with Fulton County in a dispute over election board's appointments, ruling commissioners are not required to accept party nominees and can choose among eligible candidates. The decision follows a legal battle after early rulings forced the county to seat Republican-backed picks, and it could reshape how local election boards are filled moving forward. Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens says federal immigration agents are deploying to Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport to help manage long TSA lines during the ongoing government shutdown starting today. He says agents will focus on crowd control and not immigration enforcement as staffing shortages continue to cause major delays for travelers. And finally, Georgia taxpayers will soon see rebate money hit their accounts after Governor Brian Kemp signed a $1.2 billion tax relief bill, with married couples getting up to $500, while single filers could receive up to $250, with payments expected to go out in 6 to 8 weeks. Today's weather is mostly sunshine with a high of 75 and a low of 50. The Extra 106.3 headlines. I'm Bryce Colbert.
I just read something that was shocking to me. I'm sure it'll be shocking to you, too. Study out of the University of North Carolina said that students, 0% of students go throughout the entire school day without looking at their phone. Man, I gotta say, I could have saved the University of North Carolina all kinds of money. I mean, common sense would have told me, hey, there's not a chance that there's one kid in this school that ain't touching their phone at all during the school day. 0% chance of that happening.
So in Forsyth County, God's country, there are rules by which they have access, and the kids actually appreciate the fact that they are not constantly on their phones. Now, I did get a call middle of the day from my daughter, and I'm like, oh no, what is going on here? So pick up my phone. I'm like, there must be some sort of crazy emergency.
Yeah, what's happening?
She's like, hey, what time is our flight on Thursday? Because she was talking to other girls that are all on the same, the trip to St. Louis, right. And they were all trying to figure out when they're all getting to the airport. Yeah. I'm like, we're at like 1 o'clock in the afternoon. She's like, okay, bye. That was it.
I love it. Okay, bye.
But the nice part is I don't have to worry about her being on her phone. She's on her phone during a very small time period during lunch, and that's all she's allowed access to.
Right, which I think is smart, and I think a bunch of the other cities and counties have been implementing those policies, and they're seeing good results.
It forces kids to have to talk to one another.
Absolutely.
I think that's a good thing.
Me too. But even with those kind of rules, which I support, and I think that are really smart, if they would have asked me, what is the likelihood that a kid goes through the day and does not touch their phone, I would say 0. In North Carolina, call me. Hey, just cut me a check for half. Me and Los, we can figure this thing out. We'll take half the money, give you the right answer.
You and I are going to be the last generation that grew up without knowing what it's like to have a cell phone and be in contact with anyone, anytime, over the course of the entirety of the day. My first cell phone I got when I was 18.
Yeah, I was trying to think. I was a little later than that. I'm a couple years older than you, but I was a little later than that. I think I was probably 2021, somewhere in there, maybe
So
22.
It wasn't a learned habit.
No,
I mean, by the time I'm 18, I have other habits, and I'm not. They weren't involved in the phone.
They weren't necessarily good.
That's right.
But they weren't the phone. But you're right. We're the last generation.
I don't think Jesus is going to ask me about my cell phone usage at 18.
That's right. What were you doing back in 18? What were you doing in the early 20s?
Tell me about that.
Yeah, because
no.
I think you've got some answers.
Oh, no.
I'm going to need some answers here, pal. That's the way it'll work. Let's do by the numbers.
But I'll be alright as long as there's light from a math dude. Most people don't like math, they run from the sun.
So I was reliably told for the better part of about 96 hours when the bombing kicked off against Iran that, well, don't you know that 80% of the country is against this?
It was being shared everywhere.
And it was being thrown out on the media everywhere. And in my mind, I'm on X. I'm trying to find, tell me this study. First off, most of the time, it takes at least a week of lag time before you can actually, when you start to conduct a survey, get good enough answers. In part because, let's face it, people can be emotional. It takes them a little bit of time to digest information and then have a retort that makes sense. So when the media was running with like 86%, completely disagree with these actions in Iran, I couldn't find it. I don't believe it existed. Okay? So here's the information that we now have from NBC News. Again, not a friend of ours. NBC News has a poll. And this ended up being through Rasmussen. A poll that was asking through the phone and online, tell us about how you approve, disapprove, whether you like, dislike the actions in Iran. And remember, I was told 86% against, right? All right, here's what the polling now has. 52% of likely U.S. voters approve of the decision to strike Iran. 35% strongly approve. All right, that's a strong number.
Yeah, it's a healthy number for sure.
All right, so you have a majority of Americans that agree with this act, and 1/3 of Americans strongly agree with this act, at least according to the Rasmussen polling that's been put out there by NBC News. So if you want to tell me that there is a faction of people that are against this, I would ask them, please explain why you're in the minority.
Again.
Yes.
Why have you?
And I would imagine that a strongly disapprove is probably closer along the lines of the 18% of the strongly approve of Democrats.
There's a couple things that stands out to me when they say we use the phone. First of all, when is the last time you answered the phone from a number you did not recognize? Because I do that 0% of the time. 0. So anybody that is answering the phone, I'm not sure I'm not sure I trust them, because who does that? And then secondly, NBC News, they're going to poll in big blue cities more in the majority. They're always going to try to find a way to tweak the numbers to get it to say what they wanted to say. And look, everybody in polling does that. It happens across the board a lot of the time. But when you can't even get it right in your own poll?
Well, NBC News was one of the primary pushers of a majority of Americans. Well, that's not what the data's saying.
Yeah.
And now, again, with a week of lag time, we're now getting a clearer picture of what Americans think. And a majority of Americans do approve of striking Iran. And you have at least, when it comes to Americans, 3 out of 10 that strongly approve of it, close to 4 out of 10. So if you're telling me that you strongly disapprove, I'm telling you, you're in the minority. And typically, you're also one of the media watchers. I'm willing to bet, if I was to get out my Los crystal ball and tell you, who is it that doesn't agree with this act? I will tell you, it's plus 65 white liberal cat lady women. Probably with worms.
Wow.
They got from cats.
That's quite specific.
Chewing up their brains.
Oh, yeah. That's quite specific.
That's why you got to be on that dewormer, baby.
But I would ask, Los, who's been actually contacted about a poll? I've never been in my whole life.
I've only gotten text message polls. And even then, I don't partake.
Then I immediately hit stop.
Yeah.
And then it
report and junk.
Right. And then it unsubscribes you. It like there's a person on Twitter that says I'm 70, very active politically. I've never been polled in my life. Polls are lies told by pollsters, aka liars, to sway an opinion.
Factual.
I don't see anything wrong with that statement. And I'm telling, dude, I'm almost 50, and I've never ever. It's the first time I've ever said that out loud. Well,
as two men in our 40s, neither one of us have been polled in this way
ever. So.
And that's a person that's 70.
That's what I says.
I got 30 more years of runway, and I still haven't been polled.
Never been polled. Politically active, never been polled. I don't know who they call. I don't know how. So when I see polling, I'm automatically dismissive, and if you are too, it's understandable. But
well, I think it's factual when we bring it up. Most polling is based on trying to create some sort of fervor or to hurt your fervor. If you're excited about something, there will always be polling that'll tell you how to dampen it.
Yep.
Or if you're not excited about something, here is polling that's going to get you to go, oh, I can't believe that's happening. It is meant to affect you emotionally, predominantly.
There is an interesting conversation that took place between President Donald Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance. And people are going to try to blow this out of proportion. People are going to try to say this says something that it doesn't, much like polling. I actually think it's a really good thing that they had this conversation. Donald Trump said that he and Vice President Vance had slightly different views on the decision to attack Iran alongside Israel. This is being reported by Just the News. And he said this during the press conference, the one in Miami at Trump National Doral. And if you recall, this is not that abnormal for this administration, which I think is good and healthy. Go back to the infamous signal chat.
The bombing of the Houthis.
That's exactly right. What did J.D. Vance say? Let the Europeans handle it. That's their backyard. I love the fact that he's willing to say, I don't care. I mean, I'm going to support you. I am. But here's where I stand on this. The fact that they can have differing opinion shows a healthy relationship, and I think it shows a healthy administration.
I think this is the falsehood that the media portrays when it comes to the Trump administration. When you had the Biden administration, everyone was in lockstep around crazy.
Always.
So it didn't matter if you had a man who was stealing women's luggage or you had a Secretary of State who was way out there. If you happened to have a woman, a man who was parading around as a woman who was trying to tell you about your health, all of it was in lockstep. Like, nothing to see here. Yeah, you found cocaine in the White House. Whatever. Yeah, there's boobs out on the White House lawn. Don't worry about that.
With that man.
Okay, with that man. What the media does not understand is that this particular administration does have a difference of opinion, and the only thing that is demanded of it is loyalty. So that you can have a difference of opinion with Donald Trump. In fact, I think that he probably enjoys the fact. I mean, he's the only person I know that in modern times, and since basically the last 40 to 50 years of politics, where I know the president has brought in people from the opposing party to be part of his cabinet. That doesn't happen.
Of course it did. Certainly didn't happen in the Biden or Obama administration. Didn't happen even in the Bush administration.
Never.
Probably the Clinton administration. I don't recall anybody from the other party being involved.
So he just expects there's going to be a difference of opinion, but as long as you're loyal, you can have that difference of opinion. There's a reason why J.D. Vance is the odds-on favorite for 2028. He can look at the president and say, I don't agree, but I will support you.
Crazy thing is that Donald Trump, though he's called all of these names, none of them are right, and everybody knows that. Think about the relationship, Los, because this is what it reminds me of, the relationship that he has with Mamdani, who I think is so bad for America. I think it's so bad for the biggest city in the United States of America. But what has Donald Trump tried to do with even Mamdani? He's tried to work with him. He's had him to the White House a few times. He even said in their first encounter, when the press was there, he was like, go ahead, you can say something bad about me. They expect you. It's fine. And he laughed it off.
Go ahead, you can say it.
Yes, it's fine. And he's had him back there since. And he said, I want to work with this guy. I want to figure out a way to work with this guy. We always hear about people telling you how much they want bipartisanship. Do they really? I don't know if they really do. I think it's easy to say. I think it makes sense to say it. I understand why people say it. I don't know that they really believe it. Donald Trump actually tries to act on that bipartisanship.
That is the silly part about the media. The media will ask for bipartisanship, yet when the Democrats are in charge, they want zero bipartisanship.
Nothing to do with it.
They want nothing to do with it. As soon as they're out of power, they're the ones clamoring, if we could only agree with one another, bipartisanship, why are you all so mean? Because every now and then, Daddy has to step in and tell you what is going on. And Donald Trump is your daddy.
Whether you like it or not.
Whether you like it or not. He's not my president, but he is your daddy.
Oh, he is. And he's your president.
And he's got nearly 3 more years. He's not my president. I'm not listening to him, but he's your daddy.
That's a nice thing.
And Daddy is running the show. So just deal with it.
Axios, they even called the relationship, just to accent this topic with Trump and Mamdani. A person that he vehemently disagrees with, I vehemently disagree with, Los, you probably too. Axios calls it a bromance. You know, they likened it to that. They get along so well that it's like a bromance. Do you think that's because of Mamdani working, or do you think that's because of Trump working? Because Mamdani ain't working with anybody. Going back to your point, when they're in power, they will not cooperate. They will not be bipartisan. Yet when they're out of power, they complain about it. I don't believe that's Mamdani extending the olive branch. I believe that it's Donald Trump's extending the olive branch.
Well, it's important for New York because it is and
Trump knows that.
It's a major city. It dictates the view of the rest of the world when New York is tidy, when it's strong, when it's running effectively. And I think Donald Trump looks at it as the children have taken it over, and how do we keep you from wrecking it? I mean, we just had a problem with just trying to get snow and garbage off the streets, and Mamdani has been in charge for 2 months.
You made sure you had your ID. Just not to vote, but to go shovel snow, which is humorous in and of itself. Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3. We had asked before we took that last break for your best Chuck Norris jokes. Marty called in. Death didn't take Chuck Norris. Death asked politely. And then the Dos Equis man, this is from David, the Dos Equis man, the most interesting man in the world. I don't always get in fights, but if I do, I'm bringing Chuck Norris. Doing our best Chuck Norris jokes today, if you want to, 404-741-1230. We'll take any and all. The best, the worst, the mediocre. Just to celebrate the man that Variety Magazine put out a hit piece on after the man died. Just low down. Just so low down and so right in the vein of Variety Magazine. When we come back, the Code Pink field trip to Cuba. Make fun of those fools a minute. Next on Extra.
Extra 106.3 Sports, powered by 680 The Fan.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Monday, March 23rd from the men's college basketball tournament. The Sweet 16 is now set. 3 of the 4 top seeds did survive the weekend's action. Florida being the lone 1 seed who is now out of the tournament. Duke, Michigan, Arizona all remain alive. Tournament action resumes this week on Thursday. From the NBA, the Hawks are now the 6th seed in the Eastern Conference playoffs, as they will be at State Farm Arena tonight as they host the Memphis Grizzlies. That tip-off is set for 7:30, and the final 2 games of spring training will conclude for the Braves today and tomorrow. The season begins Friday as the Braves will be at Truist Park, opening up a weekend series with the Kansas City Royals. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Truist Park is waiting for you, Braves country. Baseball is back, and so are your Atlanta Braves. The opening homestand of the 2026 season begins March 27th through the 29th as the Kansas City Royals come to town for opening weekend. The homestand begins with 2 gate giveaways, a magnetic schedule powered by Georgia Power, plus a rally towel presented by Racetrack to bring the energy to the home opener atmosphere on Friday, March 27th. Then on Sunday, March 29th, it's the first Kids Club giveaway of the year. The first 3,000 kids through the gates will receive a Ronald Acuna Jr. chenille cap, and families can enjoy exciting pregame activities inside Children's Healthcare of Atlanta Park. The excitement continues March 30th through April 1st as the Athletics visit Truist Park, and tickets start at just $10. Plus, fans can score a Drake Baldwin NL Rookie of the Year bobblehead on March 31st, presented by Coca-Cola. Get your tickets now at Braves.com/promos. Atlanta Braves Baseball. We are Braves country.
Hey, this is Los with David from Atlanta, who just purchased his new car with the Honest Car Guy, the new, fully transparent way to buy your next vehicle. David, tell us about your experience.
I had been looking for a vehicle for a couple months. The car buying process was a little challenging at first for me. I had some credit issues in the past, and I just happened to hear a familiar voice on the radio, and it happened to be on the Honest Car Guy ad. I got in touch with Tom. Within 2, maybe 3 days, I had a vehicle being shipped here from Orlando, Florida. I have already recommended him to family members, several friends, and I'll purchase a car from Tom when I make my next purchase for sure.
Friends, if you're in the market for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, get an honest car buy from the Honest Car Guy. You pay what we pay, plus an honest fee, and we back that up by giving you the bill of sale. That's our transparency guarantee. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or visit honestcarguy.com.
You've worked hard to build your investments, but are they positioned the right way from a tax perspective? Because it's not just what you make, it's what you keep. Hi, I'm David Nicholas, president of Nicholas Wealth Management. Many investors don't realize that their portfolios may be creating unnecessary tax exposure. Capital gains, required minimum distributions, inefficient account placement can quietly reduce your returns, especially as you approach retirement. At Nicholas Wealth Management, we help clients evaluate whether their investments are structured in a tax-efficient way, looking beyond performance to understand how taxes impact income today and your legacy tomorrow. Are your assets in the right accounts? Are there opportunities to reduce further tax liability? Is your strategy aligned with your long-term retirement goals? Call Nicholas Wealth Management today, 678-990-8500. Schedule a complimentary review. That's 678-990-8500, or visit nicholaswealth.com. Nicholas Wealth Management, helping you keep more of what you've worked so hard to build.
Nicholas Wealth Management is an independent financial services firm. This is for informational purposes only and is not specific investment advice.
Attention Atlanta, it's the biggest truckload safe sale of the year at Safe Market and Liberty Safes of Atlanta, and it's happening for 3 days only. We're slashing prices by up to 40% on top quality American-made safes, home safes, gun safes, commercial safes. With 3 showrooms, there's never been a better time to buy. But hurry, when the truck's empty, the deals are gone. Shop online or come into one of our 3 stores for even bigger savings. March 26th through March 28th only. Call 770-242-0055 or visit thesafemarket.com.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Now, I'm serious, folks. This really perplexes me. If you have an above-average IQ, how in the hell can you vote Democrat?
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3. We are memorializing the great Chuck Norris today. So your Chuck Norris jokes, your favorite ones, will be shared here on Extra. Chuck Norris doesn't wear a watch. He decides what time it is.
One of my other favorites has always been Chuck Norris doesn't sleep. He waits.
That's so great. Dude, I don't know why they're so funny, but they're hysterical. And then I just remember how big they were, man. It was for a while, for like, I don't know, a couple years. It was nonstop. That's all it was. You'd see it on social media. You'd see it. People would email. Remember when people would email big pages of jokes and stuff like that? And those would always lead.
And the movie's now been, we're talking 15 years now at least, maybe 20. So when he does the cameo in Dodgeball, how random that is when
how great it
they
is.
have the panel of judges that are voting on whether or not the average Joes gets to continue to compete, and the last person to decide is randomly Chuck Norris.
So great. It's so random.
And when he gives him the thumbs up, Vince Vaughn, thank you, Chuck Norris. It's just so random.
Oh my God, so good.
Los,
so
you'll like this one. I just saw one. Chuck Norris once passed 6 kidney stones. Thanos heard about it, collected them, slapped them into a gauntlet, and called them the Infinity Stones.
That's pretty good.
That's good. All
That's
right.
a good reference to the Avengers. That's fun.
Oh, Lord. Too bad these fools in Code Pink aren't as cool as Chuck Norris, because they're headed down to, I guess they've already gotten there now. They're headed down to Cuba to break the U.S. blockade. And I want you to think about this woman, as she's saying this, is sitting in first class. They stayed in a 5-star resort. I noted that earlier. They're painting murals down there and just all kinds of stupid crap. Now, these are clearly wealthy, at least wealthy enough to not work and be able to take time off from work if you do, to go down there and conduct this. But I think Code Pink is probably backed by the CCP in some way or other. But, the Cuban people, just severe economic hardship. There's poverty. There's shortages because of the way that communism works and the central command of it all. So this woman wants to break the blockade. That way, the Cuban people can continue to remain in squalor. Listen.
So we're on the plane now, getting ready to go to Havana, Cuba. We have this entire charter flight full of people, and as important, full of medicines. And we're so excited to be with the Cuban people and show our support, show our solidarity, and to say that this cruel, inhumane, barbaric policy of the Trump administration has to go.
Mm-hmm. Has to go.
It's well thought out.
Yeah. She's.
So you're gonna head to Cuba to take more resources from these people that don't have a ton, and you're doing it in the interest of ending a blockade.
Yeah, because you're so kind, you're so thoughtful. I'm pretty sure. I feel like I could look it up and verify this, but I'm going to go out on a limb and saying that Code Pink is in some way funded by the CCP. These people, they know the squalor. They've been there. The woman you heard from is a woman named Susan Benjamin. She's been down there many, many times. The Castro regime is at least familiar with her and allows her to operate. Why? Because she says dumb crap like that. She says things that prop up the Cuban Communist Party. She's an agent of theirs, essentially.
I'm getting a piece of information from the cosmos. I'm being filtered and being used to explain what is happening, and it's coming in. It's because Code Pink has been irrelevant for so many years recently.
Yeah.
This is what they're now trying to do.
Yes.
This is the only thing that makes sense. In a time where these No Kings rallies, which we joked around about seeing about how those things come together.
And they flew the No Kings over a country with a king.
All of these organizations that try and organize, and Code Pink is looking around going, nobody's talking about us.
We're getting left out.
We're getting left out.
Let's go paint some murals.
What are we going to do?
Paint murals.
How do we get money from the people that we get money from? Well, go do something like this.
Yeah, and they've done it, and they did. And
I mean, at least BLM had the good sense to just pack it up and be like, we're stealing your money and we're getting out of here.
Yeah.
Ha-ha, see you later.
See you now.
Glad we took all your money. See you later.
Do you suppose that Mrs. Benjamin, maybe she's got enough money? I mean, she's flying first class and living in 5-star resorts as the people live in squalor. So maybe the money continues to flow in, and they're probably asking, "Where's my return on my investment?" The CCP's like, "Wait a minute, we're propping you up good. Like, why aren't you rattling any cages? Why aren't you spreading the message for us?"
What happens, and this happened to Greenpeace at one point. Greenpeace was an organization that was obviously looking to do as much good, even though some of their tactics were out there, when it came to conservation and preservation. The problem is that when the Soviet bloc fell, you had many communists that found their way into Greenpeace to now attack the West and to attack what basically was our standard of living. That we're going to use this engine in order to hurt American capitalism. All right, Code Pink is now in that boat of you are now from a bygone era. I mean, remember, these are the people that were wearing vagina hats in 2016.
Yeah, right.
Okay, this is what it looks like on your way out. This is what they're now trying to do to survive.
You've been reduced.
We're still, look, we're trying to make something happen. And it was the same thing that happened with Greenpeace. Yeah. Code Pink is just the next one in line.
So apparently Grok says they're not funded directly by the CCP, but indirectly, yes. And then Neville Roy Sigmund, the U.S. citizen that lives in Beijing, tech multimillionaire based in Cheyenne, married to Code Pink co-founder Jody Evans. That's where the
There's
CCP,
your connection.
Yeah, exactly. I knew it was in there somewhere. I just needed Grok to clear it up for me.
But if you have an effective organization, money finds its way from these other organizations. For the longest time, we'd always say, George Soros, and look what he's doing with his money. Listen, the CCP is in on this sort of stuff.
Sure.
For the longest time, what do you think USAID was? It was our version that we were doing to other people too.
And Code Pink is registered in as a FARA, so Foreign Agents Registration Act, because of their ties to the CCP.
Yep.
If you want to know why those fools are going down there, now you know. It's all laid out clear. Do we have time for our Chuck Norris joke? Who is it again? David. Give it to it, David.
Guys, Chuck Norris is so tough that when he goes swimming, sharks get out of the water.
That's exactly right, David.
Thank you, David. Thank you.
Dude, if nothing else, we're going to have fun laughing at Chuck Norris jokes all day.
I did enjoy the, Superman wears Chuck Norris pajamas to bed.
So good. We'll have many more, I swear. It's going to be a morning full. We're going to keep you smiling all morning long with Chuck Norris jokes, and if you've got a few, 404-741-1230 at Extra 1063 across the social media platforms.
You can tell me about your years with the Total Gym.
You bet what now? Tell you about what?
The Total Gym.
I forgot. Yeah, dude, that was on every television.
That was an infomercial statement for 20 years. Him and Christy Brinkley in the Total Gym.
Yep. 6 o'clock hour is brought to you by Subaru of Gwinnett.
Don't act like you didn't think about buying a Total Gym.
Totally wanted
Everyone's
one.
like, you're going to look like Chuck Norris.
Yes, I will. No, I won't. It'll be a coat hanger. That's not going to do anything. The left has a new fear of ice. Next on Extra.
If you listen to Extra, share it with a friend. It's how we grow and how we can reach everyone in the Atlanta community that believes in the American way of life. If you value the station, help us grow by telling someone about the Extra 1063 app.
Ready to sell your home fast and for top dollar? Trust Design to Sell. Staging and interior design experts recognized as one of the top 10 staging companies in the nation. From stylish redesigns to full-service staging, Design to Sell creates spaces buyers fall in love with. Faster sales, better offers. That's the power of great design. Call 678-505-1433 or visit homedesign2sell.com and ask for the fan special.
It's March 23rd, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. It's National Puppy Day. What could bring more joy into a person's day than cuddly, fluffy puppies? Their cute faces, their fun, frenetic energy, and their desire to give love can bring a smile to any face and melt even the hardest of hearts. But this day is meant to bring attention to the ever-growing need to find forever homes for adult dogs and puppies alike. According to the ASPCA, more than 3.3 million dogs enter shelters each year, many with litters of puppies. So if you're looking for a new best friend, perhaps start with your local animal shelter. And remember, raising a puppy is a big responsibility. Make sure you're up to the challenge. Also on this date, in 1903, the Wright brothers filed for a patent on a flying machine. And in 2020, United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres called for a global ceasefire to all hostilities and called on all nations to come together to battle the COVID-19 pandemic. I'm Tushar Saxena, and that's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
Atlanta radio legends are right here on Extra 106.3. And here's what you missed from Neil Bortz.
Have you been watching the antics of John Ossoff, this hard-left Democrat senator that we have from Georgia? Do have. I take no responsibility. He consistently opposes voter ID laws. No, you shouldn't have to show an ID to vote. But, and here's something I haven't seen reported in the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. If you want to attend a John Ossoff event, you have to show a picture ID. Not to vote, but to come kiss Ossoff ass.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app. The Morning Extra, Glenn Beck, Clay and Buck, and The Kimmer Show on WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. Extra 106.3.
This is a Fox News alert. A deadly crash has closed a major New York City airport. I'm Dave Anthony. It happened at LaGuardia just before midnight when an Air Canada Express flight from Montreal collided with a fire truck right after landing.
We stopped really quickly, and then about 2 seconds later, we just had an absolute slam. Everybody was flying everywhere. I mean, the plane started veering off left and right.
The truck got clearance to cross the runway, but then, as heard on liveatc.net,
Stop, truck one, stop. Stop, truck one, stop. Stop, truck one, stop.
but it was too late.
We know 2 pilots were killed in this collision.
Fox's CB Cotton at LaGuardia.
The fire truck was responding to a separate issue. The 2 people in the fire truck are expected to be okay. The Port Authority says as of right now, a total of 41 passengers and crew members were taken to the hospital and 32 people were released.
LaGuardia is closed in New York until this afternoon, and that has canceled more than 500 flights to and from there, adding to an air travel problem getting worse with hours-long security lines at some airports as TSA agents keep working without pay in a Homeland Security funding showdown in Congress. Some aren't showing up. And as Democrats keep demanding immigration enforcement reform to fund DHS, they do not like this new plan starting today. ICE agents being deployed to help at some airports.
Borders' Tom Homan says ICE agents will be at the airports where the wait times are the longest. He indicates that their roles could be pretty limited, helping TSA workers at terminal exits and entries. TSA staff can then focus on the duties that do require specialized training, like X-ray screening.
That's Fox's Madeline Rivera. President Trump's countdown for Iran to stop blocking oil shipping ends tonight, or else the president says the U.S. would attack his energy facilities and power plants in Iran. Iran is threatening to retaliate and hit energy facilities in the Middle East. America's listening to Fox News.
I didn't switch to Pure Talk just because I wanted to save 50% off the same 5G service I'd been paying twice as much for. I switched because I like the idea of being in business with a wireless company that supports our veterans in a meaningful way. Pure Talk also creates American jobs every day by keeping their entire operation in this country. I appreciate that. If you feel the same, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/save. That's ethos.com/save. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Wouldn't listen to anything else but 106.3.
Right on. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Tug and Los until 10. Won't listen to anything else but 106.3. That's a good man right there called in. And you're always
woman,
welcome.
but that's okay.
Woman, that's what I meant. That's exactly. Did I say man? I meant woman the whole time. 404-741-1230 at Extra 106.3 across the social
2026, you can't assume.
Platforms. Thank you, Bryce. That's right.
No. She's a very nice lady.
Yeah, there you go. There is good news. I know it's hard to believe. Following Georgia just getting embarrassed, absolutely embarrassed by St. Louis last week. Southern Living magazine names Athens the #1 college town in America. Let's go, dogs! Sick 'em! Look at there. Dude, we're back. We're back.
It's pretty classic.
Dude, it's
classic city. It's a great place.
We dropped a game in the tournament to a team that we probably should have definitely should have beaten, and
we lost to Kareem.
But we got blown out.
Do you know Kareem?
Yes. So, because of you've brought him up before. Huge guy. Yes.
By the way,
big white dude.
No,
that's not him.
No, you need to look up CREAM Abdul-Jabbar.
Yep.
That is the big man for St. Louis who plays with the sport goggles. In fact, one of the gentlemen I was hanging out with over the weekend, when he first saw him, he goes, "Lucas!" If you remember the 80s movie with Corey Haim where he's got the goggles on, he's trying to play football.
Yeah.
It's a movie, Lucas. But that's Kareem
He's not a big
Abdul-Jabbar.
white dude?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I said big white dude.
No, you said big black dude.
No, I said white dude.
No, you did not.
He said white dude.
Yeah.
He totally did not. Listen,
Yeah, I
I'm
totally
punchy
did.
and
But it's
I'm out of
okay.
here.
It doesn't matter.
I'm punch drunk, but still.
Yeah, the fact, because his name is Cream, that's what gave it away. But
his nickname is Cream,
and the other Milk Chamberlain,
not Kareem, or yes, or Milk Chamberlain.
That's right.
My personal favorite is LeBron Frames.
Dude, this guy's great. I only knew about him because of you.
There are handfuls of people that over the course of history, when it comes to the men's college basketball tournament, now they don't have to be like great players, but they have like moments. Like there's one of them from years ago, Kevin Pittsnoggle. All right, dude went off. And big lumbering white guy, and it's like Kevin Pittsnoggle. All right, Pittsnoggle's beating you.
Yeah, all right.
We had, and this was another one years and years ago, they had a young man named God Sham God.
Well, I don't remember that one. I remember the other guy, but I don't remember whatever you just said.
Pittsnoggle, God Sham God.
Yeah,
some of them stick out. So Kareem now has his place.
He does, absolutely.
He's got a tournament win.
He does, over the university with the #1 rating best college town in America.
How about the Owls putting up a fight, though?
What is it? What?
The Owls putting up a fight.
Yeah, dude, absolutely.
Yeah, that was a fun game.
It was, absolutely.
Enjoyed that.
Good for them as you rock your hootie-hoo hat this morning.
Yeah, Kennesaw State did not embarrass themselves.
No, absolutely not. Georgia did. That's the other. Georgia completely embarrassed themselves.
Back-to-back tournaments.
Yes, and that's the thing. With so many kids coming out of Metro Atlanta and Georgia as a whole, neither Georgia or Georgia Tech is worth a damn in basketball.
But you got to look into, when it comes to the NIL funding and the NIL money, Georgia, as of now, when you look at the entire rankings over the SEC, they're at the bottom. Now, I think that money's going to pick up. If you keep making it over to tournaments, you're going to give Mike White more to work with. But as of now, if you're talking about landing the top kids in the country, there's a better shot of you going to High Point University.
Yeah.
They're spending crazy money. That's why they're in the tournament.
Money, though.
They've got lots of
you
money.
You can use a meal swipe to get a steak dinner there.
Look at their
serious?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Look up their campus.
Yeah. Look
I
at
hear it's beautiful.
Look at their arena.
Yeah.
And you'll go, whoa, they're spending big money.
But where's that money coming from? Is it furniture sales?
That's what it's built out of.
Are you serious?
Yes.
I was just because I know furniture's huge.
It created quite a bit of money in the area, and now when it's not just endowment, it's donations.
Mm-hmm. God, that is stunning campus.
Yeah, they get a ton. That's why they are now competing at this level. This is why you had, in the case, I think it was John Calipari, now the head coach at Arkansas, bringing up about your financial commitment in order to compete. And he brought up High Point as far as look what they're doing. That's going to be one of the models moving forward. Indiana just won a national championship.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's what it is now.
No question. Do you suppose High Point will kind of move into that Davidson realm, because Davidson for a while had a run, but now they clearly have the money behind it. So this, I don't know if Davidson does, and maybe they do. But there for a while, Davidson was the it school. Obviously, Steph Curry was there. They had a lot of reason, and they were showing up. High Point could be the next Davidson.
I would say, and I'd make this comparison, if you want to talk about just like football, one of them that came on the scene because the amount of money they had to spend, they quickly ended up becoming a playoff team, and they're a factor. That was Liberty University.
Yeah.
Liberty's got a ton of money. And so, now it's evened out where, yes, Indiana can spend like Liberty and can spend like Georgia. And so that's part of what's going on. But there is a difference in college basketball right now, especially when you're at a football school. You may not get the same amount of money and the same amount of backing. Like Auburn's going to have money to play with. Tennessee's going to have money to play with. Alabama's going to have money to play with. If you're University of Georgia, you're looking for, hey, where's the rest of the NIL money? Because we're making progress, but we're not getting over the hump yet.
No, that's right. You've been to the tournament last 2 years. Mike White's done well with the program. I mean, it's been more relevant than they've been in 20 years. And yet, both times, just the floor waxed with you. So
there's a new best team in Georgia in college basketball.
Is it KSU?
Oh, absolutely.
Listen
no bias, but
listen to Hootie Hoo talking in there.
Oh, he can.
Right, absolutely. Dude, you earned it.
Conference champs in football, basketball. I mean,
yeah, dude, things are looking good at Kennesaw State. You've got to be proud. If you're a KSU student or a KSU alum, you've got to be absolutely proud of what y'all have been able to accomplish. And I say y'all because I cheer for Kennesaw State too. I got no reason not to. Like I cheer for all the Georgia. I mean, University of Georgia is my favorite, always has been. But like I always try to cheer for Tech as long as they're not playing Georgia. Like I love the fact that Tech's baseball team is doing so well. Love the fact that Kennesaw State's doing so. Georgia State, where you at? Georgia Southern. I'm not sure where they're. How things are going down there in Statesboro. I know they party like rock stars down there.
They got a good reputation. Well earned.
Didn't Playboy name them like #1 party school one year? I feel like that. I feel like they're up there. If they can't win championships, they'll win. The beer cup.
Listen, they had a long run when they were playing a lower level of college football. Still a really good program, but the school is unmatched in terms of you want to have some fun.
Yeah,
you can find some fun.
I'm just wondering, because you brought up Los some of the smaller schools either stepping back down to a lower level as far as their football programs, or some of them, unfortunately, because of the expense of playing football, just go away altogether, some of those smaller schools. And I'm not saying, Georgia Southern or State or Kennesaw State can do that or even need to do that. But when you talk about the huge amounts of money that it takes, you wonder if some of the programs, like a Mercer or something, do they eventually just say, we can't do football, we're going to focus on baseball, basketball? I know College of Charleston obviously does that. There's a bunch of schools that already do it. So
Luke Combs with Appalachian State, he was on a podcast and he was like, I would love to donate NIL, but there's got to be stipulations.
He actually said he thinks they should back down.
Yeah, he was like, we should back down, and I'm not going to donate. You need to have 2-year contracts for players.
Yeah, dude. And Luke, he's got a dollar bill or two.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen that bank account.
He can fund it.
He'd do pretty good. Anyway, let's get to the first thing to know this morning.
They want you awake, informed, and ready to fight for the facts of the day in the land of the free. Now your sleepyhead nation needs your wake-up call. A mighty dose of reality coming in strong. Soon as the sun cracks the horizon so high, man, we got the story, no time for a lie.
I cheated on you over the weekend.
Put a bullet in your ass, courtesy of the morning.
It's out there.
Because the red, white, and blue means you stay.
I feel broken this Monday morning. I feel
you've hurt me.
Yes,
you cut me deep.
I feel betrayed. There's all kinds of things. But at least your name's not Debbie Dingle. I mean, there's that. I mean, that sounds like something out of Elf.
You want to throw out some random stuff? Be Debbie Dingle.
Good Lord, dude.
Debbie Dingle. I mean, this is the inflammatory nature of what the left has turned into. And I get it. You're trying to, in a world of sound bites, because no one watches, although a certain age, let me re-go there. 65 plus will watch some of these news shows. But a lot of this stuff is based on 90 seconds. We talk about it on our end. Scott Jennings. You and I don't watch any of that show. But we wait to see how Scott Jennings known somebody.
And he does with regularity.
90-second clip.
That's right.
So here's Debbie Dingle, because this is what now reacts. This is what creates the buzz in the marketplace. Here's her talking about the new fear of ICE.
Well, I agree with you that Congress is broken, but here's the fact of the matter. I have a lot of questions about what he said. Are they going to be wearing masks? What are the functions that they're going to be performing? Are they going to make it more complicated? Are people going to be more scared? Are they going to threaten people? Are people going to start to see people not even willing to travel because they're intimidated by them? Here's the reality. We could settle this tomorrow and fund TSA, FEMA, which, by the way, got gutted a year ago, not in this funding of Homeland Security by DOJ, and fund the Coast Guard and deal with the ICE issue, which has to be dealt with front and center.
Yeah, but they tried to do that last week. They tried to split everything up, and that didn't go anywhere. So I'm not sure I'm believing what she's saying. We could fund everything. The thing that bugs me the most is that she knows what she's putting out there is BS. But like you talked about this weekend, Los, with the people that were traveling with you for volleyball, because they keep up at an arm's length, they don't understand. They don't understand what's going on. Like you listening right now, you're dialed into it. Like everybody is, not everybody does that.
They know there's a funding issue.
Yeah.
But they can't explain the mechanics of all of it. So these 90 seconds, little clips here and there help create a narrative that then becomes the reality for a portion of Americans.
And when I saw, and I don't remember who said it, I'm going to search for it, but I remember seeing this weekend one of the politicians, the Democrat politicians, talking about how somebody's going to get murdered because ICE was at the airport. And you're like, are you kidding me right now? You're talking about gaslighting somebody. You're talking about causing unnecessary, in case you were scared to go into the airport, which I don't think anybody's really scared to go into the airport because ICE is there. But if you were, that didn't help.
No.
That is nothing more than how do we make people uneasy? How do we make the administration look bad? How do we try to own this issue?
I mean, being that you're supposed to have, in order to fly in this country, you do have to have some form of ID.
Oh.
How weird that must be. You don't need that to vote. You just need it to fly. Well, then what's the big deal? It's not like there's going to be illegals flying, right?
Oh, it was Hakeem Jeffries.
What's the problem?
It was Hakeem Jeffries. I just found it. Untrained ICE agents being deployed at airports across the country to potentially brutalize.
Suddenly TSA is like the gold standard of all federal employees.
Man, they are so well trained. It's amazing. They look at IDs better than anybody else. Potentially to brutalize and in some instances kill them. That's what the House Minority Leader said on CNN with Dana Bash. Do you know what Dana Bash said? Nothing. She just let it go, man. That's a potential that could be possible.
So last year, my daughter had a broken ankle. Broke it right before we got to USAV Volleyball Nationals. And we're in the line in security. And one of the TSA agents tells her she has to remove her boot. She's like, okay, just thinking you're going to get the boot checked out, right?
Yeah.
Then tells her we have to walk over to me. It's like, it's broken.
Yeah, I can't.
And that was the moment where I just went, and that is a federal employee.
So how did that resolve, dude? Because, I mean...
With parents...
saying...
Mom and dad yelling at her, like her ankle is broken.
There's a reason for the cast. There's a reason for
she's in this. It's like, now, she was going to have it casted up a couple days later, but we're like, this is what she has as of right now. Yeah, you took it off to inspect it to make sure there wasn't anything weird with it. Fine, cool. Don't ask my kid to walk around. And that is the standard by which you're going to then tell me, well, I don't know if ICE can operate in an airport.
These are the best. This is the best right here.
It's like, no, that was a dumb lady.
Yeah, right. And they'll continue to be that for sure. I mean, what is it? I think it's like $30,000 a year and look,
it's a starter job in the federal workforce.
I don't know what people expect out of it. When Hakeem Jeffries says they're not qualified, ICE agents are not qualified. We joked about this earlier. Qualified to do what?
ICE agents are paid significantly more and given a lot more training and a lot more responsibility.
But on top of that, like
check an ID.
What's the process that they've got to be qualified for? Like what is it that you're so concerned that they're going to be qualified to be doing? I mean, I've been through TSA a bunch of times. It's usually a hassle. It's usually for no reason a hassle. And then it's show your ID, they scan your ID, and then you go through. I mean, that's the extent of it. So if you can operate the scanning machine, you should be pretty good to go. And then the whole Elon Musk thing, I love the fact that Elon Musk said, I'll pay for this. Because at some point, somebody's going to be like, well, why do we need Elon Musk to pay for it? This should be passed. This should be done. This is easy. This is a layup.
This should never have come down to what it has come down to. And Hakeem Jeffries said this several weeks ago. He talked about they wanted concessions as to where ICE could operate. That's the hostage.
Yeah.
And this is when you really boil this thing down, the nuts and bolts of it. The Democrats are trying to protect illegals and are making your life more difficult. There is nothing that the anti-American party won't stoop to hurt America in order to further their political goals.
To win politically. I want to play you a piece of audio of Tom Homan, why he's great for this job, because it's right along the same lines, Los, of how hard is the job really. Tom Homan, when asked about having ICE at the airport within 24 hours, listen.
With respect, if you're doing this in 24 hours, how well thought out could it possibly be?
Again, ICE has been at airports across the country for a long time. It's just expanding those things. Look, how much of a plan does it mean to guard an exit to make sure no one comes through that exit? We're talking about security options, and these officers are well trained in security, and they're well trained in identification. And look, we're going to do what we can to help TSA move those people through the line.
He was like, exactly what we said. How hard is it really?
How difficult is it?
I mean,
it's not really that difficult.
Dana Bash, well, you're turning this around in 24 hours. How could this possibly be? How good could the plan be? They're checking IDs. They're making sure people don't run through the gates. It ain't the toughest of tasks.
Not the toughest job out there.
And there's a reason security guards at, like clubs, and they just have security on the back, and they just say, hey, you can't come in until we check your ID, or we'll throw you out.
It is a job that doesn't require a ton of thought process outside of just be able to look into the information. Does it match up with somebody? And make sure people don't act belligerent. Okay, there's the job. There's the job.
Can you do that? Can you do that? If you can,
then you're good.
Then you're going to be good. And you know what? All the ICE agents have been trained well enough. They can do it. We have no training. You and I could go do it, Los.
I don't have... In this case, when it comes to ICE, when they talk about, they only train for 4 weeks, 5 weeks, 6 weeks. Like, listen, we train military for the same amount of time. Yeah, okay, this ain't the Marines.
8 weeks. 8 weeks in boot camp.
Yeah.
then a little
we
longer.
Go 8 weeks.
And in a technical training.
I'm willing to bet the TSA training isn't 4, 5, 6, 8 weeks.
Minneapolis is exactly what you have stirring in the back of your head. Storytime with Los next on Extra 106.3.
Stream Atlanta's only conservative voice anywhere you go with the Extra 106.3 app. Now equipped with Apple CarPlay. That means you'll always have Extra's crystal clear HD stream right on your dashboard no matter where you are. Download the all-new Extra 106.3 app now and start streaming.
Shop in the new 2026 Toyota Tacoma will make sure your move is the one at Marietta Toyota's Ready, Set, Go sales event now through March 31st. At Marietta Toyota, every new Toyota includes our nationwide lifetime powertrain warranty. That's unlimited time and unlimited mileage for as long as you own your Toyota. And if you currently own a Tacoma, Tundra, 4Runner, or Sequoia, you may qualify for $1,000 in loyalty cash towards that new Tacoma, no trade-in required. We've got Tacomas in stock and more arriving. You can choose right now to set up and drive it home. Special APR is available, 4.99% APR for 72 months for well-qualified buyers. Remember, visit us on Kyle Parkway South, just north of Truist Stadium. Marietta Toyota, since 1975, we've been here and we'll be here for you.
4.99% APR for 72 months with approved credit through Southeast Toyota Finance. Not all buyers will qualify. $1,000 loyalty cash available to eligible current owners on selecting Tacoma. No trade-in required. Offer ends 3/31/26. See dealer for details.
It's the hardest working part of your home, your garage door. When it fails, you need someone you can trust. Hi, I'm Dan Watkins, owner of All Four Seasons Garage, Entry Doors, and Windows. When the largest and most important opening of your home breaks, don't hire a schmo. Call the local name you know, All Four Seasons. Ask your neighbors. We offer upfront pricing, free estimates on all major brands, and 24/7 service. When trust matters, trust us. All the number 4 Seasons Garages.com.
When I first started using a CPAP, getting supplies and equipment was a horrible hassle. It pretty much stayed that way until I discovered CPAPs, etc.com. Same-day shipping on anything you might need, including travel CPAPs, hoses, masks, you name it. Same-day shipping. CPAPsETC.com or visit their store in Alpharetta. So easy, and you could be preserving your health and saving your life.
Hello.
Hey, is this Mike Fitzgerald?
No, I think you have the wrong number. Wish I could help you.
Well, you could if you were Mike Fitzgerald.
Who is Mike Fitzgerald?
Mike Fitzgerald is the only realtor I'll talk to because he can sell my house fast for a great price and even in this market.
Yeah, I'm definitely not Mike Fitzgerald.
Oh, I figured that out because Mike Fitzgerald would have sold my house already.
Selling your home? You need Mike Fitzgerald from the Harry Norman Realtors team. Visit brokermike.com or call 678-780-HOME.
Prices are rising, costs are climbing, and waiting could cost you even more. With silver surging, thousands of Americans have turned to Goldco, the #1 rated precious metals company, to help protect their savings against inflation. For a limited time, when you buy precious metals with cash, you could qualify for up to 10% in free gold or silver, a free home safe, and get your metals stored for free. To learn more, call 855-936-GOLD. That's 855-936-GOLD.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
It's Monday, March 23rd, and here are your headlines. Georgia's Court of Appeals is siding with Fulton County in a dispute over election board's appointments. Ruling commissioners are not required to accept party nominees and can choose among eligible candidates. The decision follows a legal battle after early rulings forced the county to seat Republican-backed picks, and it could reshape how local election boards are filled moving forward. Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens says federal immigration agents are deploying to Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport to help manage long TSA lines during the ongoing government shutdown starting today. He says agents will focus on crowd control and not immigration enforcement as staffing shortages continue to cause major delays for travelers. And finally, Georgia taxpayers will soon see rebate money hit their accounts after Governor Brian Kemp signed a $1.2 billion tax relief bill, with married couples getting up to $500, while single filers could receive up to $250, with payments expected to go out in 6 to 8 weeks. Today's weather is mostly sunshine with a high of 75 and a low of 50. The Extra 106.3 headlines. I'm Bryce Colbert.
Before we get to story time here on Extra 106.3, I just got a call from Ron Goodbub. Rob's a great guy, works in Rich McCormick's office, U.S. Representative Dr. Rich McCormick, and he said they had a big event at the Metropolitan Club, Windward Parkway in Alpharetta over the weekend, and the man who introduced Dr. McCormick on the stage said, this man is becoming famous because he's on Extra 106.3 all the time.
Love it.
How about that? Just a big country call out for Extra and you listening to Extra this morning. People know that you are the target. You are the ones that matter. You're the voters that make the decisions about Dr. McCormick and all the others. Everybody else running for office, they come on this show to speak to you directly, and that's a perfect example of it. And I appreciate Ron taking the time this morning during his run. I could hear he was out of breath too.
That man,
he was doing. Yeah, he's in great shape.
Bright and early, he's after it.
Always in great shape, and we appreciate that too. So, wanted to let you know that you're being represented all over town as a listener of Extra 106.3. Let's get to story time.
Settle in and get comfortable, folks. It's story time with Uncle Los.
Oh, thank you to sweet, clean, crisp, young Bryce.
Woo-hoo.
Kissed by the sweet bird of youth. Don't know if it's an owl, but the sweet bird of youth sits on his shoulder every morning. And to Tug, mi amigo. I'll be with you all the way in till June now.
I know, right? I don't feel lonely or cheated on.
Not going to be gone. Not going to have to worry about travel.
That's right.
If I'm not here, it's because something weird has happened.
That's right.
Otherwise, to you and me.
Love
back
that.
in this thing together.
Love it. Love it.
Been a crazy month. So I wanted
but a good month because it's so much fun.
Good month of all. But I wanted to culminate. Normally, like story time has some sort of historical aspect to it. This one doesn't. This is just a recap of my Minneapolis experience. Now, I want to go back to 3 years ago. Our team, bunch of girls, all 12 years old, and one of the assistant coaches told us, listen, it used to be a really great town. She's like, it's still aspects of it are a great town. She's like, but a certain political party has tried to ruin this thing.
Wow.
I mean, she flat out was like, this is what's gone on here. And this was after we had gone through the riots and the burning of everything down in 2020.
Yeah.
So we saw some of the remnants of that, right? Well, I'm going back to Minneapolis. This is the heart of this leftist push, anti-ICE and all of that. Yeah. Flat out will tell you, saw none of it. Didn't exist. But just under the surface, you deal with some crazy stuff. Now, for instance, my trip from the airport in the Uber with a couple of the other parents, no big deal. Jumped in the car, headed on over. That wasn't the experience for everyone on our team. In fact, we had one of our teammates and her dad got into town a little bit later in the evening, called an Uber, got picked up. Person drove down the highway, missed the exit, slammed on the brakes, backed up on the highway.
Seems unsafe.
To go to the exit. Now, the dad, he's not one to make up stories or anything else. And as he tells me this, he's like, Los, the guy didn't know any English. And I'm like, did you get the impression he might have been from an African nation?
Yes. Yeah.
As I'm kind of asking the question. We had some girls, we went out to a dinner on Friday night. A couple of the parents hop in an Uber. Person doesn't know English. Completely missed all the areas that they were trying to get to. Now, if you don't know what this game has been, what you do have within these United States is you will have people that will apply for like an Uber and Uber Eats, a Lyft, everything else like that. And what they'll do is they will basically create indentured servitude. They will basically hire somebody. You're now under their name, and you can always sometimes tell because the name doesn't match up and neither does the car. Now, we saw this a few times where you would have a Somali driver show up and they didn't know English, and the traffic laws are a little bit different in Somalia apparently versus Minneapolis.
Well, and Uber, I would assume, trying to combat that and keep people safe is always like, hey, check the tag number. If the tag doesn't match, don't get in, probably for a similar reason, I would imagine.
So there was a little bit of that we saw. And like I said, always right underneath the surface. Now, we did make a trip to the Mall of America. I'll talk about the front end of it. When you have the discussion of how that community is now completely different in terms of you will see traditional Middle Eastern attire and African attire. Yeah. Like not just a little bit.
Yes, a
lot.
Yeah.
It's everywhere. Yeah. When we drove past the U.S. Bank Stadium, they're flying out in front of it. Here's the United States flag. And then here's the flag of the state of Minnesota, which does really look like a flag from Somalia.
That's Tim Walz changed it.
That is what the criticism has been for that area. Now, I will tell you, because Minnesota, when we talk about the 1984 election, Minnesota has always been recognized as they will indulge in very leftist politics. Mayor Frey there, that guy, it's just total nut. This is still the same state that gave us Jesse Ventura.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what's the weirdest thing we can do? The 1984 election, when Ronald Reagan won 49 states, the only one he didn't win was Minnesota. Yeah. So Minnesota takes a lot of pride in this, which means, in my opinion, they also know the game and they know how to play the game. And this was the moment where things went too far. We decided, because our hotel was right down the street, that we would take the public train system. Now,
that seems like a bad idea. I think I would have waved that one off. I'd be like, Los, no, don't do it.
Listen, I'm the one. I am very comfortable saying I will spend the $40 or $50 to go wherever on the Uber. Knowing also I might have a driver that doesn't know any English based on some of the conversations we're having with other parents. But I capitulated. I was like, you know what? That's fine. Let's do this. We're going with a group. There's like 12 of us in the group. So it's not small. It's like there's one or two of us. It's what you do, right? We get on that train, and there's security on there. Feel very comfortable. Just chatting with everybody.
Okay.
Everybody was very cordial. It was fine. We're riding 30 minutes over to the Mall of America before we head on over to the airport. And this is when I tell you about dealing with how these people work. So as we're getting to our last couple of stops, there is an old man who's on the train. Now, me and a couple of the parents are sitting about 10 feet away. Our girls are sitting about 10 feet up in front of us. And the only person who's on the train sitting across is the old guy. What then happens is we get off the train, and the girls are barking at this person. And a couple of the parents start getting after this guy. And I walk up, and I'm thinking to myself, is this...
What in the world could be going on?
He was taking pictures of my daughter and some of the other kids.
Oh, Lord.
My daughter saw it in the reflection when we went into the tunnel.
Yeah.
She could see on his phone that he was zooming in on faces.
Yeah.
Of pictures he'd already taken.
So creepy.
And it's reflecting off the back window.
So creepy.
So we get off the train. I'm now starting to understand what's going on.
Yeah, sure.
And one of the moms is like, well, you need to delete that. You need to delete that right now. He goes to delete it. He's like, see, it's gone. And she goes, no, you need to also go into your recently deleted.
Delete it from the deleteds.
Now he's pretending like he doesn't know what to do.
Sure.
And so what happens is now I'm starting to figure out the whole minor attracted persons thing. And this guy's telling us, I didn't do anything illegal. He's like, if you want to call the cops, call the cops. It's like, sure.
Well, because he knows the cops ain't going to do anything.
We get in the Mall of America. The security, as we explain what happened to them, sit them down. Metro Police show up, start giving statements, start going through all the stuff that we're doing. And that MFer knew exactly what he was doing. Because the police basically tell us, well, he didn't commit a crime. He didn't say anything forward to them, even though he was eyeballing. And as I told the police, I go, not one of them. I go, I know they're tall. I'm like, they're all minors. I was like, the oldest one's 16. I was like, the rest of them are all 15-year-olds.
Yeah.
I was like, he's snapping pictures of them. They proceed to tell me that there's not much they can do. And now here's the next part. And again, because some of these communities protect minor attracted people. Okay? Now, you do this in Florida, it's a different game.
Yeah.
You do this in a couple... You know why certain communities make sure to let you know that it ain't going to be like the rest of the world? Like for anybody who gets all upset about, oh, look, there's a Confederate flag. I feel like triggered by it. No. Those communities are letting you know we do things differently around here. You're not going to be snapping pictures of little girls on trains and getting away with it. So here's how this plays out. We are now being told by mall security. They're like, did he do this here? Like, no, he did it on the train. It's like, well, we can't run him out of here. It's not our, can't do anything about it.
What a load of crap.
The police are basically telling us, as they've got him sitting over there in the corner and trying to, I think they're trying to intimidate him to get rid of the pictures. But they know, because he knew how to play the game, that he's going to be okay. That he didn't have to worry about it.
Yeah, nothing's going to happen. Yeah.
So I snapped a picture of that creepy old man.
Yeah.
And he, like I said,
he looks like a burnout hippie from the 60s or something.
Yeah. And
he's got the skullet and the ponytail.
He's got the skullet and the ponytail and the look. And as I told the people at the mall, I said, you know why he came up here, right? He's coming up here to take pictures of kids.
Yeah.
I was like,
now,
in a different community,
yeah,
it's going to be handled differently. I found out in Minneapolis how things are handled. And so...
Not at all, clearly.
And so one of the girls that he was doing that to, she couldn't even eat. She was creeped out.
I'm sure.
My daughter was creeped. And my daughter's the one who called it to attention.
Yeah.
So like all the other parents are really proud of her. It kind of shakes you up to know that there's somebody who's violating you in this way. But because he knew how to play the game, as many of these pedophiles do, and constantly, what are we always told? They always show up as like these people that are like, I'm a defender of the trans movement. I'm a defender of this. Turns out they got kiddie porn. Turns out they've got all this creepiness. And so the very heart of what never happens
is happening again.
Happened. So as much as I can point out, hey, the drivers in Minneapolis, like, yeah, they got a problem there. And there's a lot of people don't know English. Yeah. A lot of people that don't know how to drive. A lot of people that you can't be safe around. But then the ones that do, it is the playground of the left.
But dude, isn't that...
And it's just gross.
Isn't that just a snapshot of what we already thought about Minneapolis?
Yeah.
I've never been to Minneapolis, ever.
But to have it in our
to have it
face that way.
Right, almost to rub it in. You're not safe here.
No.
I want you to know you're not safe here.
In fact, when we were at the mall and we started talking about, hey, maybe the kids want to jump on some of the rides or anything else, At that point, all the parents are like, no, we're just going to have them sit over the corner.
Yeah, let's just
eat dinner. We're getting out of here.
Let's get
out of this town.
As quickly as you possibly can.
And this was done. This was done right in front of a bunch of parents. Like this guy was so.
He already knew. He's done that 10,000 times.
He sure has. I'm sure he had a phone filled of young girls' pictures that he'd been taking.
So gross. You wonder why people are leaving blue cities and blue states with such. I mean, it's happening with such frequency.
But they know the game,
right?
And then the laws of that city and how they handle things. I mean,
or don't.
I would love. I would love to hear from another law enforcement professional who would tell me, well, okay, not a big deal. I'm like, what would you think if it was your daughter? Or in this case, how would y'all handle that differently? Because in Minneapolis, they were having to play the game of, yes, we have a city full of minor attracted people.
And we
the
can't
left
do
rules the
anything
roost
about
here,
it.
and we're stuck. Like the police were almost apologetic because they knew how creepy it was, and they saw the look on all the girls' faces, and they saw the parents that were extremely, extremely pissed.
I wonder why they stay on as police officers there. No, I mean, I'm sure it's their job. Look, it's how they feed their family or whatever.
Look, I think it's a lot of people that are trying to do good work within their community, within the constraints of that community.
But you can't. Like, take your skill and your ability to a place that appreciates you, a place that allows you to be an asset to your community. You mentioned Florida. I would mention a lot, a big portion of Georgia is that way. Tennessee's that way. Alabama's that way. South Carolina's that way. There's a lot. North Carolina's off the rails on the crazy train in many ways. But there's places that will appreciate you and appreciate the effort that you're putting in.
And I believe that's why we are seeing people that are voting with their feet. They're showing what is going on in these communities. And if they can, if it's economically feasible, they're leaving. They are leaving. And so, in closing, first off, no more public transit for Los and his kids ever again.
No, thank you.
At the same time as well, man, like you tell your kids to be vigilant, but when they are, and you're proud of them, at the same time, you're also like, that dude did some damage to some of those girls on that train.
Sure. Intimidating, man. That's so intimidating.
One of our girls is an 8th grader. Like she couldn't talk to anybody. She was creeped out so much.
And I understand that and know that that's hard. But I would imagine 25-year-old women struggle with the same thing.
Sure.
Grown women, your own wife, my wife, if they were in that situation, would probably be very, very uneasy.
Yes.
And then you take it a step further, going into women's spaces, as we know that they defend in Minneapolis. It's the worst, dude. It's as low down as it gets. It's the worst. It is the worst. What a terrible environment for women to have to live in.
Yeah, and to hear that man try and make excuses to the police and to everyone he was trying.
He didn't even have to try. He just did because they knew there was nothing they could do.
He knew the game.
He knew the game probably even better than the police officers did because he's done it 1,000 times.
And so, yeah, he was going up to the mall, I'm sure, to take plenty of pictures.
Back Your Blue and America 2, pleased to announce the Make America Gala benefiting Joe Burson Scholarship Fund and Police Foundations of Holly Springs and Cherokee County. Saturday, May 16th at Rustics Manor in Holly Springs, one-of-a-kind event celebrating and honoring the fallen officer of Holly Springs, Joe Burson. Dinner, drinks, live music, silent auction, carriage rides, hot air balloon rides, even a live Rustics Preakness horse race going around the property. Physically a horse race around the property. All the proceeds will go to establish the Officer Joe Burson Scholarship Fund. Your ticket purchase supports and honors all the fallen officers with a day of fun and camaraderie for a great cause. Get your tickets or become a sponsor at BackOurBlueAndAmerica2.com. See, that's the difference in what we do in Georgia for police officers, especially those that have made the ultimate sacrifice, and the appreciation we have for them and what they do up in Minneapolis.
I thank Jeff Clark for checking out the show. He sent me a note on X. And he was talking about what he would have done to that phone.
Yeah.
And trust me, like me, one of the other dads, one of the other moms, like this goes across your mind. And then there's this moment of going, in this town, in Minneapolis.
They'll protect him, not you.
I'm going to break his phone.
You're the one going to get in trouble.
And I'm going to be the one who has to go spend the night somewhere.
Unreal.
Because I broke some dude's phone and I'm in the wrong.
Yeah. Unreal.
And now my kid has to watch that. I'm like,
yeah.
But that is what these minor attracted people, this is how they play these games with you. They tell you it's all about, well, no, we just want equal representation. I just want to use the restroom that I feel I should be allowed to. It's all, I would say 98, 99% of it is based on sexual proclivity and what they enjoy.
Kathy,
it's mental illness disguised as some sort of movement.
Kathy Hochul is taking it all back. They don't want you to move away after all. Next on Extra 106.3.
Extra 106.3 Sports, powered by 680 The Fan.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Monday, March 23rd from the men's college basketball tournament. The Sweet 16 is now set. 3 of the 4 top seeds did survive the weekend's action. Florida being the lone 1 seed who is now out of the tournament. Duke, Michigan, Arizona all remain alive. Tournament action resumes this week on Thursday. From the NBA, the Hawks are now the 6th seed in the Eastern Conference playoffs, as they will be at State Farm Arena tonight as they host the Memphis Grizzlies. That tip-off is set for 7:30, and the final 2 games of spring training will conclude for the Braves today and tomorrow. The season begins Friday as the Braves will be at Truist Park, opening up a weekend series with the Kansas City Royals. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
There's never been a better time to fall in love with Subaru. Now through March 31st, get award-winning vehicles and exceptional offers from a brand you trust during the Subaru A Lot to Love event at Subaru of Gwinnett. Explore the full lineup of hybrid, electric, gas, and wilderness vehicles, including the 2026 Subaru Forester and the all-new 2026 Subaru Outback. Every Subaru is made with love and built to last, with dependability and value coming standard. Whether you're looking to match your adventurous spirit with the 2026 Subaru Outback or land on the reliability of the 2026 Subaru Forester, Subaru of Gwinnett has the perfect fit for your family. You'll love exploring in the 2026 Subaru Crosstrek. And the 2026 Subaru Legacy is what happens when we put the best of Subaru into a sedan. Plus, every Subaru model comes equipped with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive. There's a lot to discover and a lot to love at Subaru of Gwinnett. Come in for a test drive on Satellite Boulevard in Duluth or start shopping online at SubaruofGwinnett.com.
Truist Park is waiting for you, Braves country. Baseball is back, and so are your Atlanta Braves. The opening homestand of the 2026 season begins March 27th through the 29th as the Kansas City Royals come to town for opening weekend. The homestand begins with 2 gate giveaways, a magnetic schedule powered by Georgia Power, plus a rally towel presented by Racetrack to bring the energy to the home opener atmosphere on Friday, March 27th. Then on Sunday, March 29th, it's the first Kids Club giveaway of the year. The first 3,000 kids through the gates will receive a Ronald Acuna Jr. chenille cap, and families can enjoy exciting pregame activities inside Children's Healthcare of Atlanta Park. The excitement continues March 30th through April 1st as the Athletics visit Truist Park, and tickets start at just $10. Plus, fans can score a Drake Baldwin NL Rookie of the Year bobblehead on March 31st, presented by Coca-Cola. Get your tickets now at Braves.com/promos. Atlanta Braves Baseball. We are Braves country.
Thousands of veterans across Georgia are missing out on the benefits they've earned through their service. The Warrior Alliance is changing that by connecting veterans and their families to life-changing resources and support. Tune into the Warrior Alliance Network, our podcast and radio show dedicated to helping veterans succeed after service. Join us every Saturday at 11 a.m. on 106.3 to hear inspiring veteran stories, discover free programs, and to learn about career opportunities available to you. Subscribe to the Warrior Alliance YouTube channel today.
You and your buddy. You've been through a lot with each other. The ups and the downs. He's been with you every morning, noon, and night. You've traveled the world together. Heck, he was even with you on your first big date. But have you noticed he's struggling lately? Not performing on the job. He can't even stand up straight anymore. He's wanting to cry out for help, but just doesn't know how. He needs Dr. Deal and Total Body Therapy of Georgia. They can give him the gift of good posture this year, help him stand proud and become all he was meant to be. Now, take him by the hand, look him in the eye and say, "I appreciate you, little fella, and we're going to get you some help."
We're going to call 404-777-1911. We're going to visit tbtofga.com. We are going to say goodbye to erectile dysfunction forever. Total Body Therapy of Georgia. It's a hard conversation to have, but it's one worth having. Total Body Therapy of Georgia. Online at tbtofga.com.
I'm Rick Jackson. My dad abandoned us. My mom was an alcoholic, so I left the projects. Shoe shining, ticket scalping, vacuum sales. I found purpose in work and built a $3 billion business. Like President Trump, I don't owe anybody anything. And like you, I'm sick of career politicians. I'm running for governor to lead America in criminal deportations, to cut income taxes in half, freeze our insane property taxes, reform the system so that anyone who can work will work, and not just sit around binge watching Netflix and eating Cheetos. I'll let law enforcement do their job. And if you're caught helping a child change their sex, you're going to jail. I'm Rick Jackson, and I'll get these done. Paid for by Jackson for Governor, Inc.
Attention Atlanta, it's the biggest truckload safe sale of the year at Safe Market and Liberty Safes of Atlanta. And it's happening for 3 days only. We're slashing prices by up to 40% on top quality American-made safes, home safes, gun safes, commercial safes. With 3 showrooms, there's never been a better time to buy. But hurry, when the truck's empty, the deals are gone. Shop online or come into one of our 3 stores for even bigger savings. March 26th through March 28th only. Call 770-242-0055 or visit thesafemarket.com.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3. That whole story time just gives me the creeps, the EBGBs, and it culminates in everything that we've discussed leading up to this, and how awful it is knowing that the police can't do the job that they're hired to do, knowing that young women are not safe in that city. Thankfully, y'all were with them, and of course, them being minors, you're going to be with them. But what happens when they're 18 and they're going to college? Let's say your daughter were to get an offer to let's say it's, I don't know, a big university up there, a big opportunity to go play volleyball. You'd have to double think that.
She's adamant about not wanting to be in a city environment.
Yeah, well, she's smart there. That's not a bad way of looking at it. But, you know, you can't help but, let's say, a big, I don't know, big school comes out, you know. And
I'll give you an example. Georgia Tech would be a dream.
Yeah.
Now, again, we're a Georgia family, and we're in Georgia pullover and all that stuff. But
that'd be great, dude.
But that's something that creeps her out.
Yeah.
Because when you are...
And now even more, I would imagine.
When you are a student at Tech, and this hasn't been as much, but we had that string several years ago where consistently you were having their students that were being robbed at gunpoint.
Well, okay.
So that went on for quite a while before they were able to beef up some of their campus security.
And let me tell you, it's been beefed up, but the kid we know that goes there, his car's been broken into 3 times.
Yeah.
He's got to where he just leaves, he gets everything out of it and just leaves the door open.
Mm-hmm.
He don't even unlock it because he's tired of replacing the windows. It's happened 3 times.
Yeah, you don't want to... People roll down their windows now.
Yeah, just leave them open. Just open the door, look, there's nothing in here, you know, whatever.
Keep it moving.
Yeah.
I made it easy on you.
They're looking for money or guns or drugs, I guess.
Get Tug's truck, you'll find all 3.
By God. But you're liable to get your ass whooped. They come after Big Red.
They got my gun. Didn't get my drugs or my money, though.
That's exactly right.
Where's that crown bag
Oh,
at?
God, they took all the drugs.
What are we going? Bring them back. Bring them back. What are you doing?
I've been violated.
Yeah, that's right. I just, you know, I mean, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 universities in Minneapolis. There's 3 more in the Twin Cities, so that's 7. You know, 7 universities and colleges. And I'm not saying they're all good at volleyball. I'm just saying, you know, like if you got one of those, it would be flattering because great, you know, a coach is looking at me. There's an opportunity on the table, but you know, just
experience enough is going to eliminate
exactly
it.
right. Just
that
like,
experience
no
enough.
way, who's doing that? And just from that experience, that word's going to travel. Not that it matters. I don't know that they care, and that's not going to change any of the politics up there. But let me tell you, those girls, one thing I know about teenage girls, everybody will know.
So everything turns. Like eventually, that city is going to have to either make a change or it will be a pure cesspool. And
I think it's already there.
But I mean, it's a really nice Midwestern town, and it's just being rotted away from the bottom. So then there's the state of New York. And Kathy Hochul, the governor of the state of New York. Now, I knew the woman was crazy when she had her vaccine necklace and all the other weird stuff about her.
She's got crazy eyes, too.
Yeah, she's got crazy eyes. So here's your audio. Kathy Hochul, several years ago, basically told everybody, if you don't want to be here, you don't have to be here. Well, now she's singing a different tune.
And we're here to say that the era of Trump and Zeldin and Molinaro, just jump on a bus and head down to Florida where you belong, okay? Get out of town. Get out of town. Because you don't represent our values. You are not New Yorkers. But maybe the first step should be go down to Palm Beach and see who you can bring back home. Because our tax base has been eroded. Wow. So I philosophically don't have a problem. It is like I have to look at the fact that we are in competition with other states who have less of a tax burden on their corporations and their individuals. And I would say remote work changed everything. There were people who could only work in an office in Manhattan or work in New York State.
So there's Kathy Hochul basically telling everyone a couple years ago, get out of here. Yeah. Now, hey, will you please come back? Because we have such socialist programs and we're running out of money.
We need yours.
We need your money.
Could you bring some of it back? And I love the way she tried to blame remote work on it was remote work. That's what caused all this. No, it's your tax policy. It's the things that you're begging them to come back to fund. That's why they've left, and that's why they won't come back. Fool.
Yeah, this is not just about the worker, because that's always going to be the complaint about remote work. Well, look at all of our office space. It's now going unused. This is more about that you are not an environment as a state that is good for corporations to exist there.
How bad does it look for Kathy Hochul to play that first cut? Go on. We don't want you here. You want to go down there and pay less taxes? Go ahead. Okay, we will. And now, please come back. Please. It's just, after a while, it gets so tiring to me.
Again, the worm turns on these things. It's happening even in the state of New York, where they're losing. And let's face it, New York City is supposed to be the heart of capitalism. And people are getting out of there too.
One day the world will thank Donald Trump for what he's doing right now. Next one, Extra.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Maybe you saw the post on Truth Social. Donald Trump said, now with the death of Iran, the greatest enemy America has is the radical left, highly incompetent Democrat Party. Hakeem Jeffries says that Trump ought to keep his reckless mouth shut. Reckless? Well, maybe so from a Democrat point of view. What if it actually makes Americans start thinking? Are the Democrats our enemy? Well, let's talk about Iran. Who gave them well over $1 billion in cash that ended up helping them with their nuclear research? Barack Obama, Democrat. Who actually facilitated Iran getting nuclear materials from Russia? Hillary Clinton, Democrat. Who did absolutely nothing when in power to keep Iran from developing a nuclear weapon? Democrats. Okay, you've heard all of that before. I want to get into an area you're not familiar with. Who is denying you a decent retirement income? Democrats. Here's how. Social Security. Who resists any effort to privatize Social Security or to let Americans have their own Social Security retirement account? Democrats. How do we suffer from that? Let's talk about one thing, the death benefit. If you're receiving Social Security and you go Tango uniform, how much money does your family get? Your heirs, your wife, your children. What's the death benefit? $255. Now, a few decades ago, when some government employees in some states were allowed to have their own Social Security account, What was the death benefit then? Well, we'll go to Galveston, Texas. Under the Galveston plan, the death benefit was $50,000. The difference between private plans and federal plans. Who supports the federal size? Democrats. Who's the enemy? Figure it out for yourself. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Attention Warriors, are you a veteran ready to navigate to success after service? Tune in to the Warrior Alliance Network. Join us as we spotlight inspiring stories, provide essential resources, and connect you with a community dedicated to empowering veterans. From career advice to health and wellness tips, the Warrior Alliance Network is your go-to hub for post-service success. Tune in Saturday mornings at 11 a.m. on Extra 106.3. Join us on the mission, the Warrior Alliance Network, where warriors thrive together. Visit us at thewarrioralliance.org for more information.
Start your day with Tug and Los on the Morning Xtra from 6 to 10. Then it's Glenn Beck, Clay and Buck at noon, and the Kimmer Show on your ride home from 3 to 6. And hang out every night for Jesse Kelly at 6 and Jimmy Fela at 9. And stream it all live in crystal clear HD on the Extra 106.3 app. WFOM and W292 EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
This is a Fox News alert. President Trump suggests an end could be coming to the conflict with Iran. I'm Dave Anthony. That replaces our top story of a deadly plane crash that's closed a major New York City airport. More on that in a moment. As for Iran, the president a short time ago informed us there are productive talks toward a complete and total resolution of our hostilities in the Middle East.
President Trump taking to Truth Social not only to say there are very good and productive conversations taking place between the United States and Iran, but he goes on to say he's ordered the Department of War to postpone for at least 5 days strikes against Iran's energy and power infrastructure.
Fox's Trey Yingst in Tel Aviv. That initial Trump deadline was tonight, and Iran had threatened to retaliate, targeting electricity and drinking water in the Middle East. Now, there's big reaction to the Trump statement in financial markets. Oil prices plunging more than 6%, and on Wall Street, Dow futures up more than 700 points. And now to that crash just before midnight at LaGuardia Airport in New York.
2 pilots dead after this violent collision between an Air Canada Express plane and a Port Authority fire truck.
Fox's CB Cotton is at LaGuardia.
The aircraft ripped apart, its nose completely sheared off on the tarmac just feet away. The fire truck overturned, crushed, and heavily damaged.
That truck had clearance to cross the runway. Then just as the plane landed, it was told to stop over and over, but it was too late. LaGuardia is closed till this afternoon. More than 500 flights canceled to and from there, while other airports remain plagued by hours-long security lines as more TSA agents work without pay in that standoff in Congress over funding, and they're not showing up, some of them. So starting today, immigration agents will be sent to airports to help. House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries tells CNN State of the Union that's the last thing we need.
Potentially to brutalize or in some instances kill them. We've already seen how ICE conducts itself.
Democrats have blocked Homeland Security funding, demanding immigration enforcement reforms. America's listening to Fox News.
I didn't switch to Pure Talk just because I wanted to save 50% off the same 5G service I'd been paying twice as much for. I switched because I like the idea of being in business with a wireless company that supports our veterans in a meaningful way. Pure Talk also creates American jobs every day by keeping their entire operation in this country. I appreciate that. If you feel the same, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Does your friend listen to an old station whose news gives them the blues? Set your friend right. Tell him to download the Extra 106.3 app.
Tug and Los is on 10. As a guy that worked music radio for a long time, I really have a hard time talking right now. It goes against everything in the world to speak over. Zep, come on. Just let it breathe. let it breathe for a minute. So good. 8 o'clock hours brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier experts. 770 get heatcentralheat.com. Perfect time to get your maintenance agreement done. That way, all this dust that you're seeing lay on your car, and then, the parking deck that we park in here at the Battery Atlanta, all the concrete just looks yellow. It's been painted yellow.
So I came back last night. Flight landed just a little bit after, like 11 o'clock, 11:15. So I haven't seen anything yet in the daylight.
Okay.
But I've heard
It's
that
thick.
it's here.
It's thick.
It's starting.
And that will be in your house. So get a maintenance agreement today with Central Heating and Air Conditioning.
And I get a month of congestion. I'm going to love it.
It's the pollinating.
Yeah, it's the pollinating.
That's what season we're in right now. The pollinating. We've celebrated Chuck Norris all morning. Just the fact that he was amazing, and
he graced us.
He graced us with his presence for so long. We've been taking your Chuck Norris jokes at 404-741-1230. Chuck Norris built the cabin he was born in, and when Chuck Norris plays dodgeball, the balls dodge him. There's a couple others.
You had the best one that you had this morning. Chuck Norris told a woman to calm down, and she did. I don't know why I enjoy putting that out there on X so much when there is somebody who is having a moment.
Yeah.
Like, you should have told her to calm down, because everyone knows.
That always works.
That's going to pretty much.
That's going
Like, we were at level 5.
Yeah.
How'd you get it to level 11?
11, turn it up to 11.
Yeah. Why don't you say, hey, why don't you calm down?
Yeah.
See how that works?
It'll always work.
Chuck Norris doesn't use sunscreen. He just points at the sun and says no.
Coming off yesterday when my wife got sunburned.
Oh, love it.
Sitting out watching my son play baseball yesterday. She got cooked. So cooked. And so, yes, the fact that Chuck just say no. Have none of this. Have none. No. We told the son no. So great. So if you've got your favorite Chuck Norris jokes, then we will take them throughout the remainder of the show. We're about halfway here on Extra 106.3. And Los has been traveling, obviously, with his daughters playing volleyball. He talked about being in Minneapolis and how crazy it is there. I was in Charleston for a couple days there at the end of the week, and then was in Augusta for Saturday, Sunday. So this show is well-traveled, man. We've been burning up the roads, but we are here and going to be here through at least June, right? Is that what you said, June?
Nationals for AAUs in Orlando, like end of June, right around there. And USAV Nationals is in Indianapolis. So there will be no travel for the remainder of March, April, May. So basically, the better part of the next 3 months, we'll be here for you.
Yeah. So...
We are here.
We are going nowhere. We're going to be locked down. And we're just grateful.
In a good way.
Yeah, that's right. We're just grateful that...
you won't form a drug habit from our lockdown.
That we know of.
Right.
Not that we're aware of. But we're just...
we're going to get to celebrate a holiday together. The 23-year anniversary.
Is that coming up?
It's coming up.
April 4th?
6th.
April 6th. That is the day that Front Office Los threw a no-hitter in college. That's the day we'll celebrate.
I know how we're going to celebrate it, but
we're going to have
it on a Monday, so we'll figure it out.
We're going to have bubbly. We're going to have. We're going to have.
It's not like the '72 Dolphins, where it's like we got to crack some champagne because haven't had an undefeated season
that
since
crown
then.
bag may actually have something else in it.
That's right. 72 Dolphins. I got nothing for them.
Fairly certain somebody at that university has thrown a no hitter since then, but I'm waiting.
Yeah, I'm going to say
I watch. I follow.
Bryce, when you looked up the date, did you see anybody else that had done it?
I honestly didn't look that hard, but you know what? It gives me
there's
do some
something
research.
new to research. That's our research department, crack research department.
I read this one over the weekend when it comes to Chuck Norris.
Oh, here we go.
Thank you to Kelly for sending this one over.
Yeah.
Chuck Norris visited the Virgin Islands once. Now they're just called the Islands.
I don't think I've ever heard that one.
That was so good.
That's a good one.
That was like pretty good.
I love it. So there you go. There's just, there's so many of them. There's a million of them out there. Chuck Norris cannot take a left turn because he's always right.
Good. Awesome.
It's so good.
By the way, have you seen some of our images from Atlanta, Hartsfield, Jackson?
With the ICE officers?
We actually, because the question from the left was, are they going to be masked? I was like, no.
There's no reason for them to be.
Not out in the field.
That's
They're
right.
just working as regular law enforcement. By the way, federal law enforcement officials, they've always been that.
Yeah. Although it does concern me a little bit because there are still crazies.
Yep.
That will try to dox these guys. There's no question in my mind.
I would firmly believe, especially when we're talking about these people in airports, I don't believe you're going to get a lot of the real crazy leftists that are on the street that are being compensated for this stuff. Most of the time, 99.99999% of them are just regular travelers just trying to get through these lines and get to where they're supposed to go. And largely these lines, I believe, are political.
Yeah, it is. Unreal, though. I always worry about those guys' safety. Because doxing people is so frightening. Just the fact that somebody would show up your house, guns drawn, because they've been told there's something, terrible going on at your house.
Yeah, where they'll SWAT you.
Yeah. It's bad news. And here's the thing, it only takes one. It's just one nutty leftist that's waiting in that line, being able to snap a picture, which we, as you know, can happen quickly. If you missed the story time with the Front Office Los about snapping pictures, you can go back and listen to it on the Xtra 106.3 app. It is it will give you creepy crawly skin.
Can I give you when we talk about Norm and Norma, people that understand this stuff, people that don't. So if you're listening to this radio program, clearly you know what is going on in terms of this funding and this issue that's going on with the TSA and Department of Homeland Security. So this is a post. I'm not even going to point out the person's name, but they asked this question. How is there money for ICE to run TSA, but not money for TSA to run TSA? Baby girl, you just got here, didn't you?
Yes. It's been a minute.
One's funded through 2029.
Yeah, right.
The Democrats refuse to fund DHS and TSA.
And they know it's funded through 2029. That's the thing. We had the article, I think it was Wednesday, from Axios, which is a left outlet. And Hakeem Jeffries saying, we're going to maximize the punishment of the American. We're going to make it hurt. Yeah. The American people hurt. That was his quote from Axios.
In their first shutdown, it was the same thing.
Yeah. They want this to be painful for you. They know ICE is funded. It doesn't matter to them. There's been plenty of votes that it could have passed, that could have opened this up and been done with it all. And no, they've decided, no, we want you to feel it. We want you to experience the pain.
All in exchange. Hakeem Jeffries even did a podcast over the weekend talking about the Democrats want assurances from a policy standpoint that you will not have ICE anywhere near polling places. This is strictly about the Democrats trying to protect the illegal vote.
As of
that's why our lines are so long.
2 minutes ago, showing pictures of Hartsville-Jackson TSA line out. I mean, it's physically out the door, walking down the sidewalk now. So, it's going to be that way. Thank you, John Ossoff. Thank you, Mr. Warnock, Reverend Warnock. We appreciate you. Let's get to the first thing to know this morning.
Way out west, there's a show, the Morning Xtra, the Morning Xtra. Tug so bold, deep in the story, breaking news that's bold. Tug is a sailor.
There's been a lot of discussion about Iran, and most of the polling shows that the American people support the president and his decision to go in there and make sure that they don't have nuclear weapons. I think everybody in their neighborhood really excited about the possibility of something changing because Iran holds kind of the world hostage. It's funny, with the Straits of Hormuz, the Iranians hold that whole part of the world hostage, oil getting out to the world market. The only people it really doesn't affect is the United States.
Is us, because of our production.
That's exactly right. We're in a better position than most everybody else because we're able to create our own energy and harness our own energy because we have a president willing to do that, because prior to that we didn't, Los.
This is much more of a situation that for instance, the Japanese have to deal with. I mean, that's their lifeblood, as it's always been for that island, is they have to import oil. And so when you have a situation such as this, it affects their markets much more than it does ours.
I want you to hear from energy analyst Phil Flynn when he talked about what the world will say to Donald Trump in the future.
I feel really confident that the world is going to finally band together to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. And I think the world's going to thank President Trump because we have been paying a terror premium on that strait for the last 50 years. This is Iran's last chance. We've seen the military attack up and down the Strait of Hormuz, taking out those batteries. We just have to get confidence by the ship owners that it's safe to go through. And now with this new coalition that President Trump got commitments from other countries saying, hey, this is your battle, too. This is your strait, too. And when the rest of the world comes together, they'll get it reopened.
Look at there. 50 years from now, people will be thanking President Trump. Now, it'll probably take that long for the TDS to die down a little enough so people can do that. But I think he's exactly right. I mean, if you don't have a nuclear-armed Iran, I mean, you've just liberated the world from one of the most insane group of people in the Iranian leadership. Now, the IRGC kind of running the show right now, and they are probably going to be even more active because they feel like their lives are on the line, their power's on the line, everything is on the line for them. So they're going all out. No matter what, they're going to do everything they can to make things as difficult as possible. And, okay, we're up for the fight, and I'm glad to have our men and women in uniform defending the world because that's what we do. Unfortunately, being the world's only superpower, that's what we do. It's not ideal always, but as long as boots are not on the ground and we can do this from air, we can do this from the sea, then I think most Americans are going to be continue to be in favor of it, Los.
We always have there's a level of duration for this, and I believe you're going to have support that is going to run with this, I would imagine, for several more weeks. But if we do have additional losses, or if we start to see because right now the Iranians are just trying to use the world markets as their one way that they can have any sort of win on a battlefield. Because right now, anytime they roll anything out into the field, it gets blown up. Like they cannot run any sort of counter offense to what is going on in that region right now. So all they can do is, well, let's see if we can mess with the marketplace.
All right, there's a post from Donald Trump that is from @Breaking911 sharing the president's post from Truth Social. I'm pleased to report the United States of America and the country of Iran have had, over the last 2 days, very good productive conversations regarding complete and total resolution of hostilities in the Middle East based on the tenor and the tone in these in-depth, detailed, constructive conversation, which will continue through the week. I have instructed the Department of War to postpone any and all military strikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure for a 5-day period. Because if you remember, over the weekend, he had talked about, hey, we want to wind things down, and then they shot an ICBM over at our base in Diego Garcia, and then he was like, okay, if this is going to continue to happen, we're going to blow up all the energy infrastructure. We're going to blow up all the power grid. We're blowing up everything. And so that may have gotten their attention if this is indeed the case. And Bryce just sent it to me. So we'll see. That seems like a positive step, especially with the threat of Donald Trump saying we're just going to we've held back. We've allowed you to earn money through your oil, over on Carg Island, Tripoli moving in there. The Marines are on their way. Maybe that's part of it too. Seeing Donald Trump, if this is the case, seeing Donald Trump bring them back to the negotiating table through strength, I love it.
I thought Anna Paulina was really good on Bill Maher over the weekend, where she was able to explain to that audience, let's face it, it's a left-leaning, very Democrat audience, although Bill Maher, he's sliding over to our end of the tent. But she made it very clear. If Iran was just interested in domestic nuclear usage, then none of this is happening. And the fact that Iran started off talks and made the point about how close they are and how much enrichment that they have. They claim that they're now at 60% enrichment. By the time you get into the 80s, 85, now we're talking about big-time nuclear yield. You only need 4 to 6% of enrichment for regular domestic use, for power use. So she made it very clear. She's like, a nuclear Iran is in no one's interest. And so if you're explaining to somebody out there, like, why is this still going on? It's because until they give up their nuclear plans, you're just going to bomb the hell out of them.
And they've been partnering with the North Koreans with that missile, specifically the one that was shot over Diego Garcia. One was shot down and the other malfunctioned, but they wanted you to know that they have the ability.
Capabilities.
Yeah, that's right, to fire these. And let's be honest, those could hit every capital in Europe. Again, NATO, useless, couldn't defend themselves if they wanted to. The United States has their back. Right now, I would love for us to be out of NATO altogether. I don't think it's a good idea for us to be in NATO. Maybe you feel that way, maybe you don't. But I think NATO has done really nothing for us. And at this point, we're paying for it all. There's nothing that we get that benefits us. But the Europeans should know that they have an ICBM that can hit all of their major capitals. This might be a good time for Europe to start paying attention.
Well, and I thought Victor Davis Hanson, he had a really good post over the weekend. And he brought up how once you see Europe start to move more into our direction, that's when you know how complete and total the win is about to become.
They're always last minute.
They're always
it looks like we're winning now.
We're in.
No, of course.
That's the way that they now play things. This isn't the 1940s
He's
anymore.
exactly right about that.
This is how this plays. And so as you see these European nations that are moving closer into alignment with the stuff we've been doing for the last couple of weeks, that's how you know that Iran is basically on the ropes here. And again, it's encouraging when you end up getting to a point where you say the discussions have been good, have been better. We'll see how it plays out. If not, you know what's going to happen. Bombs away.
Yeah.
They're going to keep coming.
Yeah, Fox News has this as well. Just looking for other outlets that are sharing this. That
you just can't have a nuclear Iran. That's all it comes down to.
And everybody in the region knows it.
Yeah,
everybody.
When you're launching ICBMs that far, that's all you're doing is driving home the reason you can't have a nuclear program, not with that leadership.
And the thing is, the missiles they were firing with the North Koreans, I mean, you could equip that. If you had nuclear capability, you could attach a nuclear warhead to one of those ICBMs, and then the world's in major trouble. El Rushbo told us about this 10 years ago. The story that didn't happen. See if we can refresh your memory. Next on Extra.
You've been warned. If the Dems win the midterms, the border opens back up. Impeachment comes down, and you get more riots in the streets. Now's the time to hunker down and vote red. Count on Extra 106.3 to bring you the stories that matter from the most trusted voices in the country. Proud to be Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station. Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
So we're 3 days into spring, and already, I mean, everything is powder yellow outside. Yeah, I mean, it's just everywhere, all over. You can write your name in your car. You know, some people do it in snow up north. We write our name in the pollen. March is pollen season, yellow dust season, if you will. And you don't want that stuff inside your home, especially if you got kids with allergies or you yourself have allergies. And my wife can't stand, she loves the way honeysuckles smell, but once she's around them just a little while, man, she can't quit sneezing. I don't want that to happen in the house. When we walk out, can't control all the honeysuckles. Inside the house, we can because of central heating and air conditioning. The air is brutal right now. You can get an air purification system. You can get humidifiers, dehumidifiers, whole home filtration. It'll help your family. It'll help your kids, and even your dogs and cats if they struggle with allergies. I know, sounds crazy, but these days they do. We know they do. If your car's yellow, imagine what's floating inside your house.
I need your help.
Well, what do you need?
Snuggles the cat.
Snuggles.
It's hard to breathe.
But you never want help. You always run off.
Yellow stuff all over the place. I'm having trouble breathing.
Inside your nose?
Everywhere.
That's why I want you to call Central Heating and Air Conditioning. Your cat feels the same way, just like Snuggles does. 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com.
A golf instructor who knows technique can improve an aspiring pro swing. But one who really cares can help transform a career.
There he is, your new champion.
When you team up with someone who knows a lot and cares even more, you're unstoppable. At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking. Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Truist Bank, member FDIC, leading based on top 10 U.S. commercial bank.
Don't believe this nonsense you see on TV commercials about how uncomfortable a CPAP mask is. Take it from me. You wear one, especially the nasal pillow I use, for one night, and you will fight anybody that tries to take it away from you. But if they do take it away from you, you can get more at cpapsetcetera.com. cpapsetc.com. With a store in Alpharetta, same-day shipping. To your health, cpapsetc.com.
If you've been saying, I'll deal with those windows when the weather gets better, guess what? It's getting better. It's changing. And Jeff at Peach State Windows says now the time is to do something about it. Right now, 8 premium double-hung Energy Star windows fully installed for just $39.95. That's 8 windows for under $4,000. Jeff's family-owned business serving Georgia more than 50 years. They know how to build windows that stand up to heat and storms. How about 0% financing for 12 months? Peach State Windows, 770-485-8011. Make the uglies go away. PeachStateWindows.com.
It's official. President Trump has endorsed Burt Jones for governor.
Burt Jones has been an incredible leader. This man has my complete and total endorsement, and I really want to see him win.
Burt Jones is a trusted Trump conservative who's leading the fight to end Georgia's state income tax.
He's going to make a great, great governor. You will be very happy, Georgia. Burt Jones has my complete and total endorsement.
Paid for by Burt Jones for Georgia.
When you're ready for a new truck, SUV, or car, there's one place Atlanta drivers keep coming back to: Jim Ellis Chevrolet.
That's because Jim Ellis Chevrolet makes buying a Chevy quick, easy, and hassle-free.
No pressure, no games, just a smooth, transparent experience from start to finish.
And the Chevy lineup is stacked, from the legendary Silverado to the versatile Equinox to the bold new Blazer and the fuel-saving Chevy EVs.
Plus, they've got a huge selection in stock right now, which means more choices, better availability, and competitive pricing you can feel good about.
Here's the best part. You don't even have to start at the dealership. You can shop online, value your trade, schedule a test drive, even complete your paperwork from home. It's called the Jim Ellis Expressway, and it lets you buy the way you want, in-store, online, or a mix of both.
And when you do step inside, you're treated like a guest, not a transaction. That's the Jim Ellis difference. Shop online at JimEllisChevrolet.com or visit Jim Ellis Chevy on Peachtree Boulevard, just inside the perimeter.
Jim Ellis Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now, in-store and online. Staples, that was easy.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
It's Monday, March 23rd, and here are your headlines. Georgia's Court of Appeals is siding with Fulton County in a dispute over election board's appointments, ruling commissioners are not required to accept party nominees and can choose among eligible candidates. The decision follows a legal battle after early rulings forced the county to seat Republican-backed picks, and it could reshape how local election boards are filled moving forward. Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens says federal immigration agents are deploying to Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport to help manage long TSA lines during the ongoing government shutdown starting today. He says agents will focus on crowd control and not immigration enforcement as staffing shortages continue to cause major delays for travelers. And finally, Georgia taxpayers will soon see rebate money hit their accounts after Governor Brian Kemp signed a $1.2 billion tax relief bill, with married couples getting up to $500, while single filers could receive up to $250, with payments expected to go out in 6 to 8 weeks. Today's weather is mostly sunshine with a high of 75 and a low of 50. The Extra 106.3 headlines. I'm Bryce Gobert.
If you want to know something that Brian Kemp's really, really good at, it is getting people rebates when it comes to the taxpayers in the state of Georgia. He uses that so effectively, Los. I think he's really smart in the way he handles it. He knows there's a big budget surplus because the state runs very efficiently, as it should, and you have to appreciate that. And the fact that he is able to go, okay, here's another tax rebate, makes him that much more likable. And I expect, look, I know Brian Kemp and Donald Trump don't always see eye to eye, and maybe they like each other, maybe they don't. I don't really know. Something leads me to believe it's probably not, but they work together because they have to and they need to. I expect at some point you're going to see those tariffs that they have said that you got to refund or whatever, that those are going to end up in people's mailboxes. I expect those to be a rebate from the federal government because they're like, you know what, we can't pay it. We can't, there's no way to figure out where it all needs to go. So we're going to send it to all the taxpayers. I think he takes a page out of Brian Kemp's book when it comes to the tariff money. He's supposed to refund.
I just always wonder, Because whenever you hear like, oh, we have a budget surplus, I'm like, well, you're just sending me my money back.
Your money back, absolutely.
Whereas
you and I know
tariffs are
that.
a little bit different.
No, I know. You and I know that.
Right.
Absolutely. But you talk about Norm and Norma, all they see is a check in the mailbox.
Here's my check.
Yeah, right. They got me a check. I paid too much taxes. I'm going to get my money back.
Anybody remember the whole controversy in 2020 when we had, first off, we were paying people to stay home.
Yeah.
But do you remember the controversy of the checks that you were receiving specifically said that you were getting them from the Trump administration?
Yeah.
And the left went nuts. And they're like, you're just buying their votes.
Yeah.
I was like, well, you created drop boxes.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
Yeah. Checkmate.
Yeah.
That's basically what it was. And I expect that again. That's why that little bit of me expects that something like that with the tariffs. And you're right. They're totally different things. But the same concept will apply.
Yeah.
They'll be like, this is from President Donald Trump.
The Trump administration.
Here you go. Let's see if that happens as we get closer to the midterms.
It's sneaky.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm telling you, Brian Kemp's been a genius using them. And I imagine that the Trump administration has looked at that and go, okay. So over the weekend, Robert Mueller died. And Trump had a pretty sharp social post on Truth Social. And I know some people didn't like it, and I get it. It's fine. But then when you think about that, if you had that reaction that some people did, remember, the FBI didn't come into your home. Remember, the FBI didn't go through your wife's underwear drawer. I mean, there's all kinds of things that Robert Mueller did and was the head of that targeted Donald Trump specifically.
Well, I made the point over the weekend because we had this discussion among some of the parents, and I had a few decide, let's take it up a notch. And I was like, well, it's too bad Robert Mueller's in hell.
Yeah, right. And nobody. What was the response? What was the reaction?
Ooh.
Yeah, like, wow, that's strong.
Yeah.
I don't know about his salvation. I know the things that he did on this earth were not good.
Let me ask, if you consistently, in the interest of politics, you bear false witness and you have real power.
Yeah.
Where do you think that ends? Where do you think you end up with that?
I would never say, man, because I don't know what your last minute on earth was like. There's no way for me to know, but I know your behavior leading up to it wasn't good. I know that for sure.
I know that he was used largely as a political weapon.
Without a doubt.
Over the course of his career. And you can tell me all about his service record, and I will tell you that person left the military and went a completely different road.
Without a doubt.
And he was.
Because there was a lot of that, too. You can't say bad things about him. He was a veteran. Dude, if you're a veteran and you turn on your country the way that he did, I think I've got a obligation to point it out.
Let's bring up Benedict Arnold or Lee Harvey Oswald.
Yeah, both of them serve.
I mean, we can do this. We can do this all day.
Sure,
It's not a problem. But in the case of Robert Mueller, especially at the end, Robert Mueller, he was the very first one before the left was into hiring shooters in Florida and Pennsylvania, or trying to use lawfare, or trying to weaponize the DOJ, or trying to get the state of Georgia to go after Donald Trump. Their first play was Russian collusion, and Robert Mueller's going to get Trump.
It's funny you talk about, because I had to look up his name, John Anthony Walker Jr., biggest traitor in United States naval history, warrant officer, communications specialist, sold cryptographic secrets to the Soviet Union for 18 years, allowing the USSR to read millions of encrypted Navy messages. I remember being in Navy boot camp and Navy A school, and he was the guy that they always pointed out. Like, you start doing things like this, if you are not secure with the things that you're privy to, you will end up like this guy. He was the poster child of it all. Of it all, dude. He was the Benedict Arnold.
Robert Mueller is the very beginning of using the system in order to get rid of a duly elected president. Now, it's been done before. We can go back to the whole Nixon days and how that all played out. But as America lost its way into the 1960s moving forward, the system decided that Donald Trump should not be the president. And the system went after him, and Robert Mueller was the tip of the spear for the first time around.
Let's get to a flashback, because I think this is going to be a valuable voice that you will have missed.
And he's in hell.
We said all there is to say, baby, flashback, go ahead and give it to me. Flashback, honey, take us through the night.
I want to take you back about 10 years.
Standing, you can't Can't you see?
2016, when El Rushbo, he said it the best about Robert Mueller and the fake Russian collusion hoax.
We have been lied to ourselves. We have been misled. We have been misdirected by a willing accomplice drive-by media working with Robert Mueller and his staff of anti-Trump lawyers and the entire Democrat Party combined with the Washington establishment to create in the minds of the American people a story that didn't happen, couldn't happen, nobody can ever prove did happen. Where is the tampering of votes? Where is the meetings? Where is the strategy? Where is the evidence that Trump got together with Russians to sabotage the Hillary campaign, which is what everybody has been led to believe happened here? Robert Mueller has nothing, because there is nothing, on what everybody in this country has been misled to believe for the past 2 years.
He was spot on 10 years ago. He knew it 10 years ago. We know it today. Everybody knows what Robert Mueller did. He was not a good man, and he did not do any favors to the United States of America.
If you want to consider how bad Mueller was for the country, he was largely being controlled by a staff of far left attorneys, to the point where when Robert Mueller went to testify in front of Congress with the Mueller report, it was clear this man is suffering. Like, he was not right in the head. He couldn't answer anything. He was babbling. Well, he became the poster child for, well, if we control Robert Mueller, we can do this with Joe Biden.
We can do it. Yeah, it was like the precursor.
It was the precursor. So Robert Mueller doesn't have just some small footnote in history. It was, we're going to use this person as our credible Rock of Gibraltar to launch this attack against President Trump. And once we know that we can take one babbling old fool, oh, we can push this all the way to the White House. What's the big deal? We'll control the narrative the whole way around.
It set it all up, set it into motion. Another quote from Rush Limbaugh: Washington can't afford for Trump to succeed. And I would say that still applies to this day. The gig is up. If an outsider like Trump can fix the messes that they promised but failed to take care of in the past 30 years, then we the people will never vote for the establishment. And that's Republican and Democrat. Make no mistake. That's why they're so against Donald Trump. And then they use people like Robert Mueller to cook up just incredibly insane scenarios. Like you heard Rush say, a story that couldn't happen, that wouldn't happen, that didn't happen. There's no evidence of it happening. And still to this day, my sweet Aunt Peg, I guarantee, believes that it did.
Van Jones was the only person I heard that was talking about this publicly who said Russian collusion was a nothing burger. It was a nothing burger from very early on. But it largely drove the cable news narrative about the Trump administration. And in fact, it did so much damage in that it caused regular Republican lawmakers throughout all of Congress to hesitate working with the Trump administration. Now, granted, Trump administration had a lot of people in there that never should have been there. Donald Trump was given a list. Here, I'll pick out these people. He thought they were supposed to all work for him. That was not the case. But so you see what the changes that then go into effect by 2024. It's like, it's my people, and here's how we're going to play this game. And all Donald Trump asked for largely is loyalty. And you can have a difference of opinion. Here's what it's going to be.
He and J.D. Vance do.
But that was really that big difference in 2016 where Robert Mueller's sniffing around, and now other people in the administration are like, am I going to go to prison? Did Trump do this? No, it was always an invention.
Media loved it, though.
Yeah.
Because they hated him so bad.
It was an invention of the Obama administration along with the Clintons that was pushed forward, was fed over to the intelligence agencies, which then gets you into Crossfire Hurricane and all the other stuff that goes along with it to create if the New York Times is writing about this, shouldn't we be looking into it?
We got to look into it.
It was never legitimate.
Just because it was leaked to the
New York Times. And Robert Mueller was supposed to be the guy who was going to put the bow on the whole thing, and he couldn't do it.
Media loved Russian collusion because it damaged the Trump administration, and they loved the ratings spike that they got. Remember how big the ratings were during that time? They needed him so bad. And also, if you fast forward, since we're linking Mueller with the ability to control Joe Biden, remember the media also said, he's just fine.
Everything's good here.
So what are you talking about? He had a stuttering problem when he was a child. and they would have people on from the administration saying, "Oh, he runs circles around me. He is in such good shape." You remember it was
can't even believe it.
KJP, Karine Jean-Pierre, the press secretary, Binder. She was telling you how great he was. Couldn't believe it.
So you have to go find that page.
That's right. Absolutely.
You don't understand how much energy he has. It's incredible.
It really is remarkable.
Whereas we were looking at the schedule on an everyday basis, and we could tell you when he was going to have a gaffe, because anything that was scheduled for him after 4 o'clock, we knew Sunsetters is kicking in. He's going to have a hard time. And his work day was really only 10 to 2.
10 to 2, yeah.
Because anything as you got a little bit later on in the day, you knew he's going to have that gaffe. I mean, to think about the fundraiser that they had in Los Angeles, where now famously George Clooney wrote the op-ed about he ain't here. Barack Obama had to take him by the arm and lead him off the stage because he wasn't able to function. He just stood there frozen.
Take no joy in seeing that man declining. I take no joy in it. But I can't look over the fact that there was plenty of people using it to their advantage.
That's why June of 2024, that was the end of the media as we know it. They don't have the influence because you lied to the American people for so long, for the better part of 4 years, that when Joe Biden got on that debate stage and couldn't function, everyone saw it for what it was. So finally.
You were the bad one because you noticed.
Yeah.
You were the awful one. This is the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3 when we come back. Atlanta airport travelers, they're talking about Jon Ossoff and don't even realize it. Next on Extra 106.3.
Extra 106.3 Sports, powered by 680 The Fan.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Monday, March 23rd from the men's college basketball tournament. The Sweet 16 is now set. 3 of the 4 top seeds did survive the weekend's action. Florida being the lone 1 seed who is now out of the tournament. Duke, Michigan, Arizona all remain alive. Tournament action resumes this week on Thursday. From the NBA, the Hawks are now the 6th seed in the Eastern Conference playoffs, as they will be at State Farm Arena tonight as they host the Memphis Grizzlies. That tip-off is set for 7:30, and the final 2 games of spring training will conclude for the Braves today and tomorrow. The season begins Friday as the Braves will be at Truist Park, opening up a weekend series with the Kansas City Royals. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Join us Saturday, June 13th as the Atlanta Braves and Live Nation host the first ever Braves Country Fest, presented by Truist. A celebration of Braves baseball and country music featuring Cody Johnson and Ella Langley, along with Ernest and Mackenzie Carpenter, as well as musical performances and activities inside the Battery Atlanta. A portion of proceeds benefit the Atlanta Braves Foundation. Get your tickets at braves.com/Braves Country Fest.
There's never been a better time to fall in love with Subaru. Now through March 31st, get award-winning vehicles and exceptional offers from a brand you trust during the Subaru A Lot to Love event at Subaru of Gwinnett. Explore the full lineup of hybrid, electric, gas, and wilderness vehicles, including the 2026 Subaru Forester and the all-new 2026 Subaru Outback. Every Subaru is made with love and built to last, with dependability and value coming standard. Whether you're looking to match your adventurous spirit with the 2026 Subaru Outback or land on the reliability of the 2026 Subaru Forester, Subaru of Gwinnett has the perfect fit for your family. You'll love exploring in the 2026 Subaru Crosstrek. And the 2026 Subaru Legacy is what happens when we put the best of Subaru into a sedan. Plus, every Subaru model comes equipped with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive. There's a lot to discover and a lot to love at Subaru of Gwinnett. Come in for a test drive on Satellite Boulevard in Duluth or start shopping online at SubaruofGwinnett.com.
Hey, this is Matt from East Cobb. We basically bought our house from our in-laws. It was my wife's childhood home. One of the issues that we've had when we first moved in was our dog in our backyard. It was extremely shaded, could never grow grass back there. We resodded it twice. So ATL Turf Co. did an amazing job with our backyard transformation. They basically created a miniature golf hole. We have a miniature fairway. We also have a miniature little putting green. consists of about 4 holes, total about 40 yards. So you can definitely work on your short game and your putting. After that transformation that ATL Turf Co. did for us, my father-in-law came and saw his house the way it looked after the fact of we had a putting green and a miniature golf course. Sure enough, he did the same thing with ATL Turf Co. He has a beautiful backyard, wonderful stonework, drainage, and a beautiful practice area for chipping and putting. Check him out online at atlturfco.com.
Atlanta, it's Mark from the Safe House. The legacy of Joe Biden lives. His open border policy let millions of illegal criminals stream into our country. We continue to have customers visit the showroom and report that they have been victims of break-ins and lost their hard-earned and irreplaceable items. So don't be a victim. Drive by the Safe House showroom and see what real security looks like. Picture yourself placing your valuables in a Fort Knox safe. Now that's real protection for your priceless valuables. Drop by the showroom or go to atlantasafehouse.com.
It's the hardest working part of your home, your garage door. When it fails, you need someone you can trust. Hi, I'm Dan Watkins, owner of All Four Seasons Garage, Entry Doors, and Windows. When the largest and most important opening of your home breaks, don't hire a schmo. Call the local name you know, All Four Seasons. Ask your neighbors. We offer upfront pricing, free estimates on all major brands, and 24/7 service. When trust matters, trust us. All the number 4 seasonsgarages.com.
Gentlemen, listen up. When it's not hard, it's really hard. Did you know that 50% of men over 50 have some form of ED? It's true, and I'm one of them. ED followed me everywhere. Heck, even my initials are ED. I'm Dr. Eric Deal from Total Body Therapy of Georgia, and I know ED. It can lead to feelings of embarrassment, stress, and sadness. But there's good news. I can fix it. I fixed mine, and I can fix yours too. At Total Body Therapy of Georgia, we are experts in the P-shot, testosterone replacement, regenerative therapy, Trimix to create an erection, and more. Guys, ED won't get better on its own, but I can help you today. Call us at 404-777-1911. That's 404-777-1911, or learn about us more online at tbtofga.com. So take it from me, ED, Dr. Eric Deal at Total Body Therapy of Georgia. Call 404-777-1911 or online at tbtofga.com.
They lied, they cheated, and they broke the law. Liberal losers forced illegal migration on hardworking Americans. But conservative businessman Rick Jackson is ready to fight back.
I don't care if you're Muslim or Mongolian. You don't have the right to force your culture on our country.
Corrupt career politicians let the invasion happen, then made it worse. But conservative businessman Rick Jackson isn't going to let them get away with it.
Too often, criminal illegals commit sick, violent crimes, victimize our children, and get away with murder. So here's my guarantee to them. Do that when I'm governor, and you'll end up deported or departed. Any questions?
It's time to win big for Georgia. Rick Jackson, the Trump-supporting, straight-talking, successful businessman with nothing to lose. Rick Jackson for governor.
Paid for by Jackson for Governor, Inc.
Don't let your afternoon drive get bogged down with traffic and weather breaks. Just enjoy the Kimmer Show from 3 to 6 p.m.
Speaking of Kimmer, babes, one quick thing for Bryce. I heard you say that it's kind of cooled a little bit. Well, maybe you should have kissed her. Maybe you should have kissed her. I think you did the right thing. You did the right thing when you gave a hug. That's perfect. Maybe some chicks, they like take them. Just give her a kiss right there. And she says, oh, my God. In fact, I got one more great idea for you, aside from my hugging tactic.
I love it.
Great idea.
I love it.
You call, because I know nobody calls anymore. You're all texting crap. All right. Today, you wait till you know she can't answer the phone, and you call her with your voice, and you say, I just wanted you to remember my voice, and I'm wondering, remembering what a fun time we had. And by the way, next time, I'll take you throwing axes, if you like.
Don't worry, it's only the Kimmer on Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
It's always a good day when we hear from the Kimmer on the morning show on Extra 106.3, and especially giving good, sweet, clean Bryce ideas on how to date women, because Kimmer's got a good track record.
Yes.
I mean, solid.
Never has a problem
ever
there.
No. Ladies swoon. I mean, they're called Kimmer babes. They
That's
just
right.
swoon around him. It's amazing. Now, when he moves into like a more of a legal status with the lady, I don't think it works as well. Just being the man is where he needs to stay.
I think he works best as
the man,
kind of a international playboy, man of mystery.
Yes, that's right.
Doesn't need to listen. Nobody better try and lock down Kimmer.
No, well, you couldn't. They'd be trying to lock down a hurricane or a tornado.
That's right.
Wild boar or something.
If you try a wild boar, yes.
You can't
just caged a wild boar. It's going to get out and get you.
He's going to get you with one of those tusks. Be terrible. It'd be the worst day of your life.
I was surprised he took such an interest in my love life.
Well, it's Kimmer. He's got good advice.
Fun. Yeah.
I'm happy.
Yeah.
I'll take any advice I can get.
I
need it.
I love the fact that that Kimmer is available. You know, I mean, I don't know if you have to pay him, but to come in and just do an evaluation. You don't, Bryce, but I'm saying anybody else.
An evaluation?
Yeah, just do an evaluation.
What you're involved in?
Yeah, here's the way I see it. This is the way it should play out.
Something we brought up last week that ended up playing out over the weekend. Did you see The Bachelorette's canceled?
Oh, yes. I was so surprised.
I told you that woman had crazy eyes, but I was saying.
Right. Yeah. But I thought for sure they were like, we're going to use this to our advantage.
Poor guys like Bryce, that's what the dating scene is.
Yeah, boy, that's tough.
Like, not only will she
swipe left,
fire out 3 kids on you,
whoo,
then she wants to find a new man, and she hits you.
Bad news, man. That's a bad combination. Kimmer would say no.
Some dudes like that, though.
Those are weirdos. Those are weirdos. What's it on Gladiator when he threw the thumbs down?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what that's to her.
I'd be like, no,
get away, stay away. Ella Dorsey, who is a meteorologist here in town at Atlanta News First, she posted a video. Y'all, I have never seen Hartsfield-Jackson this bad. This is what security looks like, and this was on Friday morning. We talked to people who got in line at 3 a.m. and missed a 6 a.m. flight. And then this morning, we're seeing an account at Georgia Followers that are showing Hartsfield just wrapped around out the door onto the sidewalk.
This was typical of my experience. Mm-hmm. So when you're in like the rotunda, that is what they would do, is that they would have a multitude of lines and it would filter you depending on group. So it'd be like, right side, middle, left side, and you would all enter into the security checkpoint area, which by the time you're there, and this is where I need somebody who wants to speak up about this. By the time you got over there, it was no different than any other time.
Mm-hmm.
At least to my view, it was the same sort of people that were all working the same amount of desks. It wasn't like there were lacking people that were at posts, and it wasn't like there was a lack of people that were running the screening technology.
I wonder if, though, because so many people had called out, I think we had the number at 36%, it's those people had been there for 12 hours and then going on 15. I'm wondering if that was, the issue, just not having anybody to relieve them to even go to the bathroom.
But that's where I'm curious, because I was there and this was on last Thursday.
Mm-hmm. Now,
that was a 90-minute wait. I was there at 5 o'clock in the morning. I was in line by 5:35, 5:45. We had friends of ours that went just as early. They were in line in the 4 o'clock hour. And yet still, they were looking at about 90 minutes. So explain to me, if you're not really even running flights, except internationally, at 2 or 3 in the morning, how have you not processed people at that point?
The Atlanta airport tweeted out as of an hour ago, they're encouraging travelers to arrive at least 4 hours early.
4 hours. I want you to hear from some of those travelers, some of those Atlanta travelers, talking to John Ossoff and don't even realize it. Listen.
This is chaos. It's insanity.
I think the lawmakers need to think about who they are representing and who they're taking care of. It's been overwhelming, to say the least.
I feel that my safety is put at risk and the safety of all others that are flying.
Yeah. And you're speaking directly to that lawmaker and John Ossoff, and for that matter, Senator Warnock, who just will not fix this problem. They could fund DHS in an instant.
But they won't do it.
But they choose not to.
They want concessions over what ICE is doing in terms of policy.
And we had it, and we talked about it last week. I brought it up again this morning, the Axios article with Hakeem Jeffries, the House Minority Leader, who said, we want to inflict maximum pain on the American people. We want to use this as political capital. And that's what they're doing. So if you're so inclined and you're waiting at the airport, maybe you would want to give Senator Ossoff a call, maybe at the district office, 470-786-7800, or the D.C. office, 202-224-3521. Those numbers are there and available. You can look them, house.gov, senate.gov. You can always find your representation there in the House and the Senate. But I just think it would be maybe a good time to start flooding those phone lines and be like, hey, man, do you think you could do something for us here? You just sit on your hands? Are you going to do it for the party? You're going to do it for political power, but you're not going to do it for the people that you actually represent? Maybe say that in a message. Seems like a good idea to me. I don't know. Usually, if you start having the phones ring a lot, they start paying attention a lot.
I like the idea of, yes, reaching out and at least at the very minimal, understanding what the decision has been made here. Hakeem Jeffries and the rest of the people that are in Congress that are Democrats have already stated what the goal was. They do not want ICE anywhere near polling areas. And the response from the Republicans has largely been, well, if there's no one illegal who's voting, then what's the big deal? This is all about protecting illegals' ability, not their right. They have none. Neither do you. Their ability to vote in elections. That's all this has really come down to.
They know ICE is funded through 2029. They know it. They know it. They know it. You know it. I know it. We all know it. They know it. But if they can keep that ability to have people voting that sways the election, that tips the scales in the favor of the Democrat Party, they'll continue to. Cousin Brittany said I emailed them both. The response, the automated response, said I'll hear back within 4 to 6 weeks. Emailed both
responsive.
Ossoff and Warnock, and that's generic. Hear back between 4 and 6 weeks.
And the reason
this probably wrapped up 4 or 6 weeks
to me. Now I have been in the last month. I've been in the Orlando airport. I've heard of everyone going through the New Orleans. We drove back from that one. I have been in the St. Louis airport. I've been in the Minneapolis airport. None of them are what's going on at Hartsfield-Jackson, and I have to imagine that is being done intentionally, in part to bring pressure, and you have the home of CNN to show everybody this. Because in no other airport around the country, and remember, it's all relative. Yes, we are the busiest airport in the world, but it's all relative. If it's this much of a clown show at one place, how am I able to get through security everywhere else in the span of 5 to 10 minutes?
Yeah.
But it's
certainly I think quantity is a big deal. But you're
how are they able to operate at a much more efficient level in terms of if they're having the same staffing issues? Why are they not having 30-minute wait times?
Yeah,
45-minute wait times,
or even an hour.
Yeah,
even an hour. It's a great question. Great question. Probably some
it's engineered.
Yeah, probably some political games going on there, as you brought up earlier. 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier expert. 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com. When we come back, Chuck Schumer has been called chicken ass. What? We'll tell you why and who said it after the Dale Bortz report and Fox News update.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Xtra 106.3.
Maybe you saw the post on Truth Social. Donald Trump said, now with the death of Iran, the greatest enemy America has is the radical left, highly incompetent Democrat Party. Hakeem Jeffries says that Trump ought to keep his reckless mouth shut. Reckless? Well, maybe so from a Democrat point of view. What if it actually makes Americans start thinking? Are the Democrats our enemy? Well, let's talk about Iran. Who gave them well over $1 billion in cash that ended up helping them with their nuclear research? Barack Obama, Democrat. Who actually facilitated Iran getting nuclear materials from Russia? Hillary Clinton, Democrat. Who did absolutely nothing when in power to keep Iran from developing a nuclear weapon? Democrats. Okay, you've heard all of that before. I want to get into an area you're not familiar with. Who is denying you a decent retirement income? Democrats. Here's how. Social Security. Who resists any effort to privatize Social Security or to let Americans have their own Social Security retirement account? Democrats. How do we suffer from that? Let's talk about one thing, the death benefit. If you're receiving Social Security and you go tango uniform, how much money does your family get? Your heirs, your wife, your children. What's the death benefit? $255. Now, a few decades ago, when some government employees in some states were allowed to have their own Social Security account, what was the death benefit then? Well, we'll go to Galveston, Texas. Under the Galveston plan, the death benefit was $50,000. The difference between private plans and federal plans. Who supports the federal size? Democrats. Who's the enemy? Figure it out for yourself. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Hey, it's the Kimmer. Look out. The Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6, just like the Kimmer.
Being against the war because it wasn't why he wanted elected. He was going to get us all these wars. I can see being mad at him for something like that, standing on your principle.
Yeah.
But to be this vehemently against bombing the hell out of the people who've been killing us for 50 years, and if they get a nuclear, will try and kill us with those. It's death to America every other day. I'm talking about the leadership, not the people.
Yeah.
So to be against that, there's something wrong with it.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app. If you listen to Extra, share it with a friend. It's how we grow and how we can reach everyone in the Atlanta community that believes in the American way of life. If you value the station, help us grow by telling someone about the Extra 106.3 app. Streaming across Georgia on the Extra 106.3 app. This is WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. Extra 106.3.
This is a Fox News alert. President Trump extends tonight's deadline for Iran. I'm Dave Anthony, and in doing so, he suggested there's progress trying to end the conflict now in a fourth week, sending oil prices down big and stock futures surging on Wall Street.
In a post on Truth Social, President Trump has revealed that Iran and the United States have held talks about a complete and total resolution of the conflict in the Middle East. He's announced a 5-day pause for plans to attack Iran's power plants. This after giving Tehran a 2-day deadline on Saturday to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. In response, Iran had threatened the power plants of Arab neighbors.
That's Fox's Jonathan Savage. Now, Iran state media is reporting the president backed down because of their threat, adding there have been no negotiations. And Iran's media also reports there will be no change blocking oil shipping in the strait. An Air Canada Express jet sits on a runway at New York's LaGuardia Airport, its nose smashed next to the damaged fire truck it collided with late last night, killing the two pilots, injuring dozens of others right after landing.
Just had an absolute slam. Everybody was flying everywhere. I mean, the plane started veering off left and right.
The truck had gotten clearance to cross the runway. Then a controller told it to stop over and over, but it was too late. And then, as heard on liveatc.net, the pilot of another plane said,
That wasn't good to watch. Yeah, I know I was here. I tried to reach out to my stuff, and we were dealing with an emergency earlier. I messed up. No, man, you did the best you could.
LaGuardia Airport will be closed till this afternoon, canceling more than 500 flights to and from there. While in Newark, New Jersey, there are delays after the air traffic control tower was evacuated for a short time because of smoke in an elevator. As other airports are plagued with long security lines.
TSA workers, they're getting $0 paychecks right now, and that's part of the reason why that ICE agents are now here helping them out, trying to make these lines shorter.
Fox's Madison Scarpino at Atlanta's airport. Democrats oppose ICE being deployed to help as they demand immigration enforcement reform and holding up Homeland Security funding. America's listening to Fox News.
I didn't switch to Pure Talk just because I wanted to save 50% off the same 5G service I'd been paying twice as much for. I switched because I like the idea of being in business with a wireless company that supports our veterans in a meaningful way. Pure Talk also creates American jobs every day by keeping their entire operation in this country. I appreciate that. If you feel the same, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/save. That's ethos.com/save. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, it's your old pal Neil Bortz. I'm back on Atlanta's only conservative news talk station, Extra 106.3. Okay, here's more of the Morning Extra.
Hit me with that cowbell, Los. Come on. Who that loves Don't Fear the Reaper?
It is a classic SNL bit.
Yeah. And as a matter of fact, SNL UK premiered this past Saturday night. I guess Tina Fey hosted the inaugural episode. It's just funny that that came up. I was physically just reading that.
And the funniness of Christopher Walken saying he has a fever and the only prescription.
Yeah.
Because again, if you have a fever, what do you mean you need a prescription? The only prescription is more cowbell.
That's right. Dude.
Like, it doesn't make sense, but it's wonderful.
No, it's just terrific. It's one of the greatest Saturday Night Live skits of all time. Freaking Blue Oyster Cult. Don't fear the reaper.
And just the idea that in this classic song, it just needed more cowbell.
That's right. And now everything in life just needs more cowbell.
More cowbell.
It just makes it so good. Lord, I love that. The men's Sweet 16 is set after 2 rounds of the tournament. Florida becomes the first number 1 seed eliminated, losing to number 9 Iowa. Man, you don't talk about bracket busting. This has been just a mess. I mean, it started, I guess, with Siena sticking around with Duke. Duke ultimately won, but still, it was too close for a team like Duke to have Siena hang around.
Oh, it's typical. You're going to have your 11 seeds. You're going to have your 12 seeds. You're going to get wins. It's really a matter of, okay, how many will win those 11-6, 12-5 matchups. And then you don't really expect the 1 seed out in the second round.
No.
At least not the way that Florida was. They had been, you could argue, the best team in college basketball over the last 2 to 3 months. Still got my team.
Yeah.
My pick has been Michigan since.
Yeah, they're still going strong.
I mean, the first couple of games of the year, I was like, they are too big, they're too long, and if they shoot well, they're better than everybody. And I think
it appears that way.
See.
Yeah,
we'll see. Like that's what I believe.
Yeah, and then Georgia got their tails kicked by St. Louis,
and that killed Chuck Norris.
Yeah, it did, and it's terrible. It almost killed me.
Yeah, I get it.
Chuck Norris doesn't push himself up when doing push-ups. He actually pushes the earth down.
Yes.
Yeah, I love that. We've been doing Chuck Norris jokes all morning, so if you've got one, 404-741-1230, give us your best Chuck Norris jokes. We've had a bunch of people calling them in. We've found them on social media at Extra1063. And then me and Los and Bryce have been feeding them to you, too. So if you've got a few more that you'd like to offer us up, we'd love to hear them.
Somebody had Chuck Norris in a picture in Egypt.
Oh, okay.
With the pyramids in the background.
Yeah.
And it said Chuck Norris visiting a sandcastle he built as a child.
The pyramids there in Giza. Oh, love it. Dude, that is so good. I mean, there's just nothing better than Chuck Norris jokes. Like, to be honest, he wasn't even, for me, and he was even a little early for me. My dad liked him a little bit, and I remember seeing him in a handful of movies or whatever. I mean, it was great. It was, but then he became this folk hero that was even bigger. The folk hero, the jokes made him even bigger than he was in real life, I think. I mean, it gave him just another wave of career exposure, I guess.
I don't know how it originated.
I don't either, dude.
But when it took off, I mean, it was years of fun Chuck Norris jokes.
Lynn Beck was talking about it on Friday whenever I was wrapping up the show, and they were saying, I can't remember if it was when he got sick, but his wife was apparently very against these jokes, and his son was like, Mom, calm down. Like, if anything, this is just
furthering. Yeah, this is building his brand even more.
When Chuck Norris installs Windows, Microsoft accepts his terms and conditions.
I love it. Dude,
it's just a reversal of everything in life, but it doesn't apply to Chuck.
Yeah, that's right, because nothing applies to
I saw one, it's like Chuck Norris built a snowman out of rain.
Oh, I saw that one too.
That's great. I never heard that one either. That's so great.
The one I saw this weekend, Chuck Norris attends a feminist rally. He comes back with his shirt ironed and a sandwich.
I love it. Oh my God, that's so good.
Because, of course, Chuck going to a feminist rally.
Yeah, that's right.
Even they would be like,
everybody pops tall.
What do we need, sir?
That's right. Hand salute. Whatever you need. Whatever you need, sir, is what we'll get done. Oh, it's so good. Dude, so if you have them, 404-741-1230, we would love to hear it.
Chuck Norris once won an underwater breathing contest against a fish.
That's great.
Guns carry Chuck Norris for protection.
There's just nothing better, man. This is so fantastic.
When Alexander Graham Bell first invented the telephone, he had 3 missed calls from Chuck Norris.
When Chuck Norris cooks, he makes onions cry. And ghosts tell Chuck Norris stories at a campfire. So I'm saying they're just so good. That's a funny thing about the son realizing the beauty of it, and the wife, because wives are protected by nature. I understand. She was ready to protect him, and son was like, no. Chuck Norris can divide by 0. As the numbers guy, that was you.
When Chuck Norris gets pulled over, he lets the cops off with a warning.
Don't you ever let it happen again, pal.
I like that. He can divide by 0.
That's so good.
Chuck Norris clogs the toilet when he pees.
We could go on and on
There's so many of them.
And may need to, We may need to.
Well, if you're sitting in line at Hartsfield Jackson,
you got nothing else going on.
Maybe, listen, we got another 50 minutes with you.
Yeah.
We'll help you get through the line.
Right. And maybe make you laugh a little bit. You can't ever tell. I want to get to the first thing. While we're talking, we'll take your Chuck Norris calls, 404-741-1230 at Extra 106.3 across the social media platforms. But the first thing to know this morning.
They want you awake, informed, and ready to fight for the facts of the day in the land of the free. Now your sleepyhead nation needs your wake-up call. A mighty dose of reality coming in strong. Soon as the sun cracks the horizon so high, man, we got the story, no time for a lie. Ha! Put a boot in your ass, courtesy of the Morning Xtra here, because the
Los been doing karate here in the studio. Ha!
Preparing.
Ha! I love it.
I'm going to break bricks over here and then pieces of wood.
That's right. And then those people at the airport tried to break somebody's neck, mainly John Ossoff and Senator Warnock for not doing the right thing. Can you imagine what our country would look like if people did things? Democrats, establishment Republicans, you're guilty too. If they actually did the work of the people instead of what benefits them personally and politically. Can you imagine what the country would look like? Seems like it would be a much greater place to be. But that's, don't be misled. That's never going to happen.
It's just such a broken system.
It is. But I don't know.
Because
it's the best system and it's still broken.
But you end up in this scenario with the politicalization of both ends, the polarization of both ends.
Yeah.
Where if I happen, let's say, Tug, you're senator, but I'm party leadership.
God forbid.
And when you're going to run, I get to decide how much money you're going to get. Are we going to primary you?
You better act right.
You better act right. And so it just becomes where whatever the corner of the ring is for you, that's where they all stay.
Bravo to Fetterman for being the one that's like, I don't care. It's wrong, it's wrong. He says it out loud.
But he won't vote.
Yeah, most of the time. You're exactly right. Most of the time he doesn't.
Speaks a good game.
Yeah. When will he actually do the things that he says he's going to do? I want you to hear from Republican strategist David Urban calling Chuck Schumer. He's got a nice name for Chuck Schumer for not doing the work of the people.
Look, Congresswoman, Tom Homan was up on the Hill negotiating, trying to get this bill passed in the Senate. You've seen the White House give on lots of things, cameras, identification on ICE. The White House has given and given and given. Fact of the matter is, Chuck Schumer is just a chicken. I'll say it, because he's concerned that he's not going to be the majority leader, doesn't want to pass anything that doesn't just blow up ICE. And so that's why we're stuck here. It's not anything to do. Everybody knows what has to be done. Chuck Schumer won't allow it to be done in the Senate. And that's where we are. American people call the Senate, complain to Chuck Schumer, tell him to pass the bill now.
I gave you those numbers earlier in case you wanted to, and we can do that again here in a little bit. Give the numbers. Maybe as we head into break, I'll throw those out there again in case you want to call your representatives and your senators here in the state of Georgia, Ossoff and Warnock specifically, because we know the email doesn't work. Cousin Brittany hit us earlier and said I emailed and got basically an automated email that come back and just said we'll be back in touch with you in 4 to 6 weeks. after all this is blown over and I don't have to deal with you. Everything will be out of my way and I don't have to actually deal with you. But that's the way I think all of them, 99% of them, they function and operate, even the ones you like.
You missed some flights. I think that might motivate some of these people to call their senators.
I'm guessing there's probably some calls being made today with 3-hour waits.
And at this point, this isn't checkmate, but it is check. This is where Donald Trump decided, well, I tell you what, we'll roll in ICE, federal authorities. They will aid in this processing. And now I've stepped forward. What are you all going to do? And the only thing the Democrats can do is refund DHS, refund TSA.
They've had opportunities. They've not done it yet, so something tells me it's going to be a while. I think they're going to let the American people hurt. Now, I do believe this will backfire on them. I do believe that people are going to remember.
Last shutdown did hurt them in the polling numbers. As of now, and I know Harry Etten goes through a lot of the data, they're as bad off as they have ever been in the last, right now, 25 years in terms of their congressional approval. Now, that doesn't mean that 97% of them will not be voted right back in. But in terms of how Democrats are viewed in Congress, it is extremely poor.
You got TSA agents not getting paid. I want to play a piece of audio, and it's Rick Scott. And he was talking about a Democrat senator who said, I can't miss a paycheck. What are you talking about? No, I got a mortgage to pay.
This was a suggestion put forward by the Republicans that if we do not have funding for TSA or DHS, then no one in the Senate should be paid.
Democrat members of the United States Senate, these are our fellow citizens. These are patriotic people who made the decision to serve our federal government, and you are torturing them. Meanwhile, every Democrat senator who voted to start this shutdown is getting paid. Now, the average salary of a TSA agent is around $50,000, Mr. President. U.S. senators make $174,000. And while the folks at TSA are working-class Americans fighting every day to live their dreams, the average net worth for a Democrat in the Senate is nearly $3 million. I'm not here to shame those who have worked hard and been successful in life. I've worked my butt off during my life, and I've been very successful. And I don't apologize for a second. But in addition to donating my entire Senate salary every year, I'm also not the one sitting here today denying a paycheck to the more than 260,000 hardworking Americans at DHS. The last time the Democrats shut down the government and hurt our federal workers, one of my colleagues on the left said that he couldn't go without his Senate paycheck because he has a mortgage to pay. What the hell do you think the hardworking people at DHS have to do? They have bills to pay. They have mortgages. They have to pay the rent. They have to buy groceries. It makes you sick. It makes you sick to hear a member of the United States Senate who voted to not pay people say something so insulting. Imagine how it makes someone at TSA feel to hear that. A U.S. Senator needs to get his paycheck to pay his mortgage, but if you're at DHS, good luck. I think that's disgusting.
Yeah, I think we all do. And that's why you had Elon Musk say, hey, I'll do it. I'll just pay for it. And I don't think American law, I don't think U.S. law allows for it. That's my understanding of it anyway. And I guess if you're cynical, you can be like, well, he knew that. The reason he said it. But who cares? The fact that he had to say it, the fact that it's a conversation is embarrassing. And Rick Scott's exactly right on that.
Yeah, he's just laying it out there. If they have to do without, why can't you? And you are supposed to be the 1% of this country. It's very hard to get into office as just a regular Joe. And then once you're there, it's very hard to not get very rich.
Yeah, they all seem to have that problem. that terrible problem of being incredibly wealthy by the time you leave, if you ever leave. 404-741-1230. Jennifer's on the phone. Jennifer got some thoughts on TSA. What's up, Jennifer?
Yeah, hi, guys. One thing about the TSA is this is going to be a multi-year problem because who's going to want to work for them now?
Yeah, absolutely, because this is a reoccurring.
Yeah, Jennifer, absolutely right. Knowing that based on these bills, you're having this come up. Now, granted, this was different as part of the big, beautiful bill, and you had ICE until 2029. But this is going to regularly come up every 6 to 9 months right now.
It's already happened twice.
It's already happened twice, yeah.
And it will again. And she's right. Like, why would you want to go to work there thinking, hey, in 3 months, in 6 months, I might get paid. And they want me to come to work, but I might get paid.
Now, you will receive all of your pay.
Back pay once it starts over, but who can not get a check for 6 months or
who
whatever?
Wants to go down that road of even 3 weeks?
Well, right. think about your own self. Would you come into your job?
No, I wouldn't be that happy.
If they said, hey, here's the deal. We're going to pay you in a month, but we need you to work for this next month. Miss 2 paychecks or 4, depending on how you get paid. We need you to do that. How many people could say, yeah, I could do it? I mean, if you got an emergency fund, that's great. My wife and I try to have a small emergency fund just in case something breaks, the water heater goes out, whatever. But could you take on all the expenses that you have with no pay for a month?
But this is also the challenge largely of the federal government as in general. I mean, you can go to work for a federal agency and you have to be concerned every couple years or every 6 months or every 9 months, will my agency be funded?
And the answer is, it's on a whim.
We'll see.
As to whether it actually works out and you get paid or not.
Will it politically help?
It depends.
To make you go home for a while?
It depends on who it helps.
Show up?
Yeah. Dude, it just smells. It stinks to high heavens. As my grandpa used to say, man, that stinks to high heavens. And it sure does. And I feel terrible for those people. I mean, Los, you came through it. You went super early Thursday morning. Took you a while. I just saw Kelsey Wingert, former Braves sideline reporter, clubhouse reporter. She was battling through it, and I think it took her 90 minutes. She got there at 3 a.m. Still took her like 90 minutes through, if I remember seeing that correctly. Just, I don't know, within the hour.
90 minutes was... Now, if you missed the start of the show, we had to go over because I couldn't... They wouldn't give me my boarding pass through the regular system. So I had to actually go to Agent Assist. Now, they took our bags, they took everything. When I tried to walk out into the carousel area, which is where the line was starting, we were directed to another area. So my daughter and I are trying to walk to find the end of the line. And as we got near what would be that break off of, where international travelers head this way, domestic travelers head this way in terms of security, right then some people at the airport just said, get in line here. It's like, okay. Then the carousel people started showing up. So we cut off like half an hour. We were in line for 55 minutes to an hour. But had we started all the way at the back, where we
to be right place, right time.
place, right time, we were just doing what we were told because we didn't know where the line was. So we just, okay, here's where we're going to stand. And sure enough, still, we were about an hour. And to hear today that is it 3 hours? I don't know. Some of this is just the politics of it. Just play this game to make it sound like it's awful because I've now been in 5 airports in the past basically 6 weeks. Nothing was like Hartsfield-Jackson. And those are airports that are supposedly also without the same TSA help.
Does something else smell, Los? If it stink to high heavens, maybe?
Kind of seems like you got CNN in the backyard. It makes for a good visual.
It certainly does when we come back.
That's me with the tinfoil hat.
Yeah, well, we don't have those.
Some dots
we don't have those often on this show. They don't turn out right often on this show. When we come back, Angel Face. Goodness. Angel Face is just a sweetheart, and we love her, and that's the reason we call her that. Mrs. Luna corrected the record on Bill Maher's show. Wait till you hear what she had to correct the record on. Next on Xtra 106.3.
Hey, it's Los. Let's talk about Howard Brothers and Exmark. Spring is knocking. You've probably been able to tell from the yellow stuff everywhere. Well, also, your lawn. It's not going to cut itself. Get ready to mow smarter with Exmark mowers from Howard Brothers. With Exmark, you get durability, precision, and performance, and you can count on that season after season. Over at Howard Brothers, they've got the expert advice, the trusted service, and equipment that works as hard as you do. Stop by Howard Brothers today or visit howardbrothers.com and power your spring with an Exmark mower.
Start your day with Tug and Los on the Morning Xtra from 6 to 10. Then it's Glenn Beck, Clay and Buck at noon, and the Kimmer Show on your ride home from 3 to 6. And hang out every night for Jesse Kelly at 6 and Jimmy Fela at 9. And stream it all live in crystal clear HD on the Xtra 106.3 app.
Opioids can start as a prescription for pain, but misuse can happen quickly, and addiction doesn't discriminate. It can affect anyone. Take medications only as prescribed. Never share them and store and dispose of them safely. If you or someone you love is struggling, help is available. Call or text 988 for the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. Prevention starts with awareness. Learn more at GeorgiaOpioidHelp.org. Sponsored by the Georgia Opioid Crisis Abatement Trust.
The right partner makes all the difference. For more than 185 years, we've forged personal relationships with our customers and communities, funding economic development and rallying around the causes that are important to our neighbors. With the technology, products, and expertise you'd expect from a big bank and the local decision-making and commitment to community from your neighborhood bank, United Bankshares is your trusted financial partner for life. Learn more at bankwithunited.com. United Bankshares, member FDIC.
Attention, Antifa, human traffickers, cartels, and woke DAs. With Chris Carr as governor, you won't stand a chance.
I'm Chris Carr. In Georgia, we will prosecute you. It's easy for politicians to talk tough, but I'm the only Republican who put gangs, human traffickers, and Antifa behind bars. I even fought Obama, Biden, and Abrams in court and won. If you're attacking our police or our freedoms, I'll be your worst nightmare.
Chris Carr doesn't just talk tough. Carr had the courage, brought the cases, and locked up the criminals. He has more than 120 gang convictions. Over 200 human trafficking victims have been rescued and seized enough fentanyl to kill 3.5 million Georgians. Carr's taking on the woke left, making crime illegal again. As governor, Chris Carr will keep up the fight and never back down. Chris Carr, governor. Real fights, real wins, real conservative. Paid for by Carver, Georgia.
Attention Atlanta, it's the biggest truckload safe sale of the year at Safe Market and Liberty Safes of Atlanta. And it's happening for 3 days only. We're slashing prices by up to 40% on top quality American-made safes. Home safes, gun safes, commercial safes. With 3 showrooms, there's never been a better time to buy. But hurry, when the truck's empty, the deals are gone. Shop online or come into one of our 3 stores for even bigger savings. March 26th through March 28th only. Call 770-242-0055 or visit thesafemarket.com.
Hey, this is Los with David from Atlanta, who just purchased his new car with the Honest Car Guy, the new, fully transparent way to buy your next vehicle. David, tell us about your experience.
I had been looking for a vehicle for a couple months. The car buying process was a little challenging at first for me. I had some credit issues in the past, and I just happened to hear a familiar voice on the radio, and it happened to be on the Honest Car Guy ad. I got in touch with Tom. Within 2, maybe 3 days, I had a vehicle being shipped here from Orlando, Florida. I have already recommended him to family members, several friends, and I'll purchase a car from Tom when I make my next purchase for sure.
Friends, if you're in the market for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, get an honest car buy from the Honest Car Guy. You pay what we pay, plus an honest fee, and we back that up by giving you the bill of sale. That's our transparency guarantee. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or visit honestcarguy.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
It's Monday, March 23rd, and here are your headlines. Georgia's Court of Appeals is siding with Fulton County in a dispute over election board's appointments. Ruling commissioners are not required to accept party nominees and can choose among eligible candidates. The decision follows a legal battle after early rulings forced the county to seat Republican-backed picks, and it could reshape how local election boards are filled moving forward. Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens says federal immigration agents are deploying to Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport to help manage long TSA lines during the ongoing government shutdown starting today. He says agents will focus on crowd control and not immigration enforcement as staffing shortages continue to cause major delays for travelers. And finally, Georgia taxpayers will soon see rebate money hit their accounts after Governor Brian Kemp signed a $1.2 billion tax relief bill, with married couples getting up to $500, while single filers could receive up to $250, with payments expected to go out in 6 to 8 weeks. Today's weather is mostly sunshine with a high of 75 and a low of 50. The Extra 106.3 headlines. I'm Bryce Colbert.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3. Anna Paulina Luna was on with Bill Maher. Miss Luna, we call Angel Face because
respectfully,
yeah, completely.
She kills you with kindness and
good looks.
Yeah, she mocks you, but then you don't feel bad about it. Like, she just insulted me, but she said it nicely.
She said it so nicely. But there's a couple of different things that stood out to me about this discussion, and the first one I want to get to, because if you and I would have made this mistake, Los, we would have been called every name in the book. It'll be Angel Face 2 is the cut. Yes, we even
Angel Face 1, Angel Face 2.
Because we have 3 cuts. This would be Angel Face 2. When Bill Maher didn't realize Angel Face's ethnicity.
I want to talk about Cuba. This must be important to you, right? That's where your family's from? You grew up
We're
here?
Mexican, not all the same, Bill.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Uh-oh.
Who's got jokes now?
Bad information, not my fault. Okay.
But she made it fun.
She did.
But Cuba's in...
But that's the point, though, right? If the role's been reversed, it'd have been racist, bigoted, horrible, worst of all time. She didn't, because that's not how she operates. She poked fun, and she's able to be even self-deprecating.
If you don't know the history, and allow me to explain, I've done some research here on this one. So one of the knocks on her when she was running for Congress, and then when she got into Congress, was coming from the left of, well, she's not ethnic enough.
Oh, of course.
Like, they had people that were digging into her history because they were under the impression, like, well, she doesn't have any Mexican background. It's like, okay, sure.
Well, it's like my best friend in the world. We went through Navy boot camp together. We lived in Norfolk, Virginia together. He was my best man at my wedding. He doesn't speak Spanish, and he doesn't like spicy food. Yet both of his parents are Mexican. So are you trying to say that he's not Mexican because he didn't hit enough boxes? Is that what you're trying to tell me? My best friend's Jason Perez. You're telling me that he's not ethnic enough because maybe he hangs out with white dudes?
That's what Anna Poliana ran into. She was having to check boxes that she's like, "What? Are you kidding? Like, we just had a woman who ran for president that went from being Indian to black in the span of just a year."
It's unbelievable.
She's the first Indian senator. Hold on, no.
Pull up the VersaBreak.
Going with black.
Yeah, that's right. This is what we're going with. We got to go where it fits. We got to get in where it fits.
Come on.
Yeah, it was just so ridiculous. And the fact that that Bill didn't know, that should be embarrassing to Bill a little bit.
That's research that was not done properly. Because he's not doing that work.
I know he's not. I know he's not. But let me tell you, he should be pissed because normally somebody's going to call you racist or bigoted if you were to say that on national television. We're not doing that because I don't think he is. But if the roles were reversed, it would absolutely happen that way.
It's an embarrassing moment, but Angel Face played it off rather well.
She always does everything well. When it comes to the plan for Iran, she talked to Bill Maher about that, and it's along the same lines that we've been telling you the entire time, and I'm glad to hear her say it too.
Iran. My guess is he's not. It just seems like he gets out of. But can he get out of this one? That's my question. Can he get out of this one?
Yeah, I think, I guess one of the biggest announcements that just happened about maybe 43 minutes ago is that he announced that they're going to be winding down operations. And look, I've been on the phone with the White House from the very beginning. Obviously, being a veteran myself, my husband, for goodness sakes, was shot in Afghanistan. So for me, the last thing I want is boots on the ground, and I would never vote for that. But to be very clear, the president and the White House had never advocated for that as well.
He said he might do it a couple of weeks ago.
I think internal conversations with the White House that we're having are maybe different than what is out there. Remember, President Trump has been very good
came out of his
at
mouth.
using President Trump in private conversations, as well as the White House, though, has been very clear that they're not.
So you would split with him if he put boots on the ground?
Well, I don't think that he's going to. I mean,
but you would.
Yes, I would. But I will tell you this: that in my discussions with the White House, that's never been something that's actually being discussed. And also, too, the day after it happened, I think this is important for people to know. I talked to Secretary Rubio within 24 hours of everything going down. And what I will tell you is, and we can probably get into the issue of whether or not there was an imminent threat, which in my belief there was, but there was this thing called the Nazir Plan. And that was basically if they were hit at all, that they would retaliate. And as you saw in Tulsi's hearing that she did the other day, she said part of her job at ODNI is to actually provide the threat analysis of potential outcomes for if that were to take place. And it is my belief that they would have basically resulted in mass fatality for our troops in the southern portion of.
I mean, I think everybody believes that. But the thing that they got into that back and forth a little bit about with Donald Trump saying we might put boots on the ground. Do you think he wants to give the Iranians the plan?
No, that's the silly part that Bill.
And Bill knows that.
You're talking like a 12-year-old. That's fine. You're doing it for your audience. You're not going to limit anything from an operational standpoint, nor should you as the commander-in-chief.
And she was gently saying that.
As a commander-in-chief, you shouldn't limit anything. But And I have done this since the Monday after this entire thing kicked off. I was in Orlando, got back here Monday morning. I said, this country will support these actions unless you put boots on the ground. Boots on the ground will always be the red line.
Yeah, of course.
And that was weeks ago. And to see this play out, it's like, I told you that was how it was going to be. The administration gets it. I put it out there. Boots on the ground is a no-go considering what has gone on with this country in the last 25 years. We are war-weary about this stuff. Are we willing to do the stuff that needs to be done in this world? Yes. But we don't want to be in forever wars, and Donald Trump and this administration has been playing the game accordingly.
No question. This is the Morning Xtra on Xtra 106.3. Another thing that you got to be paying attention to, because Donald Trump just said, hey, we're in a phase of we're going to pause bombing runs for 5 days because we're having meaningful conversations with the Iranians. Of course, the Iranians are not saying that out loud because they would look weak if they did, and I get that. I understand that. Because you got Carg Island that's out there, you got the USS Tripoli that is moving into place. If they need to take that, it'll take Marines to take it, and that'll be another step in the war that's going to be very tricky. It will be very, very tricky. But otherwise, I guess you could just blow it all up, and then that destroys the world economy because we don't get our oil from there. We don't get our energy from the Middle East. We get it at home. Thankfully, we have a president that values creating our own energy. That would be the only caveat that I do see with boots on the ground, because it would take the Marines to secure Carg Island without a doubt.
Venezuela ends up, that's not realistic. Like, even Panama was not realistic how quickly we were out. Mission accomplished, that's get right. On out of there. Venezuela, obviously just a freakish level of operation. We won't be able to do that here if you put boots on the ground, which is why I think that's the red line. It will not happen. That's why, unless you're talking about securing a specific area
That's where I'm going. That's where I'm going. They're not gonna be in Tehran.
No.
Carg Island, because that's where all the wealth, that's where all the oil refineries for Iran are. That'd be the only thing, and that's probably going to be that the 31st Battalion Expeditionary Force for the Marine Corps, and probably special operators taking that. And look, that could be dangerous too. That could be crazy tricky there too. 404-741-1230 is the number. Liberal John on the phone. And what do you want to talk about this morning, Johnny? Good to hear from you.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Morning.
I was going to say one is that the Republicans are in full control of our government. So TSA should be able to be funded. The Republicans shouldn't need anyone.
Hold on. Hold on. Okay. I was just looking to, just going to let you know, I was just looking to help you because you're already starting off with a bad premise, like you're using a talking point, John, that's not accurate.
You own all three branches of government, like it or not. You do. You control the government at the moment.
John?
And you're in leadership.
John, may I ask you?
Democrats are not in a leadership role.
John, I have a question for you.
Republicans are.
John, I have a question for you.
Just let me finish my thought.
Okay.
Los, you're bad about this, about not letting me finish what I got to say. All the right-wingers on TikTok have abandoned him. Okay, I follow very hard right-liners on TikTok. They've all abandoned him. So what I'm wondering is what will it take for you guys to see what a horrible job he's doing? Drudge is reporting his favorability rating at 33, 34%.
You're going with Drudge?
Every morning I listen to you guys. You just turn a blind eye to everything. You act like everything's just going hunky-dory.
All right, John. Okay, now is my turn. Okay, John, now is my turn. John, do you know what an appropriations bill is?
I do not.
An appropriations bill.
I know that 7 bills have been placed up
John,
from the Democrats.
John, an appropriations bill requires 60 votes in the Senate. Are there 60 Republicans there?
No.
Thank you for the call. I appreciate the call, John, but when you start saying, well, they're in charge, if this was reconciliation, then yeah, you can talk about a simple majority at 51. This is an appropriations bill. This requires support on both ends, which you have full Republican support in Congress, in the Senate. It already went through the House. It needs 60 votes in order for that appropriations bill to go through. So what I'm telling you, John, and this is unfortunate, you're using talking points and hope from Drudge Report and TikTok people.
Of all places. TikTok? Come on. I don't even know.
But I'd let John finish.
No, sure.
In part to tell you that you're just wrong. An appropriations bill is not the way this is being described to you.
I saw CNN, MSNBC, and all the networks use the same thing. They had Democrat activists using the same talking point all weekend long.
They're in charge of the whole. You need 60 votes.
Which is that's just the answer.
You need 60 votes. If this was reconciliation, which limits some of the stuff you can do because it's strictly about spending. But when you go through an appropriations bill as large as this is for this form of the government, it requires 60 votes.
Unless you want to get rid of the filibuster.
Unless you want to get rid of the filibuster, in which case then you don't have to worry about it.
And then it would. Then it would just be a simple majority. And the Democrats say they're going to get rid of the filibuster as soon as they're back in power. I don't know if it's quite that easy, but that's why there are Republicans that are in favor of getting rid of the filibuster, just so you can get rid of silly arguments like these. And since you are in control of the government, you'd be able to use it appropriately.
And again, John, not trying to be insulting here, but when you start off, and the reason why I was trying to jump in for you, it wasn't because I was trying to cut you off. I wanted to make sure that you had the information correct. Because when you come on this show and you start telling this audience about how they have all three, and you don't know the difference between appropriations versus reconciliation, your whole point is going to be off. But now that you know,
go look it up.
Now you can look into it and go, oh, they need 60 votes for this to go. Oh, apparently because there's not 60 Democrats and there's not 60 Republicans in the Senate, anything that goes through appropriations is going to require votes on both ends.
And if you were to want to call Senator Ossoff to say, hey, jump on board. We know there's not 60 votes. Maybe you and maybe even talk to your counterpart in Raphael Warnock. 470-786-7800 is the district office. DC office 202-224-3521.
Chuck Schumer will not allow them to break ranks on this. This is strictly being held up. Because remember, it went all the way through the House. It's all the way through the House. It's already been voted on. They can't get 60 votes in the Senate, which typically an appropriations bill is not a problem. This is all being held up so that they can negotiate what they believe I should be allowed to do and not do over the next 3 years.
And I'll quote it again, the Axios article. They spoke to House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. He said, we want to maximize the pain on the American people. And they're doing it. Just look at what's happening at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport.
We've gone through all the data that Harry Enton continues to go through. Why is there a 98% approval rating when it comes to the Republicans on these actions? It's like, well, they're leaving. Okay.
Get yourself off TikTok. That's the first.
Get off
the first move.
Please stop using it for news. My 15-year-old uses it for news. John, you're better than that, man.
And I know he is because I've had lunch with him.
You've had lunch with him.
I know he's a good dude.
Again, I wasn't trying to cut you off, John. I just want to make sure you had your information right.
When we come back on Extra 106.3, I think it's the anniversary of a big event that I'm supposed to know about. An event.
You'll enjoy it. It'll be fun for everybody.
And do you think it'll remind me? You think I'll remember it?
I think so.
It's so good.
I can't wait. We're going to end the show on a smile. Next on the Morning Xtra on Extra 106.3.
Extra 106.3 Sports, powered by 680 The Fan.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Monday, March 23rd from the men's college basketball tournament. The Sweet 16 is now set. 3 of the 4 top seeds did survive the weekend's action. Florida being the lone 1 seed who is now out of the tournament. Duke, Michigan, Arizona all remain alive. Tournament action resumes this week on Thursday. From the NBA, the Hawks are now the 6th seed in the Eastern Conference playoffs. as they will be at State Farm Arena tonight as they host the Memphis Grizzlies. That tip-off is set for 7:30, and the final 2 games of spring training will conclude for the Braves today and tomorrow. The season begins Friday as the Braves will be at Truist Park, opening up a weekend series with the Kansas City Royals. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Immaculately designed and manicured backyards can significantly enhance your property's value and visual appeal. And by adding a customized, professionally designed and installed artificial putting green from ATL Turf Co., it'll take your home to the next level. ATL Turf Co.'s custom greens are designed to replicate tournament-level green conditions with realistic ball bounce, roll, and speed, and has a stimp meter of 10 to 12.5. So maybe it's time to consider artificial turf.
Hey, this is John Slating from ATL Turf Co. If you can dream it, we can build it. Just go to atlturfco.com to schedule an appointment.
Shop in the new 2026 Toyota Camry? Psst, come here. Make your move right now during Toyota's Ready, Set, Go sales event now through March 31st. At Marietta Toyota, every new Toyota includes our nationwide lifetime powertrain warranty. That's unlimited time and unlimited mileage for as long as you own your Toyota. And you can buy with confidence. Marietta Toyota is a BBB A+ rated business with a 4.6-star Google rating and over 11,000 reviews. Right now, we've got strong Camry inventory, so you can choose the trim and color you actually want. Special APR is available as well on new 2026 Camrys, 4.99% APR for 72 months for well-qualified buyers. Visit us on Cop Parkway South, just north of Truist Stadium, Marietta Toyota. Since 1975, we've been here and we'll be here for you.
4.99% APR for 72 months with approved credit through Southeast Toyota Finance. Not all buyers are qualified. Offer ends 3/31/26. Lifetime powertrain warranty included with every new Toyota purchase. See dealer for details.
Babe, can you knock out my honey-do list today?
Oh, I know. I told you I'd get to it this weekend.
Hi, I'm Chris Lalomia, owner of the Trusted Toolbox. I can't fix your marriage, but I can fix your house. With our handyman for a day service, we'll handle those drywall patches, that door that won't latch, the leaky faucet, and the wood rot all around your house. The whole punch list, done fast, done right. You keep your weekend, she gets the house done. Everybody wins. Book your handyman for a day at thetrustedtoolbox.com. One call, one handyman, one day, The Trusted Toolbox.
Hey there, it's Tara, owner and publisher of Our Town Monthly, where you'll find familiar faces, local voices, and community businesses like Grace Point School.
Thanks, Tara. I'm Liz Powell, head of school at Grace Point. We are a Christian school in Marietta that serves dyslexic learners in grades 1 through 8. Grace Point School is accredited by the Academy of Orton-Gillingham practitioners and educators, as well as the Southern Association of Independent Schools. We are a full immersion program and remediate dyslexia.
As a partner and a parent, I can tell you firsthand, Grace Point is a game changer.
As you know, Tara, early intervention makes a difference. Our teachers celebrate the gifts and strengths of our students. We are currently accepting applications for the 26-27 school year. Come learn more about our small class sizes, individual attention, excellent teachers, and one-of-a-kind community.
If your child is a dyslexic learner, reach out to Grace Point today. And remember, our town is your town at Our Town Monthly.
Did you know GoodRx can help you save on medication, manage prescriptions, and get trusted health information? If you're one of the millions living with a heart condition, check GoodRx for an easier, more affordable way to manage your health. GoodRx offers common heart medications for under $30. Just search for your prescription, find the best price, then show your pharmacist the GoodRx coupon. And it works whether you have insurance or not. To start saving and better manage your heart health, download the free app or visit GoodRx.com today. GoodRx is not insurance but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Tug and Los start your day the right way on the Morning Extra.
Get this. Cousin Brittany just texted me and said, I had to scan my ID to change my Yahoo password the other day. Oh, my Lord. That seems like that actually seems like a bit of an overreach.
I'd feel weird about that one, Brittany.
Yeah. Are you sure you're logged into the right website?
Brittany, were you looking into adult content?
That's right. What are you providing ID for?
Because there's certain states now that require legal ID. That's why I don't go to those.
That's exactly right. I'm not doing it anymore.
You taught me the error of my ways.
That's right. I'm out.
The Morning Extra, 6 to 10 a.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3. So, this is an anniversary of sorts, and I don't know that I know what the anniversary is. Los is convinced that I'm going to know this.
It's been 21 years. 21. Yesterday was 21 years.
Myself on 20.
And by the way, I've also got to give you this too before I jump into it.
All right.
So this is from Gone Squatching.
Yep.
Had a Chuck Norris joke for us.
Okay, go.
Said the calendar that Chuck Norris uses goes from March 31st to April 2nd because nobody fools Chuck Norris.
That's right. That's right. And it's very timely, too, as we're coming up on.
April 1 just doesn't exist in Chuck's world.
God bless him, man.
That's just how that goes.
He was the greatest.
So in this case, this is going to be a piece of audio that, it made its rounds all around Sports Talk Radio. While you were busy entertaining the morning when it came to the country music scene, we were wearing out Brian Collins. Now, who's Brian Collins? Brian Collins was at the student-run newscast at Ball State University.
Ball State, okay.
All right. And Brian Collins, he's on the desk. Now, if you've ever seen this, we've had friends of ours that have done, at the University of Georgia. Yeah. They've done them there. We've got a friend of ours did it at Missouri.
Yeah.
And you put together good tape. I was going to say, you got the same thing with Bryce. It's like you're used to this.
Well, and High Point. Remember when High Point won, they had the student radio broadcast
which
that was
is great.
Off the charts.
Them going nuts.
Good. Yeah.
Well, in this case, on March 22nd, 2005, Brian Collins is trying to deliver the sports broadcast.
Okay.
And the teleprompter is going to go out. Now, remember, this is still during the Sports Center era where you wanted to have taglines.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Stewart's got booyah. That was everywhere.
Yeah.
Cool as the other side of the pillow.
Yeah, for sure.
He had fun ones. Kenny Mayne, bring me your finest meats and cheeses. I always thought that was funny. He's like, here's a dunk. Bring me your finest meats and cheeses.
That's right. So, huge Pearl Jam fan, that Kenny Mayne.
So he tried. You'll hear this from Brian Collins. He tried to work his in. But again, the prompter's gone down. He doesn't know what's happening. And you have this classic moment.
Okay.
The Indiana Pacers are looking for a measure of revenge tonight against the New Jersey Nets and to strengthen their playoff hopes. The Nets won the last Sunday's matchup 94-85, which left the Pacers one game behind the Chicago in the 7th series spot. Let's check out the highlights. Steven Jackson's David... Reggie Miller's looking good. He shoots a three, and it's good. Later, he gets the rebound, passes it to the man, shoots it, and boom goes the dynamite. The final scores ended up with the Pacers 63 to the Nets 61.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot for that look into sports, Brian.
Boom goes the dynamite.
And when we come back, we'll have one final look at weather. Stay tuned.
I've never heard that. That's so good.
What's so awesome about that audio, and it's a little further because it's a long clip, but he goes, "Oh no," as the prompter goes down. For him.
So that's when he goes into mode.
So he's trying to figure out what the highlights are, and what is it? Pass it to the man.
Yeah,
because he didn't identify the player.
Yeah.
And then, boom goes the dynamite. Boom goes the dynamite became this tagline that people, in fact, you had SportsCenter anchors that started using it in homage
boom goes the dynamite
to what he had done.
That's great. Dude, that makes my day. I've never heard that day of my life.
So, the video is so painful.
Yeah. Well, you can hear how awkward and how nervous he is. Poor guy's gulping.
And when you see the whole system go down, you're like, oh no. And again, they're showing the highlight package. He's off screen. But you just hear the voice like, Steven Jackson, pass it to the man. It's like, oh no. So yeah, it was now 21 years ago.
I love it.
As of yesterday.
I love it.
Brian Collins with Boom Goes the Dynamite.
Can I give you a boom goes the dynamite moment in my own career? My first time ever live on the air was in Dalton, Georgia on WYYU, and I had to do a newscast because they had hired me right out of the Navy to be the afternoon news anchor. So I went in there, and midway through, I just lost my place, and I was like, oh, crap. So they got me on oh crap for years because I was like, oh crap.
And boom goes the dynamite.
Yeah. Or oh crap. That was my boom goes the dynamite. And it stuck with me until I moved and took the job doing country in Chattanooga, Tennessee. It was the oh crap moment.
The biggest panic moment I think I've had was when, and I was working here in Atlanta, and I kept hearing promos for a Sunday recap show, and it was for the Falcons and the Cowboys that were playing. And I know, I'm hearing it. It's like, join front office Los and home team Brandon League. They're going to be out over here. I'm like, home team is flying to the game.
Yeah, how's it going to be anywhere?
I was like, I think somebody messed up here. And so I drive out to this bar. It's way out 20. We walk in, and first off, funniest thing was I was with one of our promo guys. He's the only white guy there. And he's looking at me. He's like, everyone's looking at me. I was like, well, you kind of look funny in here.
You're sticking out like a sore thumb.
You kind of stick out. They're all like, who is this dumpy guy?
Who's the white dude?
And so we set up, and now the panic's starting further. They're like, dude, I don't think home team's coming. I was like, well, he's not. I just got pictures of him.
Yeah,
he's over here.
He's head of the game.
And I realized I'm about to have to do this show solo for 2 hours.
Oh, my gosh.
And there was this moment of, and then it turned into, listen, the teams you watch the most are the Falcons and Cowboys. You'll be fine.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, take some phone calls, run the show. And so,
we'll figure it out.
So it worked out fine. But there was that moment of, like they really did forget to schedule somebody. We've got some problems.
Like me losing my place. Oh, crap.
My worst moment was my first ever ESPN Plus broadcast with a lacrosse game, and we were recording our open. Or no, we had to do it live because our replay machine was messing up, and I caught myself looking at the TV, and that threw me off completely because the TV was a little bit delayed.
Yeah.
So I completely
it's throwing off.
Yeah, it threw me off completely, and it was the worst.
How long did it take you to recover from that?
Oh, I didn't.
You didn't the whole game? It was just a disaster?
Oh, no. I mean, I recovered in the game, but I was...
Yeah, during
the open...
The open was just a wreck.
There's little tricks around stuff. Like, we've had it where... I don't remember how it was going on. I think, from what I remember, we were at a bar doing a Saturday college football show, and suddenly we had, like, the worst echo feedback into our headphones. And what we discovered, was every time they ran their credit card machine, it was tied to their internet service.
Back in the day, that used to be a thing.
And it would create this wild echo in our own headphones from running off of their system.
Their internet,
So we actually had to do the entire broadcast with our headphones off and just talking and just hoping you could hear enough of the people around you so you could actually keep track of what you were doing.
Dude, the disasters are averted. And all the things that you have to do to try to just make it right.
Just trying to get through it, get to a break and fix it.
And so, because sometimes when you get those really bad loop back, when somebody has fed the audio back to you,
yes,
the things you've already said coming right back to you, and you have to put your headphones kind of off your ears like this so you can still tell that you're on the air, you can still tell and hear anything that you need to hear, but it's not, right directly in your ears. I know that I've had to do that for country shows 1,000 times.
I just like the oh crap.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I was just gotten out of the Navy, first job in radio, first live. I go in there and I'm like, I got this. I'm ready. About midway through a 2 minute, about midway through a 2.5 minute update, I'm like, oh crap. and the dude that was running that was doing the afternoon show at the time, he was like, oh God, he could just see. He obviously didn't say it audibly, but when he got done, he was like, never point at your crap. Just roll over it. Act like it didn't happen. Just keep going, brother.
Keep moving.
Just keep going.
Just mow through it.
He was like, because only about half of people paying attention anyway.
Yeah.
It was good advice. So I don't point out my crap anymore.
Just keep it moving.
Randall D, I appreciate you, buddy.
Say a word. It's not the right word. Just keep moving.
Just keep on. I just think it's because I'm a dumbass. It could be some of that.
I've been there.
Could be a little bit of that, too. All right, that does it for us. Becca's up next, then Clay and Buck, and, of course, Kimmer. 3 to 6 on Extra 106.3 for Los and Bryce. I'm Tug. Y'all come back now, you hear?
And boom goes the dynamite.
Need more than just headlines on your ride to work? It's the Morning Extra, live from 6 to 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, only on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Thousands
Thousands of veterans across Georgia are missing out on the benefits they've earned through their service. The Warrior Alliance is changing that by connecting veterans and their families to life-changing resources and support. Tune into the Warrior Alliance Network, our podcast and radio show dedicated to helping veterans succeed after service. Join us every Saturday at 11 a.m. on 106.3 to hear inspiring veteran stories, discover free programs, and learn about career opportunities available to you. Subscribe to the Warrior Alliance YouTube channel today.
Oil prices are plunging and stocks are surging. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. After President Trump extended tonight's deadline to 5 days for Iran to allow shipping of oil in the Strait of Hormuz, or the U.S. would bomb Iran's power plants and energy infrastructure. He posted on Truth Social, there are productive negotiations with Iran on ending the conflict. And then the president just told reporters a short time ago in Florida,
we have had very, very strong talks. We'll see where they lead. We have major points of agreement. I would say almost all points of agreement.
As for Iran state media claiming the president backed down and there have been no negotiations, the president said,
perhaps that hasn't been conveyed. The communication, as you know, has been blown to pieces. They're unable to talk to each other. But we've had very strong talks. Mr. Witkoff and Mr. Kushner had them. They went, I would say, perfectly.
The president also says those special envoys will have more talks with Iran today. And on Wall Street, the Dow is up 920 points as oil prices drop more than 9%. The president also addressed before flying to Memphis to tout a federal crime crackdown. Immigration agents showing up at airports today to help TSA deal with hours-long security lines because some TSA agents not being paid in a funding standoff in Congress are not showing up.
Now, you know, I'm a big believer that they should be able to wear masks when they go and hunt down, murderers, criminals, and others. But for purposes of the airport, I've requested that they take off the mask. I don't like it for the airport.
LaGuardia Airport, meanwhile, still closed in New York City and will be till this afternoon after a plane crashed into a fire truck right after landing just before midnight.
The plane remains crushed on the runway. Officials say the fire truck was responding to another issue when the collision with the Air Canada plane happened, leaving 2 pilots dead.
Fox's CB Cotton at LaGuardia. That truck had clearance to cross the runway, then they tried to stop it right before the crash. America's listening to Fox News.
The smartest self-defense decision isn't made in the moment. It's made before danger ever appears. Because when you pull a firearm trigger, you're not just stopping a threat. You may be starting a chain of legal, financial, and emotional consequences that can follow you for years. That's why more responsible Americans are choosing to lead with less lethal force. Byrna less lethal launchers fire tear gas and kinetic rounds designed to stop an attacker for up to 40 minutes, giving you time to escape, create distance, and get help without using deadly force. It's a smarter first response. Your college-age kids can carry it. Your spouse can use it. Even aging parents can handle it confidently. Byrna's best-selling compact launcher is sleek, slim, and incredibly powerful, built for discreet everyday carry. Byrna is proudly hand-assembled in Fort Wayne, Indiana. More than 750,000 have been sold worldwide, making Byrna a trusted leader in personal safety. And it's legal in all 50 states. No background checks. Ships directly to your door. Protect yourself. Protect your future. Start with less lethal. Visit Byrna.com today and find the right launcher for your family. That's BYRNA.com.
Again, on Wall Street, a big surge after 4 straight weeks of losses for the Dow. It is now up 992 points. The Nasdaq up 465. The S&P 500 gaining 126 points after President Trump's comments on trying to resolve the conflict with Iran. As for oil, the prices are way down. WTI falling about 9% to $88 a barrel. Brent crude is down more than 10%, back to 100. Gas, though, up another penny today. AAA's national average for regular is $3.95 per gallon. That is nearly $1 more than before the Iran conflict started last month. And speaking of oil, a former member of Congress is going on trial today in federal court, accused of acting on behalf of Venezuela.
Former Florida Republican Congressman David Rivera will stand trial today in a Miami federal courtroom on charges he laundered money and failed to register as a foreign agent while working as a lobbyist on behalf of Venezuelan oil companies. U.S. prosecutors claim he was secretly working on behalf of the now ousted Nicolas Maduro. On the government's list of witnesses against Rivera is U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who had been friends with Rivera for many years. The two once co-owned a house in Tallahassee and lived there while they served in the Florida legislature. They later shared a Washington rental home while they both were in the Congress. In Miami, Eben Brown, Fox News.
A big upset in March Madness. The defending men's college basketball champs, Florida, a #1 regional seed, knocked out.
And here we go. 8.9 to play. Sturts with the catch. Sturts bounce pass to the corner. Bulgaris for 3.
That ended up the game-winning shot for Iowa with 4 seconds left, beating Florida 73-72 on TBS. St. John's also advanced to the Sweet 16 on a buzzer-beating shot, eliminating Kansas. Also advancing Alabama, Arizona, Connecticut, Iowa State, Purdue, and Tennessee. I'm Dave Anthony, and this is Fox News.
Of entertainment, enlightenment, and empowerment. This is the Glenn Beck Program.
Glenn Beck is on.
There have been a handful of times when I have
cracked the mic open and knew exactly what I was supposed to say with you, say to you and talk to you about. And it was all the way to my bones. I knew it. This is one of those days. I want to have a conversation with you about war. America is at war within and without, and what all of this means, and a way for you to view this. We begin in 60 seconds. First, let me tell you about realestateagentsitrust.com. One of the insiders, Justin, wrote in recently, said, just want to thank you personally for giving me the opportunity to sell my house through Real Estate Agents I Trust. We listed it during a really slow time of the year, and we were on the market for over 55 days, which we kind of expected. But we got an offer last night. We countered with a $5,000 guarantee. They accepted it this morning. We close April 19th. The agent was really knowledgeable, very professional. Thanks again for all your help. And thanks to Ken from the Stern team. Thanks for all you do and your show. And thanks for the passion for your craft. You know, there's nothing else I can add. realestateagentsitrust.com. Go there. We'll help you find the right agent that will make it really, really easy. The name says it all. realestateagentsitrust.com. Thanks for writing in, bud. I want you to take a look at the world that we are standing in right now. A war with Iran that has already drawn in the United States and Israel and starting to separate people. Oil routes are threatened, missiles crossing borders, regional powers trembling, the Vatican pleading for bombs to stop. There is a description of these times at the end of the Bible. It's wars and rumors of wars. And that's the way everything kind of feels right now. You know, you might have heard your father, your grandfather say, there are no atheists in a foxhole. The prospect of war, even one across the world, makes people reach for ancient stories and holy books, whether you're religious or not. It happens. And there is something unsettling that is going on. And something about this war in particular that makes us think about the ancient world and the beginning of everything, but also the end of everything. You know, whether that's nuclear war or the apocalypse, things that none of us want to think about. We don't want to think about those things. Christians believe that upheaval, apostasy, calamity, a moral collapse are signs of the end. But we don't know when that end is. This has happened over and over again all throughout history. Some Jews look at Israel restored in their land, surrounded by enemies, and asking whether, wow, is history moving to the place where the Messiah, as promised to the Jews, is coming? Muslims, especially with the Shia eschatology, they hear this language of oppression and chaos and deception and war and ask whether, is Trump the Dajjal? Is he the Antichrist? They're actually saying that in parts of the Middle East. He might be the Antichrist. Is the Mahdi coming? And their own tradition speaks of widespread injustice and the Mahdi being revealed. Jesus comes back, but not as Jesus, as, you know, anyway, the deceiver falling, the great Satan falling, and history rushing towards a reckoning. So let me talk to you about what's happening here. What do you see happening? The world's great faiths are not suddenly agreeing on every doctrine. They're doing something more haunting than that. They are all staring at the same storm, each from a different tower, each from a different text, each with a different vocabulary, but they're all looking at the horizon and saying in one form or another, this may not be ordinary. Civilizations don't merely collapse from bad economics or failed diplomacy. Sometimes they do. They collapse when they lose any sense that eternity has a claim on them. When nothing is sacred and everything becomes negotiable, and we have been here in the last 25 years. Marriage is negotiable. Truth is negotiable. Whose truth? What truth? Your truth. Children become negotiable. They're not your children. They belong to somebody else, the school, the state. We can do whatever we want because they're not underage, really. We can adjust their body. How do you know what sex is? Justice is negotiable. Even human life is negotiable. And once people have lost the permanent, they become the perfect prey for the intermediate. And that's where we are right now. And believe it or not, everyone in every land on planet Earth is prey. We are all distracted by notifications. We are hypnotized by politics. We are consumed by work. We're buried in debt. We're entertained to death. We're arguing about personalities while the foundations of the world shake beneath our feet. And yet we don't stop and say, what are we really arguing for here? Isn't there something bigger here? The deepest question is not whether this is the end of days. The deepest question is, if it were the end of days, would we even notice? Or are we all too busy scrolling, too busy branding ourselves, too busy chasing comfort, too busy treating the soul like an afterthought? I've been thinking about this a lot over the last few weeks, and it is important that you hear me. If there's even a possibility that this is such a time, then our conversations are absurd. We should be talking less about who won the, clip of the day war and more about whether we are right with our maker. Less about endless outrage machine and more about repentance and forgiveness and courage and discipline and empathy and mercy. When's the last time your social media said to you, what kind of man are you becoming? When's the last time you pondered that? What kind of a woman am I becoming? What have I taught through my actions, through the way I live my life? What have I taught my children to worship? Comfort, success, identity, tribe, or truth? Do they know what truth is? Have I made peace with my neighbor? Have I made peace with my family? Have I told my family what matters most, and am I living my life that way? Have I lived my life as though history is random? Or have I lived my life, and am I living my life today, knowing that one day I will have to answer for the life and for every minute I was given? For over 30 years, I have made a living looking ahead, connecting dots, sometimes seeing patterns before they fully form. And if you've listened to me for any length of time, you know this already, but there's a lot of times I am not right. I'll say it. There are a lot of times I am out and out wrong. Things I misunderstood, times I moved too fast, times I trusted the wrong sources, filled in the gaps with my own conclusions. That's real, and that's all on me. But there is another part of my record that matters. Because when you step back and you look at the arc, there are moments, if you've been listening to me for a long time, that are hard to ignore. In 1999, I spoke about Osama bin Laden, and I said there will be a major terrorist attack on New York City with blood, bodies, and buildings in the streets. 2 years later, it happened. In the early 2000s, I warned about our financial system, stressed beyond reason, something that could snap and take the world down with it. And 2008, it did. I thought it would lead us to a Great Depression. I was wrong because I didn't see TARP. But when I saw TARP, I said these interventions, the bailouts, they're going to stabilize things in the short term. They'll fundamentally change our system, and they will delay a deeper reckoning, and that deeper reckoning is still ahead. It's not a victory lap. This is a timeline. I've talked about the ideological movements, the Marxist, anarchist, Islamists forming strange alliances that nobody could say they would ever do. I was crazy for saying it. I warned that they would create chaos in the Middle East and then chaos in Europe, and it would lead to massive migration waves that would test the cohesion of all Western nations. It would come here to America and cause chaos in America, and its plan was to topple the Western world and Western civilization. That was something that was nuts when I first said it. It's not really now, is it? Years ago, I spoke about artificial intelligence in terms that sounded extreme at the time, that we could reach something like AGI around 2030, that it would disrupt not 5 or 10% of our jobs, but something closer to half of our jobs. That put me back then way on the edge of the fringe, lunatic fringe. Now I'm much closer to the center of the conversation. And that wasn't about jobs. That was about losing truth. So how do you reconcile the two truths that I have, that I'm wrong a lot, and then I have these things that are like shocking? Here's the only answer I can give you. I know the difference between when I'm reasoning something out and when something feels placed in front of me. And you can call that intuition, you can call that pattern recognition, you can call that experience. I call it listening to the spirit. I'm not going to force that on you, but I will tell you I don't take credit for the moments that turned out right, because I know they were not engineered or reasoned out by me. I know it, and only I know it. So I can't prove that to you. But I have learned the hard way to be very, very careful about telling those two things apart. Because when it's just me, when it's just my analysis, my guess, my conclusion, I hold that loosely. I expect to be challenged. I expect to revise. That's why I say to you all the time in monologues, especially in the last few months, but especially about this war, I don't know. I could be wrong on this. That's me. I'm trying to send you a signal. Whenever you hear me say that, I'm sending you the signal. This is my pattern recognition ability. It is my reason. It's a chance that I am really wrong on this. That's what I'm trying to tell you when I say that. But when it's something else, something that arrives fully formed and also as a weight and a clarity and an urgency, I have learned, do not dismiss or ignore it. And that's what I want to talk to you about today. Give me 60 seconds. Come back. Clarify things here. I tell you about rapid radios. Ever have the moment when you realize, something wrong, something went right or wrong right now? You have no way to reach people who matter the most. I think of 9/11 on this. Suddenly all the little assumptions about communication every day just vanish, right? You're left with a very simple question. How do I get in touch with my people? That's what rapid radios are for. They don't ask you to download an app or learn a system or hope signals hold. You turn them on. You're talking clear, direct, immediate, no dead zones, no delays, no can you hear me now moments. So whether your family is spread across town or spread across the country, a group trying to stay coordinated, or just one scenario you hope never ever happens, you've already solved the problem before it starts with rapid radios. Right now they're offering $300 in free gear with your order, including tactical radio bag, USB charger, EMP Faraday bag, all of it. 30-day money-back guarantee. Go to rapidradios.com. Use the promo code RADIO, 5% off and free shipping. It's rapidradios.com, code RADIO. Rapid Radios, communication redefined. 10 seconds, station ID.
Hey gang, it's Neil Bortz. Now I know how much you've missed me in Atlanta. I'm reminding you can hear me throughout the day here on Xtra 106.3 and the Xtra app.
I'm not going to make a prediction or lay out a timeline or a headline. I today want to pass a warning I feel more than compelled to share with you. Time matters right now in a way that is hard to explain with any kind of chart or data. The world is not falling apart randomly. There is a direction to it, and there is awareness beyond what we can see. I feel compelled to tell you none of this is a surprise to God. None of this is catching him off guard. None of this is outside of his view, and neither are you. I believe deeply that people are being called quietly, individually, across different faiths, countries, different lives, not all with the same words, but with the same pull. You might feel it yourself, a pull to get closer to him, to simplify, to spit yourself out of the system, to return to the basics of how we are supposed to live. And I don't mean go live in a log cabin. I mean the way you're supposed to live in your own home. Because the times ahead are not going to be easy. There is going to be confusion. If you think you're confused now, you haven't seen anything. And there are going to be voices, loud, convincing voices that will try to pull you off course. And some will sound really righteous. Some you will agree, listen to everything, but mainly listen to him. Some will sound like they're right for a while. 1% off course is going to make a big difference. They will sound urgent, and they will sound like they have all the answers. They don't. I don't. I was talking with my staff this morning about the state of America, and we talked about how it reminds us of the battles in the Bible where the enemy is just consumed with the spirit of confusion, like a fog over their camp, and they just start killing their brothers and their allies instead of who they're supposed to be fighting. They just all turn on each other. That fog has clearly fallen over America, and we're watching right now the left rip itself apart for years, and it gobble other parts of the left. And now the right is joining in. But beyond politics, we're ripping each other apart in our own families, in our marriages. The spirit of confusion has us attacking the people we're supposed to be fighting with and not against. And it is a thick, thick fog. And it's easy to get lost in if you don't have your footing. If you're not grounded in something deeper than what's happening right now, you can and will get lost. Now, let me give you some good news. We make it. We make it. It's going to be fascinating to see how God solves all this, but we make it. However this unfolds, however difficult the road becomes, the story doesn't end in darkness. There is something on the other side that is glorious and worth enduring for, something better than what anyone has ever known. But getting there requires preparation, not just in what you store or plan, but in who you are. One of these days, I'm going to tell you some things about. I always know when trouble is coming because I come under attack, and my family is under attack now like it's never been. I mean, it's been bad in other times, and it's playing on me. You have to get these things cleared up. Your family matters. Your faith matters. Your daily choices matter more than any headline. I told my wife yesterday we have to double our work on feeding the hungry. We have to double our work on telling the truth, leaving your sins, loving your children fiercely, like they're the only thing that matters. Honor your vows. Pray like heaven is real. Read the ancient words again. Stand down from hatred. Step away from the lie that politics will save only what repentance can save. And you know what? I hope I'm wrong. And, if this is not the beginning of some grand chapter, those are still the right things to do. We all need to live our life as if, the life that we live as if the Messiah is near is the life we should live even if he's not. So don't get distracted. Don't chase every new voice. Don't trust any voice, including mine. Trust the still small voice. Don't dismiss it, ever. Do it. Do what he tells you to do. And you know the difference between yours and his? It's usually something you don't want to do. Then do it. But time is short. Strengthen your relationship in God in whatever way you understand.
NMLS 182334. NMLSconsumeraccess.org. APR for rates in the 5 starts at 6.799% for well-qualified borrowers. Call 800-906-2440 for details about credit costs and terms.
All right, let me give you a real scenario here. You sit down in the kitchen one night, you actually look at the numbers, not just the balances and the interest, but you look at the interest rates. And one of your cards says 24%. You're like, what? Huh? 20, what? Do the math. When you do the math, you realize if you keep making, the minimum payments, you're not ever going to get out of this. You're renting your money month after month after month, and the meter never stops running. That's the moment a lot of people either close the laptop or decide they're done just playing the game. Okay, this is where American Financing can step in. They'll help you take that pile of high interest debt and rework it into something that actually moves you in the right direction, lower rates, more manageable payment, and a plan that is built to get you out, not to keep you stuck. Once you see how much your payment is just interest, it stops feeling normal really, really fast. No upfront fees. They'll just help you out. Call them now, 800-906-2440, 800-906-2440, AmericanFinancing.net.
Exposing the Islamist blueprint for conquering the West is available now on demand. Watch the full documentary, start to finish. No interruptions at glennbeck.com/torch.
So I go into breaks and I ask, what are our insiders saying about, I ask, my staff, did I miss anything in that? Do we need to clear anything up? And then I ask, what are the insiders saying? And I usually look for the ones that are disagreeing because I can learn from something from that. And what's her name? Heidi? Heidi just wrote in and said what?
She said, if he claims God is speaking through him like he did Friday, I am out. Not acceptable.
Okay. Heidi, wow, what a great comment. I think God speaks to all of us. So I'm not claiming to be a prophet. I am not a prophet. I think God speaks to all of us. And maybe if you don't believe in God, then we're not going to be able to bridge this particular gap. But he speaks to you just like he speaks to me. And we all have callings. And if you are somebody who is prayerful, you have a calling in let's just say you're a stay-at-home mom. Your calling is to raise your children, even if you're not staying at home. You're just mom or dad. Your calling is for your children. So you have a right to have God speak to you about those things, and have him speak clearly. And the more you align yourself with that, the better you are with that. But even then, you don't know for sure. And I have to tell you, I accept your rejection of that, of me and what I'm saying. And that's totally fine with me because that's your right to exercise your relationship with God. And if you say, no, I just don't believe that, then don't believe that. I can only tell you what I feel. And I can tell you, and if you haven't had this experience, then maybe that monologue, parts of that monologue were meant for you. Get to that place to where you do have that experience. Because I truly believe that if you don't know the difference between your voice and his voice, and you don't act on those things, you're not going to make it through the fog. You have to know the difference between your voice and his. And, one of the things that is always so clear with me is it something that I'm like, I don't want to do that. Because if it's that, I always know it's him. It's always something that is like, you know what? Apologize. Make that call. Do this. Go visit this person. And you're always like, I don't know what. And there are times, like the monologue I just gave you, where I don't want to give that monologue. I know what that looks like. I know what that sounds like. Do you think I want to give that monologue? No, I don't. Honestly, I looked at Ricky today and said, how do I give this without looking like an absolute and complete total kook? Right? Did I not, Ricky?
This is true. I said, how do we meet where the people are? 'Cause you're on the mountaintop and we're down here in low elevation.
And I know that makes me look like a kook because I'm not on the mountaintop. I am not. And that's what it sounds like, but it's not. I would just urge you to do what I'm asking you to do with every voice, including mine. You take what you can take from it. Listen to the whole thing. If there are parts where you're like, that's way off base, that really makes me, that takes everything in me and goes, warning, get away from it. And if that means you leave me, then you leave me. I would just ask that you pray on things, that you don't dismiss feelings. And then you say, when you hear things, does this lead me to a better place with God or a worse place with God? What was that about? What was I trying to say to you? I was trying to say to you, I believe time is ticking. I believe this, and I don't know because the apostles thought this. But it could be the time. May not be. Could be the time. Only time will tell on that one. But what did I say? Live your life as if it's happening right now. Get closer to God. Get closer to your family. Don't do things that are causing chaos or trouble. Be more reflective. Be better. Look for ways to serve one another. Live your life on the principles that we all have been taught are good. Live your life as if today is the last day before God goes, so, I called you home because I need to know, what the hell were you doing with your time? Do that. Don't take shortcuts. Do what you're supposed to do. And forget about all of actually, I can't say forget about. Put into perspective politics and the news of the day and everything else. Put that into perspective. Those are the things that are happening to us. Now, what are you doing to deal with all of those things? How is that, just because they're happening to us, that shouldn't change us. And if it does change us, it should only change us for the better. That's my message. If you disagree with it, then, I can't help you. And, you may be right. You may be right. I can only live my life in the way I believe I'm supposed to live it. You don't have to believe anything. I know that my life turned around dramatically. I promised that I would do whatever he asked me to do. When I feel I hear him impress upon me something that I'm supposed to say, and I know the difference between, usually, I know the difference in this case and a few other, like 3 or 4 other times. I am very well aware who is in charge. I do it. Now, maybe I'm delusional. Maybe I have a deep mental illness. I don't know. People have said it. There's lots of people in the media who have said it. So maybe that's it. But as long as you check and say, is this leading me to a place of fear or a place of love? Is this leading me to a place of being a better person or being more cutthroat? That's really how you judge truth on some of these things. It's going to lead to chaos or harmony in my life. That's what I would ask you to do and look into. All right. Let me go to ICE at the airports, shall we? I don't know. Can you run the ICE lines or the lines of TSA at all of the airports? We have some video of this. It's pretty staggering. Some of the lines were up to 2 and 3 hours long. It is nuts. What was the longest?
I've read anywhere between 5 to 6.
Where? Atlanta?
I think New York City. Insiders tell me if I'm wrong.
I think that, it's different than what I wrote or what I read. I'm not sure, but what you read. But I will tell you, it's horrible in some places. And the president has said, we're going to get ICE out there. Well, somebody's got to do the job. Who do you want? Well, now people are saying, that's just going to make people, illegals afraid to go into the airports. Well, I can't help you with that. ICE would be not in the airport. ICE would be looking for the really bad guys who have stabbed people and killed people and raped children. But the left, the Democrats, have shut down TSA. So we got to have somebody do it. Who do you want to do it? I prefer TSA. So the president is saying we should have ICE do it. Left is saying, well, that's going to cause so many problems because of okay, well, you're having a hard time evoking sympathy in me on this one for a myriad of reasons. You want to solve it? Fund the TSA. Same time, Elon Musk comes out and Elon Musk says, I'll pay the TSA. Now here's a guy who's the richest guy on earth. He could pay TSA all day long and never feel it. It's like you going to, buy a milkshake at McDonald's. Not that big of a deal. Except this would be healthy and McDonald's. Anyway, why isn't he doing it? You want to know why? because he can't just pay TSA. It's got to go to the Treasury. And then from the Treasury to be allocated to the TSA, Congress has to vote on it to be allocated. This is how screwed up our system is. This is what everybody hates about government. You know, there are times when you are in when your ox is in the mire and you got to get it out. And all these rules and regulations that stop you from doing the right thing. The right thing is to refund TSA. Get them back working at the airport and fully fund them. The wrong thing is to keep taking and saying, oh, we're not going to pay you. And then we're going to pay you for a while. And then we're not going to pay you again. And we're going to pay you for a while. You never really know. It's a really stable environment, causing chaos in all of these people's lives. That's wrong. That's wrong. Elon Musk is trying to do the right thing. System is saying, no, you can't. That's how screwed up our system is. My dad said, you know how truth, you can tell truth. Truth is like rain. It just falls straight down. Water, just straight down. And when it bends, when it curves, it's because there's something impeding it. Otherwise, it would just keep running straight, but there's some obstacle in the way. And he's like, it's those obstacles. Whenever you